was never truly alone on the surface? What if the first civilization, the one that came before all others, never vanished, but simply moved beneath the waves? Think about it for a moment. We stand on the shores of vast oceans, staring out at horizons we can barely comprehend, and we tell ourselves we know this planet. We map the continents, name the mountains, chart the rivers. But beneath those waves lies something else entirely, a world so immense, so alien, that we have explored less than 5% of it. 5%. The rest remains hidden in darkness, pressed under miles of water, silent and untouched. And in that silence, in that crushing depth where light cannot reach, what if something ancient still breathes? The question sounds like fantasy, like the kind of story told around campfires or whispered in the pages of old books. But what if it isn't? What if the myths we inherited, the stories of sunken cities, of civilizations swallowed by floods, of beings who retreated into the deep, what if they were never myths at all? What if they were memories, passed down through generations, distorted by time but rooted in something real? What if the first civilization, the one that walked this earth long before recorded history, never truly disappeared? What if they simply descended, choosing the ocean over the land, and have been watching us ever since? This is not a story with easy answers. It is a journey into the unknown, a slow descent through layers of myth and science, rumour and evidence, wonder and fear. It begins with the oldest tales humanity ever told, and it ends in the deepest trenches of the ocean, where pressure crushes steel and darkness swallows everything. Somewhere between those two places, between the ancient past and the unexplored present, lies a possibility that refuses to fade. The possibility that we are not the first, that we are not alone, and that the true masters of this world have been hiding beneath the surface all along. The stories are everywhere, scattered across every culture, every continent, every corner of the ancient world. They speak of floods that drown the earth, of cities that sank beneath the waves, of civilizations so advanced they seemed almost divine, until the waters rose and swallowed them whole. These are not isolated tales. They are echoes, reverberating through time, appearing again and again in languages and lands that should have had no contact with one another. And yet the stories align. They speak of the same catastrophe, the same loss, the same descent into the deep. The most famous, of course, is Atlantis. Plato wrote of it in his dialogues, describing an island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a place of unimaginable wealth and power, ruled by kings descended from the sea god Poseidon himself. Atlantis was a marvel, he said, a civilization that had mastered engineering, architecture, and warfare. Its capital was a wonder of concentric rings, canals, flowing with seawater, temples gleaming with gold and silver. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They waged war on their neighbours, seeking to dominate the known world, and for their hubris, the gods punished them. In a single day and night, Plato wrote, Atlantis was consumed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean and vanishing forever. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as allegory, a cautionary tale about pride and downfall. But what if Plato was recording something real? What if he had access to older sources now lost that spoke of an actual civilization destroyed by rising seas? The timeline he gave, 9,000 years before his own time, would place Atlantis at the end of the last ice age, a period when global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. Coastlines shifted, islands disappeared, entire regions were submerged. If a civilization had existed along those ancient shores, it would have been erased, drowned beneath hundreds of feet of water. And if survivors fled, carrying their stories with them, those stories would have spread across the world, mutating into legend. But Atlantis is not alone. In the Pacific, the myths speak of Lemuria, sometimes called Mu, a vast continent that once stretched across the ocean, home to an advanced people who understood the secrets of the earth. According to these legends, Lemuria sank beneath the waves in a cataclysm, leaving only scattered islands behind. This story appears in Tamil literature, in Polynesian oral traditions, in the cosmologies of mystics and occultists who claim to have accessed ancient knowledge. Mainstream science rejects Lemuria as pseudo-history, pointing out that no geological evidence supports a sunken Pacific continent. But the stories persist. They refuse to die. And they raise a question. If Lemuria never existed, why do so many cultures remember it? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Abzu, the primordial ocean beneath the earth, home to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. The Abzu was not merely a mythological concept. It was described as a real place, a subterranean realm where fresh water flowed and where the secrets of creation were kept. Enki was said to dwell there, shaping humanity, teaching them the arts of civilization. But the Abzu was also dangerous, a place of chaos and power, guarded and hidden from mortal eyes. Could the Abzu have been a memory of something real? A place where an older civilization once thrived, deep beneath the surface, in caverns filled with water? The Maori of New Zealand tell of a sunken homeland, a place their ancestors fled when the seas rose. The Aboriginal Australians speak of coastal lands now drowned, where their people once lived before the waters came. In India, the legend of Dwarka persists, a golden city built by the god Krishna, said to have sunk into the Arabian Sea after his death. For years this was dismissed as pure mythology, but then, in the 1980s, marine archaeologists discovered submerged structures off the coast of Gujarat, stone walls, geometric patterns, artifacts dating back thousands of years. The discovery was controversial, debated, questioned, but it was there. Something had been built, and something had sunk. These stories are not random. They are not coincidences. They are fragments of a shared memory, a collective trauma that humanity has never fully processed. The flood myths appear in the Bible, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Greek, Norse, Chinese and Mesoamerican traditions. They all describe the same event, a world-ending deluge, a rising of the waters, a loss so profound that it reshaped civilization itself. And in nearly every version, there is a detail that stands out, a detail that suggests something more than natural disaster. The floods are often described as punishment, as divine retribution. But what if they were not punishment at all? What if they were escape? What if the first civilization, seeing the waters rise, chose not to flee to higher ground, but to descend with the ocean, adapting to a new world beneath the waves? It sounds impossible. But evolution has shown us that life adapts in ways we cannot predict. Species that once walked on land return to the sea. Whales, dolphins, seals. They transformed, their bodies reshaping over millennia to thrive in an aquatic environment. If animals could make that transition, why not humans? Why not an entire civilization, armed with knowledge and technology we can barely imagine? What if they built cities in the deep, harnessing geothermal vents for energy, cultivating bioluminescent organisms for light, developing ways to breathe and move and survive in a world without sun? What if they are still there, hidden in the trenches, watching us from below? The myths do not answer these questions, but they do not dismiss them either. They linger, like shadows at the edge of vision, refusing to fade. And as we move from ancient legend into modern discovery, those shadows begin to take shape. The ocean is not silent. It hums with sound, whale songs that travel thousands of miles, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rush of underwater currents. But sometimes the ocean produces sounds that do not fit, sounds that defy explanation, sounds that suggest something vast and unknown moving through the deep. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one such sound. It was picked up by hydrophones stationed across the Pacific, sensitive instruments designed to monitor underwater activity. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, a low-frequency rumble that rose and fell, travelling across the ocean with immense power. It was loud enough to be detected over 3,000 miles away. Scientists analysed it, compared it to known sources. It did not match any whale, any submarine, any geological event. They called it the bloop, and to this day, no one knows what made it. The official explanation, offered years later, suggested it might have been an ice quake, a massive iceberg fracturing and carving into the sea. But the sound did not quite match that either. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost organic in nature. Some researchers noted that if you sped up recordings of whale songs, they sounded mechanical. If you slowed down the bloop, it sounded biological, it sounded alive, and if something that large, that powerful, was moving through the ocean, what was it? Where did it come from? And why have we never seen it? The bloop is not alone. Over the decades, hydrophones have captured dozens of unexplained sounds: upsweep, whistle, Julia, slow down. Each one strange, each one defying easy categorization. Some repeat, some appear once and vanish. Some seem to come from the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no known creature should exist. Scientists offer theories: underwater volcanoes, shifting ice, unknown species. But the theories never quite fit. The sounds remain mysteries, echoes from a world we cannot see. And then there are the structures. In 1986, a diva named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off Yonaguni, a small island at the southern tip of Japan. He was searching for hammerhead sharks when he found something else: massive stone formations rising from the seabed, carved with sharp angles and flat surfaces, terraces, steps, platforms. The structures stretched over several hundred feet, arranged in ways that seemed deliberate, almost architectural. Arataki surfaced and reported his discovery. Soon, researchers descended to investigate. What they found sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni monument, as it came to be known, looked like the ruins of an ancient city. There were walls, pillars, what appeared to be roads and staircases. Some sections had markings that resembled carvings, symbols etched into the stone. Geologist Masaki Kimura studied the site extensively, arguing that it was man-made, constructed by an unknown civilization thousands of years ago before rising sea levels submerged it. He pointed to the precision of the angles, the symmetry of the formations, the presence of what looked like tool marks. But other scientists disagreed. They argued that the formations were natural, the result of erosion and tectonic activity. Sandstone, they said, fractures along straight lines. Water and time can create shapes that look artificial. The debate continues, unresolved. Mainstream archaeology leans toward natural origin, but the questions remain. If it is natural, why does it look so much like architecture? And if it is man-made, who built it? When? And what happened to them? Yonaguni is not the only site. Off the coast of India, near the city of Mahabalipuram, divers have discovered submerged ruins, stone structures, walls, what appear to be the remains of temples. Local legends speak of 7 pagodas that once stood along the shore, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. For centuries this was considered myth. But the ruins are there, lying beneath the waves, silent and ancient. In the Mediterranean, entire cities have been found underwater. Pavlopetri in Greece, Heraklion in Egypt. These were real places, thriving settlements that sank due to earthquakes or rising seas. If we know these cities existed and were lost, how many others remain undiscovered? The ocean floor is not flat. It is a landscape of mountains and valleys, ridges and trenches, vast plains and towering seamounts. In some places, sonar has detected anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, formations that do not match natural geology. In the Baltic Sea, divers exploring a sonar anomaly found what looked like a massive disk, partially buried in sediment, with features that resembled ramps and edges. They called it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Some suggested it was a sunken ship, others a glacial deposit. But the shape was strange, too regular, too deliberate, and when divers approached it, some reported that their electronic equipment malfunctioned, compasses spinning wildly, cameras failing. The phenomenon was never fully explained. Then there are the reports, whispers from naval personnel, fishermen, deep-sea explorers, of objects moving underwater at impossible speeds. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, tracked on sonar, appearing and disappearing without explanation. In 1968, a Soviet submarine reportedly encountered something in the Pacific, a massive object moving faster than any known vessel, diving to depths no human craft could reach. The crew tracked it for hours before it vanished. Similar reports have surfaced from the US Navy, from commercial shipping vessels, from research teams. Objects that accelerate instantly, that change direction without slowing, that seem to defy the laws of physics. Are these natural phenomena? Tricks of sonar, misidentified marine life, glitches in equipment? Perhaps. But the reports keep coming, and they raise a question that refuses to go away. If something is moving through the deep, something fast and intelligent and hidden, what is it? And why does it avoid us? The ocean is vast. It covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. Its average depth is over 12,000 feet. The deepest point, the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles down, a place of crushing pressure and absolute darkness. We have sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of that trench. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own ocean floor. And in that unmapped darkness, in those unexplored depths, anything could exist. Entire ecosystems thrive around hydrothermal vents, sustained by chemicals rather than sunlight. Creatures live there that seem alien. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, bioluminescent fish. Life finds a way, even in the most hostile environments. So what if an ancient civilization found a way too? What if they did not merely survive the floods, but embraced them, descending into the ocean and building a new world in the deep? What if the structures we find, the sounds we hear, the objects we track, what if they are not remnants of the past, but evidence of the present? What if the first civilization never died? What if they simply moved beyond our reach, into a realm we cannot follow, and have been living there ever since? The myths suggested it. The anomalies hint at it. And now, as we turn to science, we must ask, is it even possible? But what if they have already made contact? What if the encounters we dismiss, the sightings we rationalize, the stories we laugh at? What if they were real? What if the first civilization has been reaching out, testing us, appearing at the edges of our understanding just long enough to plant a seed of doubt, a whisper of possibility? The reports exist, scattered across decades, buried in naval archives and fishermen's tales, logged in the journals of explorers and researchers who saw something they could not explain. Most are forgotten, filed away as mistakes or hoaxes, but some refuse to fade. Some carry a weight, a consistency, a strange believability that lingers long after the rational explanations have been offered and rejected. In 1963, during a naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, multiple ships and aircraft tracked something underwater. It was moving at speeds exceeding 150 knots, far faster than any submarine, any torpedo, any known technology of the era or even today. The object maneuvered with precision, diving to depths that should have crushed any vessel, then rising rapidly without slowing. The exercise was classified. The reports were sealed. But years later, witnesses came forward describing what they had seen, something massive, something intelligent, something that seemed to know it was being watched and chose to demonstrate its capabilities anyway. Similar incidents have occurred throughout history. During World War II, both Allied and Axis sailors reported encounters with what they called ghost rockets and foo fighters, objects that followed their ships, dove beneath the waves, reappeared miles away. At the time, each side assumed they were secret weapons of the enemy. But after the war, when records were compared, it became clear that neither side had possessed such technology. The objects remained unexplained. The encounters remained in the files, gathering dust. In 1967, a group of Canadian fishermen off the coast of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, witnessed something fall from the sky and crash into the ocean. It glowed as it descended, leaving a trail of light, then disappeared beneath the surface. The impact was seen by dozens of people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated, assuming it was a downed aircraft. Divers searched the area. They found nothing, no wreckage, no debris, no oil slick. But local fishermen reported strange lights beneath the water in the days that followed, moving in patterns, pulsing with colour. The official investigation was closed without conclusion. The object was never found, or perhaps it was never lost. And then there are the abductions, not the sensationalized stories of alien encounters, but the quieter, stranger tales of people who went missing near water and returned with gaps in their memory, with stories of descent, of pressure, of breathing underwater, of seeing structures and lights and beings that moved through the deep with purpose. Most are dismissed as hallucinations, as psychological breaks, as fiction. But the consistency is unsettling. They describe similar things, cities that glow with bioluminescence, beings that communicate without speaking, a sense of being studied, examined, then released, back to the surface with no explanation and no proof. Yeah, one such account comes from a deep sea researcher named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who disappeared during a solo dive in 2003 off the coast of Chile. She was exploring a previously unmapped section of the Atacama Trench when she lost contact with her support vessel. Her submersible was designed to withstand the pressure at those depths. Equipped with emergency beacons and redundant systems, she was experienced, cautious, thorough. And then she vanished. The search lasted 3 weeks. They found nothing. 6 months later, she reappeared. She was discovered on a beach in Peru, hundreds of miles from where she had disappeared, with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her submersible was never found. She was dehydrated, disoriented, but physically unharmed. When authorities questioned her, she spoke in fragments, describing lights in the darkness, structures that seemed to grow from the rock, a sensation of being pulled deeper, not by force but by curiosity. She remembered breathing, though she knew that was impossible. She remembered voices, though she heard no sound. She remembered hands, or things like hands, guiding her through passages, showing her things she could not comprehend. The official report concluded that she had experienced a psychological episode, possibly caused by nitrogen narcosis or equipment malfunction, and had somehow reached the surface and drifted to shore. But Dr. Vasquez never dove again. She left her research position, moved inland, and refused to speak publicly about what happened. In a private letter to a colleague, later leaked online, she wrote, "They wanted me to see. They wanted me to know they exist. But they also wanted me to understand that I am not ready. That we are not ready to know more. Not yet." These stories are easy to dismiss. Individually they prove nothing. Collectively they suggest a pattern, not of misidentification or hoax, but of something deliberate, something measured, something that appears just often enough to be noticed but never often enough to be confirmed. As if the first civilization is testing the waters, so to speak, gauging our readiness, our reaction, our ability to accept what we cannot explain. And perhaps they have been doing this for a long time. Perhaps the myths of sea gods and mermaids, of sirens and selkies, were not fantasies but encounters. Perhaps the ancient sailors who reported seeing figures in the waves, beings that watched from the depths, were not hallucinating but witnessing. Perhaps every culture that revered the ocean, that offered sacrifices to the sea, that spoke of beings who lived below, perhaps they were responding to something real. Not gods, but people. People who had become something else, something adapted to a world we cannot enter, but who still remembered the surface and occasionally carefully made themselves known. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization still exists beneath the ocean, it changes everything. It rewrites human history, challenges our understanding of evolution, upends our assumptions about intelligence and survival. But more than that, it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, about our place in the world, about what it means to be human. First, it means we are not alone. We have searched the stars for signs of intelligent life, building telescopes and sending signals into the void, hoping for a response from distant worlds. But what if the intelligence we seek has been here all along, living in a realm we have barely explored, watching us from below? What if we have been so focused on looking up that we forgot to look down? The psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has built its identity on the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, the most advanced species, the inheritors of the earth. We tell ourselves that we conquered nature, that we rose above the animals, that we alone possess consciousness and culture and technology. But if another civilization exists, one older, possibly wiser, certainly more adapted to their environment, it shatters that narrative. It humbles us. It forces us to see ourselves not as masters, but as one species among many, not as the culmination of the evolution, but as a single branch on a much larger tree. Second, it raises questions about contact. If they exist, why have they not revealed themselves? Why do they remain hidden, appearing only in glimpses and whispers? The answer might be simple. They do not trust us. And why would they? Look at what we have done to the ocean. We have treated it as a dumping ground, filling it with plastic and chemicals, draining it of life through overfishing, destroying coral reefs and coastlines, pumping oil from the seabed and spilling it into the water. We've taken from the ocean without giving back, exploited it without understanding it, polluted it without remorse. If an ancient civilization lives beneath the waves, they have witnessed all of this. They have seen humanity's capacity for destruction, our disregard for the environment, our inability to live in balance with the world around us. They have watched us wage wars, develop weapons capable of annihilating entire populations, poison the very air and water we need to survive, and they have made a choice to stay hidden. Not because they fear us. They have survived for thousands of years in the most extreme environment on Earth, but because they have learned that revealing themselves would accomplish nothing. We are not ready. We would exploit them, weaponize them, turn them into enemies or commodities. We would do to them what we've done to everything else. Or perhaps the reason is even simpler. They do not care. They have moved beyond the concerns of the surface world, built a society that functions without us, evolved past the need for contact or conflict. The ocean is vast enough for both civilizations to exist without interfering with each other. They have their realm, we have ours. They have chosen isolation, not out of fear or distrust, but out of indifference, content in their hidden cities, uninterested in the struggles of a species that chose a different path. But there is another possibility, one that is both hopeful and terrifying. They are waiting for us to mature, to evolve, to reach a point where contact would be meaningful rather than catastrophic, waiting for us to stop destroying the planet and start understanding it, waiting for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to enter their world without collapsing under the pressure, literal and metaphorical. And if that is true, it means that everything we do, every choice we make regarding the ocean, regarding the environment, regarding our future is being observed. It means we are being judged, and the verdict will determine whether the first civilization ever reveals itself or whether it remains hidden forever, watching as we repeat the mistakes that may have driven them beneath the waves in the first place. There is also the question of what we would do if contact were made. If tomorrow a delegation from the deep emerged, surfacing in full view of the world, announcing their existence and offering proof, what would happen? How would humanity react? The optimists believe it would unite us, that the revelation of another intelligent civilization would force humanity to set aside its differences, to recognize that we are all part of the same species, the same planet, the same story. That we would work together to establish communication, to learn from them, to build a new relationship based on mutual respect and curiosity. That it would be the beginning of a new era, a merging of two worlds, a partnership that could solve the problems neither civilization could solve alone. The pessimists see something darker. They believe it would trigger panic, fear, conflict, that governments would scramble to control the narrative, to weaponize the discovery, to exploit the technology and knowledge of the underwater civilization for military advantage. That religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the existence of another intelligent species with their doctrines. That conspiracy theorists would claim the underwater civilization had been secretly controlling world events all along. That nations would compete to make contact first, to claim exclusive rights, to turn discovery into dominance. That humanity would do what it has always done, react with suspicion, aggression, and self-interest. The realists suspect it would be somewhere in between. Some would embrace the revelation. Others would reject it. Some would see opportunity. Others would see threat. The world would fracture along familiar lines. Those who seek to understand and those who seek to control. Those who welcome the unknown and those who fear it. There would be debates, protests, international summits, treaties proposed and ignored. Scientists would demand access for research. Militaries would prepare for conflict just in case. Corporations would calculate profit margins, and through it all the first civilization would watch, observing our response, deciding whether they made the right choice in revealing themselves or whether they should have remained hidden after all. But perhaps the most profound impact would not be political or economic or scientific. It would be philosophical. The existence of another civilization, one that survived a cataclysm, adapted to an alien environment, and built a society in the deep, would prove that life is more resilient than we thought. That intelligence can take many forms. That survival is not about dominating the environment, but about harmonizing with it. That the choices we make today determine not just our future, but whether we have a future at all. The first civilization, if it exists, is a mirror. It reflects what we could become if we adapted instead of resisted, if we descended instead of fled, if we chose transformation over extinction. It shows us that the end of one world can be the beginning of another, that catastrophe does not have to mean annihilation, that civilization can survive even when everything changes. But it also shows us the cost: isolation, separation from the light, a life lived in the cold and the dark, forever cut off from the sun and the stars and the warmth of the surface. Is that a price worth paying? Would we make the same choice if faced with the same circumstances, or would we fight to the last, clinging to the world we know, refusing to adapt, believing that somehow we can bend the planet to our will, rather than bending ourselves to fit the planet? The ocean does not care about these questions. It existed long before humanity, and it will exist long after. It does not judge, does not take sides, does not favour one species over another. It simply is. Vast, deep, patient, eternal, and in its depths it holds secrets that may never be revealed, mysteries that may never be solved, possibilities that may never be confirmed. But the ocean also connects. Every drop of water that falls as rain eventually finds its way to the sea. Every river, every stream, every underground aquifer, all roads lead to the ocean. It is the circulatory system of the planet, the medium through which life flows, the cradle from which all life emerged and to which all life returns. We are made of water, our bodies echoing the salinity of the ancient seas. We carry the ocean within us, in our blood and our cells and our tears. We are, in a sense, creatures of the deep, even if we live on the surface. And perhaps that is why the idea of an underwater civilization haunts us so deeply. It is not just about discovering something external, something other. It is about reconnecting with something we lost, something we left behind when we crawled onto land and forgot where we came from. The ocean is our origin, and the thought that part of humanity might have returned to it, might still live within it, is the thought of a reunion, a coming home. There are those who believe that the future of humanity lies not on land but in the sea, that as climate change accelerates, as sea levels rise, as coastal cities flood and temperatures soar, we will be forced to adapt just as the first civilization may have adapted, that we will build floating cities, underwater habitats, structures that move with the currents and draw energy from the tides, that we will learn to live in harmony with the ocean rather than in opposition to it, that we will, in a sense, return to the sea, completing a cycle that began billions of years ago when the first organisms swam in the primordial waters. If that future comes to pass, we may one day meet the first civilization not as strangers but as neighbours. We may descend into the deep and find them waiting, no longer hidden but ready to welcome us, to teach us, to share the knowledge they have accumulated over millennia. We may discover that they have been preparing for this moment, knowing that eventually, inevitably, humanity would be forced to leave the land and join them below. That they have been patient, watching and waiting, ready to extend a hand when we finally arrive. Or we may descend and find nothing, no cities, no technology, no ancient beings waiting in the dark. We may find only rock and water, creatures that swim and hunt and die, the natural world in all its beauty and brutality, but nothing more. We may confirm that the myths were only myths, that the anomalies were only misunderstandings, that the sounds were only ice and stone. We may prove, once and for all, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, that the ocean holds no secrets beyond the ones we have already discovered. But even then, the mystery will remain, because the ocean is too vast, too deep, too unknowable for us to ever search every corner, to ever say with certainty that nothing is there. There will always be trenches we have not explored, canyons we have not mapped, depths we have not reached. There will always be the possibility, however remote, that somewhere in the darkness something waits, something ancient, something intelligent, something that has been there all along, hidden just beyond the reach of our instruments and our understanding. Let us imagine then a final scenario, not as fact, not as prediction, but as thought experiment. Let us imagine that one day humanity finally makes contact, not through sonar or submarines, not through chance encounters or fleeting glimpses, but through deliberate, unmistakable communication. The first civilization decides the time has come. They surface, not literally perhaps, but digitally, broadcasting a signal that cannot be ignored, a message that reaches every nation, every screen, every device on the planet simultaneously. The message is simple. We are here. We have always been here. And we are ready to talk. The world stops. Everything else becomes irrelevant. Politics, economics, entertainment, conflict. Humanity fixates on a single question. What do they want? The answer comes quickly. They want nothing. Or rather, they want only what we can freely give: recognition. They are not interested in conquest or trade or sharing technology. They do not need our resources. They do not fear our weapons. They simply want to be acknowledged, to end the isolation, to establish a relationship based not on dominance or dependence, but on mutual existence. Two civilizations sharing one planet, living in separate worlds, but connected by history and by the ocean that links all things. Ambassadors are chosen. Submersibles are prepared. The first humans descend to meet them, not as invaders but as guests, guided by coordinates provided in the message. The journey takes hours, sinking past the sunlight zone through the twilight, into the midnight depths where no natural light penetrates. And then, in the distance, a glow appears, not harsh, not artificial, but soft and organic, pulsing with life. The city is nothing like what we imagined. It is not built of metal or concrete, but of living material, coral-like structures that breathe and grow, pathways that shift and flow with the currents. Bioluminescent organisms line the streets, casting gentle light in shades of blue and green and violet. Beings move through the water, humanoid in shape but adapted, their bodies streamlined, their skin reflecting light in patterns that shift with meaning. They communicate not with words but with colour and movement, a language more akin to music than speech, and they welcome us, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet acceptance, as if they have been expecting this moment for a very long time. They show us their world, the gardens where they cultivate food, the energy stations built around hydrothermal vents, the archives where they have preserved their history, carved into stone and encoded in DNA. They tell us their story, how they survived the floods, how they chose the ocean, how they built a new civilization in the deep, and they ask us about ours, how we lived, how we struggled, what we learned. The exchange is cautious at first, tentative. Trust must be earned on both sides. But slowly, over months and years, a relationship forms, not a merging, not an alliance, but an acknowledgement. Two ways of living, two responses to the same planet, coexisting. We do not become them. They do not become us. But we learn from each other. They teach us about sustainability, about living within limits, about adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt. We share our art, our music, our stories, the things that define us beyond survival. And perhaps, in time, the boundary between surface and deep begins to blur. Perhaps humans venture further into the ocean, not to exploit but to understand. Perhaps some choose to stay, to join the underwater civilization, to undergo the transformations necessary to live in the deep. Perhaps members of the first civilization choose to visit the surface, to experience the sun and the wind, to walk on land for the first time in millennia. Perhaps children are born who belong to both worlds, equally comfortable in air and water, bridging the divide. Or perhaps it does not go that way at all. Perhaps contact is brief, cordial, and final. Perhaps the first civilization shares what they are willing to share, listens to what we have to say, and then retreats back into the deep, closing the door behind them. Perhaps they decide that coexistence is impossible, that our two species are too different, that the risk of conflict outweighs the benefit of communication. Perhaps they leave us with a warning, protect the ocean or lose it, respect the deep or face the consequences. And then they disappear, and we are left to wonder if they are still there, watching, or if they have moved deeper still, beyond our reach, into places we will never find. But this is all speculation, imagination, a story we tell ourselves because the alternative, that the ocean is empty, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, is somehow less interesting, less wondrous, less comforting. We want the mystery. We need it. Because mystery is hope. It is the possibility that there is more to the world than what we see, more to existence than what we understand, more to the story than what we have been told. The first civilization may not exist, probably does not exist. Logic and evidence suggest that the structures are natural, the sounds are geological, the myths are metaphors, that we are alone on this planet, the only species to achieve technological civilization, the only ones asking these questions. And if that is true, it places an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. It means we are the custodians of this world, the only ones who can choose its future. It means the ocean is ours to protect or destroy, and the choice will define not just our survival, but the survival of everything that lives within it. But what if we are wrong? What if the absence of proof is not proof of absence? What if the first civilization is there, hidden in the places we have not looked, living in ways we have not imagined, waiting for us to be ready? What if the ocean holds not just the history of life on Earth, but the future of intelligence itself? These questions do not demand answers. They demand attention. They demand that we take the ocean seriously, that we explore it with respect rather than arrogance, that we listen to its rhythms and learn its secrets. They demand that we recognize our ignorance, acknowledge the limits of our knowledge, and approach the unknown with humility and wonder. Because whether the first civilization exists or not, the ocean remains. It remains vast, deep, powerful, alive. It remains the largest habitat on the planet, the source of weather and climate, the foundation of the food chain, the engine of life itself. It remains mostly unexplored, mostly misunderstood, mostly taken for granted, and it remains, in a very real sense, our future. As the land becomes more crowded, more hostile, more degraded, the ocean offers space and resources and possibilities. It offers a frontier, a challenge, a chance to reimagine what civilization can be. And perhaps that is the real lesson of the first civilization, whether they exist or not. That survival is not about clinging to the past, but about adapting to the future. That catastrophe can be an ending or a beginning, that when the world changes we can change with it, or be left behind. That the difference between extinction and evolution is the willingness to descend into the unknown, to embrace transformation, to let go of what we were and become what we must be. The ocean teaches this lesson every day. It is a place of constant change, where creatures evolve in the darkness, where ecosystems thrive in the most extreme conditions, where life persists against all odds. It is a place of death and birth, destruction and creation, endings and beginnings. It is a place where the past is buried and the future is born, and it is a place perhaps where another version of humanity learned these lessons long ago and chose a different path, a path that led not to the stars but to the depths, not to conquest but to harmony, not to extinction but to survival. We may never know if they are there, but we can choose to live as if they are. We can choose to treat the ocean with the respect it deserves, to protect it rather than exploit it, to explore it with wonder rather than greed. We can choose to see the deep not as an empty void, but as a living world, full of mystery and possibility, deserving of care and attention. We can choose to believe that we're not alone, that something ancient and wise might be watching, judging, waiting to see what we will do. And maybe, just maybe, if we make the right choices, if we prove ourselves worthy, the ocean will reveal its secrets. The first civilization will emerge from the deep, not to conquer but to connect, not to judge but to welcome. And we will finally understand that the Earth has always been a planet of two worlds, the surface and the deep, the land and the sea, the known and the unknown, and that we belong to both. Until then, the mystery endures, the ocean breathes, the depths remain unexplored, and somewhere, in the darkest trenches and the hidden canyons, in the places where light cannot reach and pressure crushes everything but life itself, something might be stirring, something might be waiting, something might be watching, and the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea. But let us go deeper. Let us move past the question of whether they exist and ask instead, how? How could a human civilization, or something that was once human, survive beneath the ocean? What would the transformation require? What biological miracles, what technological leaps, what desperate adaptations would be necessary to leave the surface behind and build a life in the crushing darkness of the deep? The answer begins with evolution, but not the slow, patient evolution that takes millions of years. It begins with crisis, with necessity, with a choice made at the edge of extinction: adapt or die. Imagine the moment. The waters are rising, the ice sheets are melting, the coastlines where your civilization has thrived for generations are disappearing beneath the waves. You watch your cities flood, your farmlands drown, your monuments to permanence proven temporary. You have a choice. You can flee inland, competing with other survivors for dwindling land, fighting wars over what remains. Or you can do something unprecedented, something desperate. You can follow the water down. But humans cannot breathe underwater. We cannot withstand the pressure at depth. Our bodies are designed for air, for warmth, for light. To survive in the ocean would require us to become something else. And perhaps, just perhaps, an ancient civilization possessed the knowledge to make that transformation possible. Consider what we know about the human body. We are more aquatic than we admit. Human fetuses develop in amniotic fluid, a saltwater environment that mirrors the ocean. Newborns can instinctively hold their breath underwater, a reflex called the bradycardic response that slows the heart and redirects oxygen to vital organs. We lose this ability as we age, but it proves that our biology remembers the water, carries instructions for aquatic survival buried in our DNA. Free divers have pushed the limits of human aquatic adaptation. They can hold their breath for over 10 minutes, dive to depths exceeding 700 feet on a single breath. Their bodies responding to pressure and oxygen deprivation in ways that seem superhuman. Their spleens contract, releasing stored red blood cells. Their heart rates drop to as low as 14 beats per minute. Blood shifts from the extremities to the core, protecting vital organs. Their lungs compress to the size of fists, yet do not collapse. The human body, it turns out, is more capable of aquatic adaptation than we ever imagined. But free diving is temporary. To live underwater permanently would require something more. Gills, perhaps. Biological structures capable of extracting oxygen directly from water. This sounds like science fiction, but nature has provided blueprints. Some amphibians can breathe through their skin, absorbing oxygen directly from water. Certain fish have developed bimodal respiration, using both gills and primitive lungs, and human technology has begun to experiment with liquid breathing, using oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon fluids that can fill the lungs and sustain life. It is crude, experimental, uncomfortable, but it works. The mice survived. The dogs survived. And if an ancient civilization possessed biotechnology more advanced than ours, if they understood genetic manipulation in ways we are only beginning to grasp, could they have re-engineered themselves? Could they have given themselves gills, or lungs that could process water, or skin that could breathe? Then there is pressure. At the ocean surface, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. For every 33 feet of depth, that pressure increases by another atmosphere. At 1,000 feet, the pressure is crushing, over 30 atmospheres, enough to compress air to a fraction of its volume, to rupture human lungs, to turn nitrogen in the bloodstream into a poison. At the deepest points of the ocean, 7 miles down, the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. It would crumple a human body like paper. But again, nature shows us that adaptation is possible. Deep-sea fish have no air pockets, no swim bladders that would collapse under pressure. Their bodies are filled with water, making them neutrally buoyant, equalizing internal and external pressure. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain flexible under conditions that would solidify normal fats. Their proteins are structured to function in the cold and crushing environment where ordinary enzymes would fail. They are not fighting the pressure, they are living with it, their entire biology redesigned for the deep. Could humans do the same? Could an ancient civilization have bioengineered themselves, removing air pockets from their bodies, restructuring their tissues to withstand pressure, redesigning their biochemistry for life at depth? It would require knowledge we do not possess, technology we cannot imagine. But if such knowledge existed in the distant past, if a pre-flood civilization had mastered genetics and biological engineering, then the transformation would be possible. Difficult, perhaps irreversible, certainly terrifying, but possible. And then there is temperature. The deep ocean is cold, hovering just above freezing in most places. Surface-dwelling humans would die of hypothermia within minutes. But again, adaptation exists. Seals and whales maintain body heat through thick layers of blubber, through countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers that minimize heat loss. Some fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood. The human body can adapt to cold through repeated exposure, increasing brown fat deposits, improving circulation. And an underwater civilization could go further, engineering biological insulation, developing metabolic processes that generate more heat, or even embracing the cold, allowing their body temperature to drop, slowing their metabolism, living in a state between warm-blooded and cold-blooded existence. The transformation would not be easy. It would require generations, perhaps. The first volunteers would be pioneers, test subjects, martyrs. Some would fail, their bodies rejecting the changes, unable to adapt, but some would succeed, and their children would be born different, more adapted, carrying the modifications in their genes, and their children's children would be more adapted still. Natural selection would accelerate the process, favouring those who could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, withstand greater pressure and cold. Within a few generations, they would no longer be quite human. Within a few more, they would be something else entirely. A new species, born from necessity, shaped by the ocean, belonging to the deep. But biology alone would not be enough. They would need technology as well. Shelters that could withstand the pressure and provide stable environments, energy sources to power their cities, food production systems to sustain a population, communication methods that worked underwater, transportation that could move through the viscous resistance of water at depth. They would need to build an entire technological infrastructure from scratch, one suited to an environment fundamentally hostile to the civilization they once knew. And perhaps they succeeded. Perhaps the ruins we find, Yonaguni, the structures off India, the anomalies detected by sonar, are not from surface civilizations that sank, but from the first attempts at underwater construction. Practice runs, prototypes, the early experiments of a civilization learning to build in a new world, and perhaps deeper down, in the places we have never explored, the real cities exist, the successful ones, the ones that have lasted for millennia, hidden and thriving beyond our reach. If such a civilization exists, they would not be alone in the deep. The ocean is full of intelligent life, creatures with complex behaviors, sophisticated communication, problem-solving abilities that rival our own. And if an underwater civilization has been living in the ocean for thousands of years, they would have encountered these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even formed relationships with them. Consider the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. These are not simple animals. They possess large, complex brains, some even larger than human brains when adjusted for body size. They live in social groups, with cultures that vary between populations. They communicate using sophisticated vocalizations, dialects that differ between regions, names for individuals, possibly even grammar and syntax. They demonstrate self-awareness, passing the mirror test, recognizing themselves as distinct entities. They show empathy, helping injured members of their pod, even assisting other species. They mourn their dead, carrying deceased calves for days, refusing to let go. Whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles through the ocean, complex compositions that change over time, evolving like human music, spreading through populations as whales learn new patterns from each other. Scientists have recorded whales from different oceans converging on migration routes and exchanging songs, a global network of acoustic culture spanning the planet. We do not fully understand what they are saying, but we know it is meaningful, deliberate, sophisticated. They are telling each other something. The question is, what? And more importantly, could they be talking to someone else? Could an underwater civilization have learned the language of whales, communicated with them, formed an alliance or understanding? Whales migrate across vast distances, travelling routes that span entire oceans. They dive to great depths, exploring regions humans have never reached. They would make ideal scouts, messengers, intermediaries between a hidden civilization and the surface world. And there are stories, ancient and modern, of whales behaving strangely, of dolphins guiding lost sailors to shore, of orcas protecting humans from sharks, of cetaceans approaching humans with what seems like curiosity, intelligence, intention. In 2012, a humpback whale was found entangled in fishing nets off the coast of California, drowning under the weight of hundreds of pounds of line and gear. A team of divers went down to free it, cutting through the nets with knives, working carefully to avoid the whale's powerful tail. It was dangerous work. The whale could have killed them with a single movement. But it remained still, seeming to understand that the divers were helping, and when the last net was cut away, when the whale was finally free, it did something unexpected. It swam to each diver individually, making eye contact, gently touching them with its fins, as if expressing gratitude. The divers reported feeling an intelligence behind those eyes, a presence that was aware, deliberate, communicative. One diver described it as the most profound moment of his life, like being acknowledged by another person. Could such intelligence be natural? Or could cetaceans have been taught, guided, elevated by contact with an underwater civilization? Could they serve as the eyes and ears of the deep, reporting back to their hidden allies, watching the surface dwellers, carrying messages between two worlds? Then there are the cephalopods, octopuses, squid, cuttlefish, creatures so alien in their intelligence that scientists debate whether they are even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. Their nervous systems are decentralized, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms, allowing each limb to act semi-independently. An octopus does not think with a single brain, but with 9, 1 central brain and 8 peripheral ones, a distributed intelligence that perceives and processes the world differently than any vertebrate, and they communicate not with sound but with light. Their skin contains millions of chromatophores, cells that can change colour and pattern in milliseconds, creating displays of astonishing complexity. An octopus can turn its entire body into a moving canvas, generating ripples of colour, textures that mimic rocks or coral, patterns that pulse and shift. Scientists believe this is primarily for camouflage and mating displays, but some researchers suspect it might also be a form of communication, a visual language written directly on the skin, too fast and complex for humans to decode. Imagine an underwater civilization that had learned this language, that could communicate with cephalopods using bioluminescent displays, patterns of light and colour conveying meaning. Imagine octopuses serving as spies or scouts, their boneless bodies capable of squeezing through impossibly tight spaces, their intelligence allowing them to solve problems, open containers, manipulate objects. Imagine giant squid, creatures of nightmare size, serving as guardians of deep-sea cities, their presence keeping curious humans away, their rare appearances on the surface generating legends of sea monsters. There are accounts, dismissed as folklore, of fishermen encountering octopuses that behaved with unnatural intelligence, that seemed to recognize traps and avoid them, that appeared to deliberately sabotage nets, that left markings or arrangements of stones that looked almost intentional, almost like messages. Most scientists attribute this to anthropomorphism, to humans seeing intelligence where there is only instinct. But what if some of those accounts were accurate? What if some cephalopods have been taught, trained, enlisted by a civilization that understands them better than we do? And then there are the unknowns. The ocean is full of creatures we have seen only rarely or not at all. Giant squid, reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, have been photographed alive only a handful of times. Colossal squid, even larger, are known only from carcasses that wash ashore or are found in the stomachs of sperm whales. What else exists in the deep that we have never seen? What other intelligences might swim in the darkness, undetected, uncategorized, unknown? Sonar has detected massive organisms moving through the ocean, organisms too large to be any known species. Fishermen tell stories of encounters with creatures that should not exist. Fish with strange proportions, eels of impossible length, things that defied classification. Most are explained away as misidentifications, exaggerations, hoaxes, but not all. Some remain mysteries. Some suggest that the ocean holds biodiversity we cannot imagine, species that live their entire lives in regions we never visit, creatures adapted to environments we have never studied. If an underwater civilization exists, they would know these creatures. They would have catalogued them, studied them, perhaps domesticated or befriended them. They would possess knowledge of marine biology that would make our scientific understanding look primitive, and they might use that knowledge in ways we cannot predict, engineering new species, forming symbiotic relationships, integrating life and technology in ways that blur the boundary between biology and machine. But where? Where could such a civilization hide? The ocean is vast, but it is not infinite. We have satellites that map the surface, sonar that penetrates the depths, submarines that explore the trenches. Surely we would have found something, some structure, some signal, some undeniable proof. Unless they are hiding in places we cannot easily search, unless they have chosen locations so remote, so hostile, so inaccessible that even our best technology struggles to reach them. The Mariana Trench is the most obvious candidate. It is the deepest place on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Only 4 descents to the bottom have ever been made, 3 manned, 1 unmanned. The most recent was in 2019, and even with modern technology, the journey took 4 hours of descent through absolute darkness, the pressure increasing with every meter, the temperature dropping to just above freezing. At the bottom, The pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level, 16,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush almost anything. But life exists there. The first explorers to reach the bottom found fish, amphipods, sea cucumbers, creatures living in conditions that should be lethal. If life can exist at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, could civilization? Could a city be built there, carved into the rock, powered by geothermal vents, protected from the surface by miles of water and darkness? The trench is over 1,500 miles long and 43 miles wide. Most of it has never been explored in detail. We have better maps of Mars than we do of the Mariana Trench. If something were hidden there, we might never find it. Then there are the mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain ranges where tectonic plates pull apart, creating volcanic activity and hydrothermal vents. These ridges stretch for over 40,000 miles across the ocean floor, forming the longest mountain range on the planet. They are tectonically active, unstable, prone to earthquakes and eruptions. But they are also rich in energy and minerals, producing heat and chemicals that support thriving ecosystems. A civilization that learned to harness geothermal energy could build cities along these ridges, drawing power from the Earth itself, using volcanic heat to generate electricity, to warm their habitats, to support life. Most mid-ocean ridges are poorly mapped. They lie at depths of 8,000 to 10,000 feet, beyond the reach of casual exploration. The water is too deep for conventional diving, the terrain too rugged for easy navigation, and the volcanic activity creates constant change. New rock forming, old structures buried, the landscape shifting over time. If a civilization built along the ridges, their cities would be constantly evolving, adapting to the dynamic environment hidden among the natural formations, indistinguishable from the geology unless you knew what to look for. There are also the abyssal plains, vast flat expanses of ocean floor that cover more than half the planet's surface. These are some of the least explored places on Earth, featureless landscapes of sediment and rock lying at depths of 10,000 to 20,000 feet. They are cold, dark and seemingly empty, which is precisely why they're perfect for hiding. No one explores empty plains. No one looks for cities in barren wastelands. But beneath the sediment, hidden under layers of mud and debris accumulated over millennia, structures could exist. Entire civilizations could be buried there, waiting to be discovered, invisible to sonar, protected by the very emptiness that makes them seem uninteresting. And then there are the underwater cave systems. Caves exist throughout the ocean floor, formed by lava tubes, limestone erosion, tectonic fractures. Some are small, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Others are vast, extending for miles through the rock, creating labyrinths of passages and chambers. The Bahamas alone contain thousands of underwater caves, many of which have never been fully explored. Some connect to underground river systems, creating networks that extend beneath islands and even beneath the continental shelf. In Mexico, divers have explored cenotes, sinkholes that connect to massive underground cave systems, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These caves contain fresh water, even far from shore, creating unique environments where fresh and salt water mix. And they contain artifacts, evidence of ancient human activity, bones, pottery, tools, suggesting that people explored these caves thousands of years ago, before rising sea levels flooded them. But the caves extend deeper than any diver has reached, down into darkness where no light penetrates, where the passages narrow and twist, where getting lost means never being found. Could an underwater civilization have made their home in these cave systems? Could they have found or created chambers deep within the rock, protected from the open ocean, insulated from temperature fluctuations, hidden from sonar and detection? Caves would provide natural shelter, stable environments, protection from surface threats, and if the caves connected to geothermal sources or underground aquifers, they could provide energy and fresh water as well. There is also Antarctica. The continent is surrounded by frigid ocean, much of it covered by ice shelves, massive platforms of ice floating on the sea, some hundreds of feet thick. Beneath these ice shelves, in the space between the ice and the ocean floor, exists an environment we have barely begun to explore. It is dark, cold, and hostile, but it is also stable, protected from storms and surface activity, isolated from human observation. In recent years, scientists drilling through the ice have discovered ecosystems beneath the Antarctic ice, shelves, communities of fish, amphipods, and other creatures living in near-freezing water, feeding on nutrients carried by ocean currents. Some of these creatures have been found hundreds of miles from the edge of the ice shelf, living in total darkness, far from any obvious food source. How they survive remains a mystery, but their existence proves that life can thrive in the most unlikely places. Could a civilization exist there, hidden beneath the ice, using the shelf as a roof, drawing heat from volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor? Antarctica has active volcanoes, some beneath the ice, creating pockets of warmth in the frozen continent. And the ice shelf is constantly shifting, calving, breaking apart and reforming. Any structures beneath it would be hidden from satellites, protected from ships, accessible only through the water, in an environment so hostile that few humans would willingly venture there. And finally, there are the seamounts, underwater mountains that rise from the ocean floor but do not break the surface. There are estimated to be over 100,000 seamounts in the world's oceans, most of them unmapped, unexplored, unknown. Some are volcanic, still active, releasing heat and gases. Others are ancient, extinct, covered in corals and sediment. They create unique environments, disrupting ocean currents, generating upwelling that brings nutrients to the surface, supporting diverse ecosystems. But seamounts also create natural fortresses. Their slopes are steep, their peaks sometimes thousands of feet below the surface, surrounded by deep water. A city built on or within a seamount would be difficult to detect, protected by depth and geography, blending with the natural structure. And if the seamount were volcanic, it could provide energy and heat, making it an ideal location for a hidden civilization. The locations exist, the biological adaptations are possible, the technology is conceivable. But none of this proves that an underwater civilization exists. It only proves that existence is plausible, that the ocean contains spaces vast and hidden, enough to conceal an entire society, that nature provides mechanisms for adaptation and survival, that the question of how has answers, even if the question of whether remains unanswered. But plausibility is not proof, and the skeptic in all of us demands more. We need evidence, not speculation. We need data, not stories. We need something concrete, something undeniable, something that cannot be explained away. And yet, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is merely evidence of not looking, or not looking hard enough, or not looking in the right places. The ocean covers 71% of the planet. We have explored less than 5% of it in any detail. The remaining 95% is unknown, unmapped, unseen. That is an area larger than all the continents combined. a space vast enough to contain entire worlds, civilizations, ecosystems we cannot imagine. We have sent probes to Mars, rovers to the surface of distant worlds, telescopes into the depths of space. We have mapped the surfaces of moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn, but we have not mapped the floor of our own ocean. We have not explored our own deep trenches. We have not catalogued the creatures that live there, the structures that exist, the mysteries waiting to be discovered. Why? Because the ocean is hard. It is hostile, dangerous, expensive to explore. Space is easier. The vacuum is predictable. Pressure decreases as you go higher, not increases. There is no corrosion, no currents, no life to interfere with instruments. Space is clean. The ocean is messy. But the ocean is also here. It is part of our planet, part of our history, part of our future. And if there are secrets hidden in the deep, if there is a civilization watching us from below, we will only find them by looking, by descending, by asking the questions that seem crazy, impossible, absurd, by admitting that we do not know what is down there, and that not knowing is both terrifying and thrilling. Because in the end, the ocean is a mirror. It reflects our curiosity and our fear, our ambition and our limits, our desire to understand and our willingness to remain ignorant. We can choose to believe it is empty, that we are alone, that the mysteries are just geology and biology and nothing more. Or we can choose to wonder, to imagine, to accept that the universe is stranger than we think, that our planet holds secrets we have barely begun to uncover, that intelligence might exist in forms and places we never expected. The first civilization may be a myth, but myths persist for a reason. They point to truths we sense but cannot prove, to possibilities we feel but cannot confirm, to stories that resonate because some part of us knows, or wants to believe, that they might be real. And so the ocean waits, deep and dark and patient, full of wonders and terrors, mysteries and revelations known and unknown. And somewhere in those depths, in the places we have never been, in the trenches and caves and mountains beneath the waves, something might be waiting, something ancient, something watching, something that remembers when we were one people, one civilization, before the flood divided us, before the waters rose, before half of humanity descended into the deep and disappeared from history. Or perhaps nothing is there. Perhaps the ocean is exactly what it seems, a wilderness of water and life, beautiful and brutal, but empty of intelligence beyond what nature has already given it. Perhaps we're alone, the only civilization on this planet, the only ones asking these questions, the only ones wondering what lies beneath. But we will not know until we look, and looking, truly looking, deeply looking, humbly looking, might be the most important thing we ever do. Not because we will find the first civilization, but because we will find the ocean, and in finding the ocean, we will find ourselves. But if they exist, what would they have become? Not just biologically, not just geographically, but culturally, psychologically, spiritually. How would living in the deep for thousands of years change not just their bodies, but their minds, their values, their understanding of existence itself? The environment shapes consciousness. This is not metaphor, but fact, demonstrated across every culture that has ever existed. Desert peoples develop different worldviews than forest peoples. Island cultures think differently than continental ones. The landscape seeps into language, into art, into the fundamental structure of thought, and the ocean, vast, dark, three-dimensional, timeless, would shape consciousness in ways we can barely comprehend. First, there is the question of time. On the surface, we measure our lives by the sun. Days and nights, seasons and years, the rhythm of light and dark that governs agriculture, sleep, activity, ritual. Our calendars are solar. Our clocks divide the day into hours determined by the Earth's rotation. Our entire conception of time is built on the presence of the sun. But in the deep ocean, there is no sun, no day, no night, no seasons. The temperature remains constant. The darkness is absolute. The only rhythms are those of the tides, subtle shifts in current and pressure that mark the moon's passage overhead, but nothing like the dramatic transition from day to night. Time in the deep becomes something else. Not cyclical, but flowing. Not measured, but felt. Not divided into discrete units, but experienced as a continuous present. An underwater civilization would have no need for clocks as we understand them. No alarm clocks to wake them. No schedules tied to sunrise or sunset. No division of activity between day work and night rest. They would live in perpetual twilight, their circadian rhythms either abandoned or fundamentally altered. They might sleep when tired, work when inspired, gather when moved to do so, following internal rhythms divorced from the sun's tyranny. And without the sun to mark the passage of years, without seasons to structure agricultural cycles, how would they measure age? How would they mark birthdays, commemorate anniversaries, remember the dead? Perhaps they would not. Perhaps their conception of personal identity would be less fixed, more fluid, less tied to the accumulation of years and more to the accumulation of experience. Perhaps they would measure life not in time but in depth. How far you have descended, what pressures you have survived, what darkness you have explored. The absence of the sun would reshape their art as well. On the surface, human art has always been obsessed with light. Paintings that capture the play of sunlight on water, on skin, on landscapes. Sculpture that exists to be seen, to catch light and cast shadow. Architecture designed around windows, around the entry of natural light. But in the deep, visual art as we know it would be impossible, or rather, it would take entirely different forms. They would become masters of bioluminescence. Their cities would glow with living light, organisms cultivated and bred for their luminosity, arranged in patterns that shift and pulse with meaning. Buildings that breathe light, pathways that guide through colour gradients, public spaces that dim and brighten with the collective mood of their inhabitants. Their art would not be static but dynamic, not preserved but performed, not viewed but experienced. And their music, what would it sound like? Sound travels differently in water, faster and farther than in air. Whale songs cross entire oceans, clicks and whistles carry for miles. An underwater civilization would have developed instruments and compositions suited to this medium, using frequencies and timbres impossible in air. Perhaps they would create symphonies that span hundreds of miles, compositions that take hours to pass from beginning to end, ensemble performances where musicians are separated by vast distances yet perfectly synchronized through the ocean's acoustic properties. Or perhaps they would not separate music from communication at all. Perhaps their language would be inherently musical, each sentence a melody, each conversation a duet, each gathering a chorus. Perhaps they would have retained or enhanced the colour-changing abilities of cephalopods, communicating through patterns of bioluminescence that dance across their skin, a visual language more information-dense than spoken words could ever be. Imagine a conversation where your entire body becomes an expression, where emotion and meaning are displayed simultaneously. where deception is nearly impossible because your thoughts are literally written on your skin. This would create a culture of radical transparency. On the surface, we hide ourselves behind clothes, behind facial expressions we've learned to control, behind words we choose carefully to conceal as much as reveal. We have developed elaborate social mechanisms for maintaining privacy, for presenting curated versions of ourselves to the world. But in a civilization where communication is visual and involuntary, where emotion displays itself automatically in waves of colour and light, privacy as we know it could not exist. How would that change them? Would they become more honest, more emotionally intelligent, more empathetic, forced to witness each other's inner states constantly? Or would they develop new forms of psychological distance, new ways of maintaining individual identity in the face of perpetual transparency? Perhaps they would value solitude more intensely than we do, needing regular periods of isolation to maintain sanity in a society where nothing is hidden. And what would they believe? What religions, what philosophies, what cosmologies would emerge from a civilization living in eternal darkness? On the surface, most human religions have centered around the sun, around light as metaphor for divinity, goodness, truth. Darkness is evil, ignorance, death. But in the deep, darkness is home. Darkness is safety. Darkness is where life happens. They might revere the darkness, see in it not absence but presence, the presence of depth, of mystery, of infinite possibility. They might view the surface not as a paradise lost, but as a harsh, exposed realm of dangerous light where nothing can hide, where the sun burns and blinds. They might tell their children cautionary tales about the terrible surface, where beings live flattened against a two-dimensional plane, where the sky is a hard limit you cannot penetrate, where light reveals everything and destroys the sacred mystery of the unknown. Or perhaps they would have moved beyond religion entirely. In the deep, surrounded by demonstrable wonders, bioluminescent creatures, volcanic vents spewing the building blocks of life, ecosystems sustained by chemistry rather than sunlight. Perhaps they would have developed a purely empirical worldview, a scientific spirituality that finds meaning in understanding rather than in worship. Perhaps their philosophers would be their biologists, their priests would be their engineers, their temples would be their laboratories. But more likely, they would have developed something we cannot imagine, a belief system shaped by experiences we have never had. What does it do to consciousness to live in 3 dimensions, not 2? On the surface, we are essentially planar creatures. We move forward and back, left and right, but vertical movement is limited and temporary. We climb, we jump, but gravity always pulls us back to the ground. Our cities are built on horizontal planes, our maps are flat, our sense of direction is cardinal, north, south, east, west. But in the ocean, there is no ground in the same sense. Movement is omnidirectional. Up and down are as natural as forward and back. Navigation becomes 3-dimensional. Spatial thinking becomes volumetric. How would this reshape cognition? How would it change mathematics, geometry, architecture, art? Perhaps they would have developed forms of spatial reasoning we cannot comprehend, seeing relationships and patterns invisible to surface-dwelling minds, constrained by 2-dimensional thinking. And what would they build? What would their technology look like? We imagine technology as hard, metal and plastic, circuits and screens, rigid structures that impose order on chaos. But that is surface thinking, shaped by our environment, where materials must be strong to resist gravity, where structures must be solid to stand against wind and weather. In the ocean, technology would take different forms. They would build with the ocean, not against it. Their structures would be organic, grown rather than constructed. We have already seen the beginnings of this on the surface. Scientists experimenting with mycelium construction, with bacteria that produce limestone, with coral reefs that can be guided and shaped. An underwater civilization would have perfected these techniques millennia ago. Imagine buildings that are alive, that grow and repair themselves, that breathe and metabolize. Cities built from modified coral, structures that expand as the population grows, that adapt to changing currents and pressures, that absorb nutrients from the water and process waste back into useful materials. Walls that are permeable membranes, filtering and purifying water, extracting oxygen, adjusting their porosity based on needs. Architecture that is biotechgy, where the boundary between life and infrastructure dissolves. Their energy would come from the earth itself. We know hydrothermal vents exist throughout the ocean floor, spewing superheated water rich in minerals and gases. These vents support entire ecosystems without sunlight, proving that life can thrive on geothermal energy alone. An underwater civilization would have learned to harness these vents, not just for heat but for electricity, for chemical synthesis, for industrial processes. Perhaps they would cultivate specialized bacteria that live around the vents, engineering them to produce specific compounds, to generate electricity through biochemical processes, to convert dissolved minerals into useful materials. Perhaps they would have developed biological batteries, organisms that store energy chemically, releasing it on demand, living power plants integrated into their city's metabolism. Perhaps their entire civilization would be a symbiotic system, a macroorganism where individual beings and the structures they inhabit and the organisms they cultivate all form a single, integrated whole. Transportation would be elegant, minimal, biomimetic. They would not need vehicles in the way we do, with bodies adapted for swimming, with the entire ocean as their highway. They would move through the water as fish do, efficiently, gracefully, following currents rather than fighting them. But for long distances, for carrying cargo, for moving large numbers of people, they would need something more. Perhaps they would have domesticated large marine animals, whales, sharks, even species we have never seen, creatures bred or genetically modified for transportation. Imagine riding within a whale, a symbiotic relationship where the creature provides transport and the riders provide direction, grooming, food supplementation. Or perhaps they would have developed living vessels, organisms grown and trained for specific purposes, that respond to chemical or electrical signals, that navigate using biological sonar, that are as much partners as vehicles. Or perhaps their transportation would be current-based. The ocean is crisscrossed with currents, rivers within the sea that flow with predictable patterns. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. These are highways that move water across entire oceans. An underwater civilization would have mapped these currents in exquisite detail, understanding their patterns, their seasonal variations, their connections. They would build their cities along major current systems, design their transportation networks around natural flows, using the ocean's own movement to travel vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. But what about manufacturing? What about tools, materials, objects? We build things from metal and plastic, materials that require intense heat to process, that rust or corrode in salt water. An underwater civilization could not smelt iron, could not refine oil, could not use most of the materials that define our technology. Instead, they would use what the ocean provides. ceramics made from silica and calcium compounds, harder than steel and impervious to corrosion, composites woven from kelp and algae fibers, flexible yet strong, biodegradable yet durable, glass formed from volcanic minerals, shaped by biological acids rather than by fire, and materials we cannot imagine, created through bioengineering and chemistry we have not yet discovered. Their tools would be biological. Why build a knife when you can grow one, shaping tooth or bone or shell into precise cutting edges? Why forge metal when you can culture organisms that secrete materials stronger than steel? Why manufacture electronics when you can breed organisms that process information, that transmit signals, that store and retrieve data through biological means? We're beginning to understand biological computing on the surface, DNA data storage, bacterial logic gates, neural networks that literally are neural. An underwater civilization would have taken this infinitely further. Their computers would be living things, possibly colonies of specialized organisms working in concert, processing information through biochemical reactions faster and more efficiently than silicon ever could. And they would have no need for our binary logic. Biology operates in spectrums, in gradients, in multidimensional possibility spaces. Their information technology would be fundamentally different from ours, based on principles we're only beginning to grasp. Quantum biological effects, electromagnetic field manipulation, chemical computation happening in parallel across millions of cells simultaneously. They would not think of data as discrete bits, but as flowing states, not of programs as linear instructions, but as emergent behaviors of complex systems. But perhaps the most profound difference would be in how they think about resources, about scarcity, about wealth and power. Surface civilization has been defined by competition over finite resources. Land is limited, so we fight wars to control territory. Freshwater is scarce in many regions, so we build infrastructure to capture and distribute it. Food must be grown or hunted, requiring labor and land. Fuel must be extracted, processed, transported. The entire structure of our economy, our politics, our conflicts, is built on managing scarcity. But in the ocean, scarcity looks different. There is no land to own. The ocean floor stretches for millions of square miles, most of it empty. There is no fresh water to fight over. If they have adapted to salt water, the entire ocean is their resource. Food is abundant near vents and upwelling zones, renewable, requiring no agriculture in the traditional sense. Space is three-dimensional and vast, eliminating the density constraints that create urban crowding. The scarcities would be different. Energy might be limited to areas near hydrothermal vents or volcanic activity. Certain minerals might be rare. Population might be constrained by the carrying capacity of vent ecosystems or by the complexity of maintaining biological infrastructure. But the fundamental competition over land and water that has driven surface history would not exist. This could create a fundamentally different social structure, perhaps one without the concept of property as we know it, perhaps without nations or borders, since there are no natural boundaries in the ocean, no rivers or mountains to define territories, perhaps without class hierarchies based on land ownership, since land ownership is meaningless when everyone lives in 3 dimensions and can simply move elsewhere. Or perhaps their conflicts would be even more intense, fought over things we consider valueless, particular current patterns, access to specific mineral deposits, proximity to energy-rich geological features. Perhaps their wars, if they have them, would be silent and invisible, fought with biological weapons we cannot imagine, with engineered diseases, with acoustic weapons that disorient or kill, with chemical releases that poison vast regions of ocean. We do not know. We cannot know. Because they are not us, and the ocean is not the land, and the forces that shape their civilization would be different from the forces that shaped ours. And what would they think of us? If they exist, if they watch us, what is their judgment? Perhaps they see us as children, reckless, destructive, playing with forces we do not understand. They watch us poison the ocean with our waste, collapse fish populations through our greed, acidify the water with our carbon emissions. They see us developing weapons that could end all life on the surface, waging wars over resources that will run out, building civilizations on coastlines that will inevitably flood. And they shake their heads, or whatever gesture they use for dismay, and think, they have not learned. They have not adapted. They are making all the mistakes we made, repeating the cycle that nearly destroyed us. Perhaps they pity us, trapped on the surface, confined to 2 dimensions, slaves to the sun's cycle, vulnerable to weather and climate and the slow violence of environmental collapse. They look at our cities, rigid, static, built in places that will soon be uninhabitable, and feel a sadness for a species that cannot see its own future, cannot make the hard choices necessary for survival. They remember when they were like us, when they lived in the light, and they remember the terror of the decision to descend, and they wonder if we will have the courage to make that choice when the time comes. Perhaps they fear us. They have built a hidden civilization precisely because they know what surface dwellers are capable of. They know our capacity for violence, for exploitation, for destroying what we do not understand. They have stayed hidden because they remember what happened when they were exposed, when they tried to coexist, when they believed that 2 civilizations could share one planet, and they learned, through tragedy, that we cannot be trusted, that we take more than we need, destroy more than we use, turn everything we touch into weapons or commodities. So they hide, and they watch, and they hope we never find them, because they know what will happen if we do. Or perhaps they have moved beyond caring. Perhaps they have lived in the deep so long, adapted so completely, that they no longer consider themselves related to us. We are surface creatures, air breathers, remnants of a world they left behind. They have become something new, something ocean-born, and we are as alien to them as jellyfish or plankton. They do not hate us or fear us or pity us. They simply observe us with the same detached curiosity we might observe an interesting bacterial culture, noting our behaviours, our patterns, our life cycle, but feeling no kinship, no responsibility, no connection. Or perhaps, and this is the most hopeful possibility, they wait for us with patience born of millennia, knowing that eventually we will be ready, that eventually we will exhaust the surface, destroy our current civilization, face the same choice they faced. And when that moment comes, when the waters rise and the land fails and humanity stands on the edge of extinction, they will reveal themselves, not to conquer or to judge, but to offer a hand, to say, we survived this, we made the transition, we can teach you, we can show you how to breathe water instead of air, how to live in darkness instead of light, how to build a civilization that lasts not centuries but millennia. Come, descend, join us, become what we became, survive. There are moments in history that make you wonder, events that do not quite make sense, that carry the whisper of outside influence, of invisible hands guiding outcomes. In 1968, the submarine USS Scorpion sank in the Atlantic Ocean with all hands lost. The official investigation concluded it was due to mechanical failure, possibly a torpedo malfunction. But the wreckage, when finally located, showed damage patterns that did not match the official explanation. Sections of the hull were crushed in ways suggesting external pressure, directional force, not internal explosion. Some researchers noted marks that looked almost like bite patterns, like something massive had gripped the submarine and squeezed. The Navy classified much of the evidence. The families of the sailors were told very little, and in the years since, occasional reports have surfaced from other submarine crews in that region. Reports of sonar contacts that moved impossibly fast, of sounds that seemed organic yet huge, of instruments malfunctioning in ways that suggested external electromagnetic interference. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just whispers in the deep. Or consider the strange rescue of the Essex, a whaling ship that sank in 1820 after being rammed by a whale, the incident that inspired Moby Dick. The survivors drifted in lifeboats for months, dying of thirst and starvation, resorting to cannibalism. But some survivors reported something that was never included in the official accounts, that on certain nights they saw lights beneath the water, organized patterns that moved in formations. That one survivor, delirious with thirst, swore he saw figures in the waves, humanoid but wrong, watching them with what seemed like judgment. The man was dismissed as mad, his testimony stricken from the record. But he insisted until his death that something had been watching them, deciding whether they deserved to be saved, ultimately choosing to let them suffer for the crime of killing whales. Or the lost city of Helike, a Greek city that sank into the sea in 373 BC during an earthquake. Ancient accounts describe the city being swallowed by the ocean, its buildings and inhabitants disappearing in a single night. But some accounts mention strange lights in the water after the city sank, sounds like singing coming from beneath the waves. Local fishermen refused to go near the site for generations, claiming that on quiet nights you could still hear the city, that it had not been destroyed but taken, absorbed by something beneath the ocean, its people transformed rather than drowned. These are stories, legends, accounts dismissed by historians as myth or madness, but they persist, they accumulate. And if you look at them together, if you map the locations and dates, patterns begin to emerge. Clusters of unusual events around deep ocean trenches, around volcanic regions, around areas of high seismic activity. As if something watches these places, as if something takes interest when surface events intersect with the deep. Consider the tsunami warning systems that sometimes activate with no earthquake, no obvious cause. Consider the mass strandings of whales and dolphins, dozens or hundreds beaching themselves simultaneously, their navigation systems apparently disrupted by something we cannot detect. Consider the sailors throughout history who reported being guided to safety by dolphins, by whales, by currents that seemed to flow contrary to natural patterns, carrying disabled ships to shore when they should have drifted out to sea. Coincidences? Natural phenomena we do not yet understand? Absolutely. Probably. Almost certainly. What if they are not? What if someone has been watching? What if the first civilization has been intervening in subtle ways, preventing certain disasters, allowing others, guiding surface history through gentle nudges invisible to those being guided? What if they have been testing us, measuring us, waiting to see if we will mature or destroy ourselves? We would never know. That is the genius of subtle influence. It looks like luck, like coincidence, like the natural chaos of a complex world. You cannot prove it. You can only wonder. And perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the question of whether the first civilization exists is less important than what the question does to us. How it changes us to consider the possibility. How it forces us to think differently about the ocean, about our place in the world, about the limits of our knowledge and the scope of our ignorance. The ocean teaches humility. It reminds us that we are small, that our civilization is young, that the planet existed for billions of years before us and will exist billions of years after. It reminds us that mysteries remain, that the world is not fully known, that our maps still have blank spaces, and those blank spaces contain depths we have barely begun to fathom, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps we do not need to find the first civilization to benefit from imagining them. Perhaps the very act of asking "what if" opens doors in our thinking, makes us more curious, more respectful, more aware of how much we do not know. Perhaps believing that someone might be watching makes us more careful with the ocean, more conscious of our impact, more willing to protect what we do not fully understand. Or perhaps it is more than belief. Perhaps it is recognition. Perhaps some part of us knows, on a level deeper than conscious thought, that we are not alone, that the ocean holds more than fish and salt, that somewhere in the crushing darkness, in the volcanic vents and abyssal plains, in the trenches that plunge deeper than mountains rise, something ancient endures. Something that remembers when the world was young and humanity was one and the choice had not yet been made between surface and deep, between light and darkness, between the civilization we became and the civilization they became. And perhaps, on quiet nights, when you stand at the edge of the ocean and stare out at the horizon, you feel it, a presence, a watching, a sense that the boundary between water and air is not a barrier but a membrane, thin and permeable, and that on the other side something looks back, something that knows you, something that waits. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and somewhere in its depths the first civilization lives, or lived, or might live, or will live when we finally descend to join them, completing the cycle, returning to the water from which we came, becoming what we were always meant to become. Or none of this is true, and the ocean is empty, and we are alone, and the mystery is simply the universe's way of reminding us that not everything can be known, not everything can be answered, not everything can be reduced to data and proof and certainty. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea itself. The evidence is scattered, fragmented, inconclusive. The myths speak of sunken cities and ancient floods. The anomalies suggest structures and sounds that defy explanation. The science shows us that the ocean is vast, unexplored, capable of supporting life in ways we're only beginning to understand. But none of it proves that the first civilization still lives beneath the waves. None of it offers certainty, and perhaps that is the point. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature of the universe, a reminder that we do not know everything, that the world is larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The ocean embodies that mystery. It is the last frontier on Earth, the place where our maps still say, "Here be dragons," where the unknown still reigns, and in that unknown possibilities flourish, possibilities that challenge our assumptions, that expand our imagination, that force us to ask questions we have never dared to ask. What if the first civilization still lives underwater? The question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to be felt, to linger in the mind, to open doors that logic and evidence alone cannot unlock. It is an invitation to wonder, to dream, to consider that the story of humanity is not the only story, that the surface is not the only world, that the past is not as dead as we believe. And maybe, just maybe, the ocean is not as empty as it seems. Maybe the darkness hides more than fish and rock. Maybe the silence is not silence at all, but a language we've not yet learned to hear. Maybe the first civilization is still there, deep below, watching and waiting, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know. Or maybe they are gone, and the ruins we find are all that remains, echoes of a world that rose and fell long before ours began. Maybe the sounds are just ice and stone, the structures just accidents of geology, the myths just stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. Maybe we are alone after all, the only intelligence on this planet, the only ones who will ever ask these questions. But the ocean does not answer. It keeps its secrets, vast and patient, indifferent to our curiosity. It rolls on, tide after tide, century after century, holding the past and the future in its depths. And we stand on the shore staring out at the horizon, wondering what lies beneath, wondering if we will ever know, wondering if we even want to, because some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some questions are meant to haunt us, to pull us forward, to remind us that the world is not a puzzle to be completed, but a story still being written. And in that story, in the space between what we know and what we imagine, the first civilization still lives. Not as fact, but as possibility. Not as history, but as myth. Not in the past, but in the eternal present of the deep, where time moves differently and the boundaries between real and unreal dissolve like salt in water. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and, somewhere in its depths, something ancient stirs, dreaming of the surface, dreaming of the sun, dreaming of the day when the waters will rise again and the hidden will be revealed. Or perhaps it dreams of nothing at all, content in the darkness, at peace in the cold, having found a home where no one will ever find it. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking, and the mystery endures, as deep and endless as the sea itself. What if the giants of old, the Nephilim of ancient scripture and myth, never vanished, but simply went into hiding? What if their bloodlines, their ruins, and their influence still shape our world today, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that we mistake their fingerprints for our own achievements? What if the stories we were told as children, the myths we dismissed as primitive fantasy, were actually warnings, echoes of a truth so vast and so unsettling that entire civilizations chose to bury it rather than face what it meant? Tonight, we descend into that buried truth. We walk through the ruins they left behind, trace the bloodlines that may still flow through human veins, and ask the question that haunts every ancient text. Did the Nephilim truly die, or did they simply learn to hide? The Ancient Whisper. The story begins in the oldest pages of human memory, in texts so ancient that their authors are lost to time. In the book of Genesis, buried within the genealogies and flood narratives, there exists a passage that has troubled scholars and theologians for millennia. It appears suddenly, without explanation, as though the writer assumed the reader already knew what it meant. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of the old, men of renown. 4 lines, that's all we're given. 4 lines to describe beings so significant that their existence warranted mention in humanity's most sacred text, yet so troubling that no further explanation was offered. The Hebrew word Nephilim itself remains contested. Some translate it as fallen ones, others as those who cause others to fall. The root suggests descent, a falling from grace or from the heavens themselves. But who were they? And why does the text mention them so briefly, as though speaking their name too loudly might summon something best left forgotten? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by Ethiopian Christians and discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, offers a more complete and more disturbing account. According to Enoch, 200 angels called Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, drawn by the beauty of human women. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a forbidden act, knowing the consequences would be catastrophic. They taught humanity secrets meant only for the divine, the arts of war, the making of weapons, the knowledge of cosmetics and seduction, the movements of the stars and the cutting of roots for sorcery. And they fathered children. These children were the Nephilim, beings of immense size and terrible appetite. Enoch describes them as giants who consumed all the resources of humanity, and when these resources ran out, they turned on humans themselves. They were neither fully divine nor fully human, existing in a liminal space that violated the natural order. They were abominations, according to the text, and their presence on earth corrupted everything they touched. The flood in this telling was not merely punishment for human wickedness. It was an act of cosmic necessity, a cleansing of a world so polluted by hybrid beings that it could no longer sustain life as God intended. The waters rose to erase them, to drown the giants and wash away the stain of their existence. But the text says something else, something easy to miss in the rush of the flood narrative. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, after the flood, after the cleansing, after the world was supposedly purified and given a fresh start through Noah and his family. The Nephilim, or beings like them, returned, or perhaps they never truly left. The names they were given. Every culture on earth has stories of giants. Not metaphorical giants, not heroes whose deeds were exaggerated by time, but literal beings of enormous stature who walked the earth before recorded history began. The consistency of these accounts, separated by oceans and millennia, suggests something more than coincidence. In the lands of Canaan, the Israelites encountered the Anakim, a race of giants so fearsome that the spies Moses sent into the Promised Land returned trembling. "We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes," they reported, "and we looked the same to them." The Anakim were said to be descendants of the Nephilim, survivors of the flood who had rebuilt their civilization in the hills and valleys of what would become Israel. Their cities were fortified with walls so high and thick that ordinary armies despaired of ever breaching them. King Og of Bashan, mentioned in Deuteronomy, slept in a bed of iron that measured 13 feet long. The text presents this as historical fact, not legend. His kingdom was one of the last strongholds of the Rephaim, another race of giants whose name means the dead ones, or the shades, beings who existed between life and death, between the human and the divine. Goliath of Gath, the champion who faced David, stood over 9 feet tall according to most translations, though some ancient texts suggest he was even larger. He was not an anomaly. He came from a family of giants, and the Philistine cities were known to harbour bloodlines that traced back to the Anakim. When David killed Goliath, he didn't slay the last giant. He merely defeated one warrior from a race that had been fighting humanity for generations. But the stories don't end in the Middle East. In Greek mythology, the Titans were primordial giants who ruled before the Olympian gods, beings of such power that it took a cosmic war to overthrow them. Even after their defeat, they were not destroyed but imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, where they wait in chains. The Greeks spoke of the Gigantes as well, giants born from the blood of Uranus, who waged war against the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jötnar, often translated as giants, were the ancient enemies of the gods, beings who existed before creation and who will return at Ragnarök to burn the world. They lived in Jotunheim, a realm separate from the world of humans and gods, but they frequently crossed into Midgard, interbreeding with humans and gods alike. Loki himself was half Jotun, a hybrid being whose very existence blurred the boundaries between the divine and the monstrous. The Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Titans, the Jötnar, different names in different languages, but the pattern remains the same. Beings of great size and power, born from the union of the divine and the mortal, who once ruled the earth and who were eventually overthrown or driven into hiding. Beings who left behind ruins too massive for ordinary humans to have built, and legends too consistent to be dismissed as mere fantasy. What if these weren't separate myths? What if they were all memories of the same ancient truth, preserved in different cultures, each one remembering the giants in their own way? The ruins that remain. If the Nephilim existed, they would have left evidence, not just in texts and legends, but in stone, in structures so massive and so precisely constructed that even modern engineers struggle to explain how they were built. And when we look at the ancient world with fresh eyes, we find exactly that. Ruins that whisper of builders who were not quite human. Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon contains some of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. The Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of megalithic stones, 3 of which, known as the Trilithon, weigh approximately 800 tons each. They were quarried from a site nearly a mile away, transported across uneven terrain, and lifted into place with such precision that a knife blade cannot fit between them. 800 tons. To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 15 tons. The stones at Stonehenge weigh around 25 tons. The trilithon stones are more than 30 times heavier than those, and they were placed not at ground level but elevated, fitted into a wall with mathematical precision. Mainstream archaeology attributes Baalbek to the Romans, and indeed, the Temple of Jupiter is Roman. But the foundation beneath it is far older, built in a style that predates Roman engineering by centuries, possibly millennia. The Romans themselves seem to recognize this. They built their temple on top of an existing platform, as though they knew the foundation was too sacred or too ancient to disturb. Local legend tells a different story. The people of the region have always called Baalbek the Fortress of the Giants, claiming it was built by beings of enormous size in the time before the flood. Arab historians writing in the medieval period recorded these traditions, describing how the giants constructed the platform as a refuge, a place to survive the coming deluge. Could ordinary humans have moved those stones? Perhaps with enough time, enough labour, and enough ingenuity. But the question isn't whether it's possible. It's why anyone would choose to work with stones so impossibly large when smaller blocks would have been far easier to quarry, transport, and place. Unless, of course, the builders were strong enough that 800-ton stones weren't impossibly larger. Tepe in Turkey pushes the timeline even further back. Discovered in the 1990s, this megalithic site dates to approximately 9600 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge by 6,000 years, older than the pyramids by 7,000 years. It predates agriculture, predates pottery, predates everything we thought we knew about the development of human civilization. The site consists of massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The level of organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe suggests a sophisticated society with specialized labor, yet it was built by people who were supposedly hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic bands. Or were they? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe include strange humanoid figures, beings with elongated heads and exaggerated features, depicted alongside animals and geometric patterns. Some researchers have noted that these figures don't quite look human, that their proportions are off in ways that suggest the artists were depicting something other than themselves. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, not abandoned, buried. Someone went to enormous effort to fill in the circles with debris, preserving the pillars beneath tons of earth. Why would a society invest so much labour in building something, only to bury it 1,000 years later? Unless they were hiding it. Unless they wanted to ensure that whatever happened at Göbekli Tepe, whatever knowledge or power it represented, would be forgotten. In Peru, the elongated skulls of Paracas have puzzled researchers for decades. These are not the result of cranial binding, a practice used by many ancient cultures to reshape the skull for aesthetic or ritual purposes. The Paracas skulls are different. They have greater cranial volume than normal human skulls, different bone structure, and in some cases genetic anomalies that don't match any known human population. DNA analysis conducted on some of these skulls revealed mitochondrial DNA with mutations unknown in any human, primate, or animal. The results were so unusual that the researchers struggled to classify them. Were these humans with rare genetic disorders? Or were they something else? Hybrids, perhaps, carrying genetic material from a non-human source. The Paracas culture revered these individuals, burying them with great honour in elaborate tombs. They were clearly important, possibly rulers or priests. And they were not alone. Elongated skulls have been found in Egypt, Malta, Iraq, and other sites around the world, always associated with elite burials, always treated as special. What if these weren't deformities or cultural practices? What if they were the last remnants of the Nephilim bloodline, individuals who carried just enough giant ancestry to manifest physical differences, who were revered precisely because they were descendants of the old ones, the bloodlines that survived? If the Nephilim existed, and if some survived the flood or were reborn afterward, then their bloodline would have continued. Diluted, perhaps, mixed with human genetics over countless generations, but still present, still carrying traces of something ancient and powerful. The Bible itself suggests this. After the flood, when the Israelites entered Canaan, they encountered the Anakim giants who were explicitly described as descendants of the Nephilim. This means the Nephilim bloodline survived the deluge, either because some giants escaped the waters, or because their genetic legacy persisted through Noah's family. That second possibility is more disturbing than the first. If the Nephilim genes survive through Noah's line, it means the flood didn't cleanse the world of hybrid DNA. It merely reduced it. It means every human alive today could potentially carry fragments of that ancient bloodline, dormant sequences waiting for the right conditions to express themselves. Ancient royal families seem to understand this. Across cultures, kings and queens obsessed over bloodlines, marrying within their own families to preserve purity, claiming descent from gods or heroes. The pharaohs of Egypt practiced sibling marriage for generations, believing their blood was divine and must not be diluted with common human stock. The royal families of Mesopotamia traced their lineage back to the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and ruled as god-kings. Were they trying to preserve something? Were they attempting to maintain a genetic connection to the Nephilim, to keep alive whatever gifts or powers that bloodline conferred? The Book of Jubilees, another ancient Jewish text, describes how Noah's grandson Canaan was cursed specifically because he carried the blood of the Watchers. The curse wasn't metaphorical, it was genetic, a contamination that would pass to his descendants and mark them as enemies of God's chosen people. The Canaanites, according to this tradition, were literally the children of fallen angels, and their destruction was necessary to prevent the Nephilim bloodline from spreading. But it did spread. The Canaanites intermarried with surrounding peoples. The Philistines, the Phoenicians, the various tribes of the ancient Near East, all of them carried some mixture of that ancient blood. And as empires rose and fell, as populations migrated and mixed, that genetic legacy dispersed across the world. In medieval Europe, certain noble families claimed descent from Meravesh, a semi-legendary Frankish king said to be born from the union of his mother and a sea creature. The Merovingian dynasty that ruled France traced their legitimacy to this hybrid origin, believing their blood gave them a divine right to rule. When the Merovingians were overthrown, their bloodline didn't disappear. It went underground, preserved by secret societies and occult orders who believed the royal blood carried mystical properties. The Templars, the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, all of these organizations at various points in history have been accused of preserving ancient bloodlines, of protecting genetic legacies that trace back to pre-flood times. Conspiracy theories suggest they guard the descendants of the Nephilim, waiting for the day when that bloodline can be restored to power. Are these theories true? Perhaps not in the literal sense, but they point to something deeper, a persistent belief across cultures and centuries that some humans are different, that some carry the blood of beings who are more than human, and that this difference matters. Modern genetics has revealed something fascinating. Humans carry DNA from species we didn't even know existed until recently. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and possibly other archaic hominids contributed to our genome through interbreeding. We are, quite literally, hybrids, mixtures of different human species that evolved separately and then merged. What if there were other contributors to our genome? What if the Nephilim weren't a separate species but a genetic experiment, a deliberate hybridization of human and something else, something we don't have a name for because it no longer exists in pure form? What if that's why the flood was necessary? Not to punish humanity, but to reset the genetic experiment before it spiraled completely out of control. The structures that defy explanation. The pyramids of Giza have stood for more than 4,000 years, and despite centuries of study, we still don't fully understand how they were built. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, fitted together with such precision that the entire structure is aligned to true north within a fraction of a degree. The mainstream explanation involves ramps, copper tools, and thousands of workers labouring for decades. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps ordinary humans with enough determination and ingenuity could have accomplished this feat. But there are details that don't quite fit. The granite blocks in the king's chamber were quarried from Aswan, 500 miles away. Some of these blocks weigh up to 80 tons. They were transported down the Nile, then dragged across the desert, then lifted more than 200 feet into the air and manoeuvred through narrow passages into the heart of the pyramid. The precision required to place these blocks is extraordinary. The gaps between them are so small that a human hair barely fits. Why granite? Why transport stones from 500 miles away when perfectly good limestone was available locally? Unless the builders needed granite for a specific purpose, unless they understood properties of stone that we've only recently rediscovered. Some researchers have noted that the Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of the Earth's landmass, that its dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and phi, that its internal passages align with specific stars in ways that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these observations as coincidence or numerology, but the patterns are there, undeniable and precise. The Sphinx, weathered and enigmatic, may be even older than the pyramids. Geologists examining the erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure have suggested that the weathering is consistent with water erosion, not wind erosion. But the Sahara has been a desert for thousands of years. The last time the region experienced rainfall heavy enough to cause that kind of erosion was before 5000 BCE, possibly as far back as 10,000 BCE. If the Sphinx is that old, it predates Egyptian civilization entirely. It would have been built by whoever lived in the Nile Valley before the pharaohs, before the pyramids, before recorded history. And if they could carve a monument that size from solid bedrock, what else were they capable of? Across the Atlantic, the ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia present similar mysteries. This ancient city sits at an altitude of more than 12,000 feet, in an environment so harsh that modern humans struggle to work there for extended periods. Yet someone built a massive ceremonial complex, complete with precisely cut stone blocks weighing up to 100 tons, fitted together with metal clamps. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite weighing approximately 10 tons, features intricate reliefs that some researchers believe represent a calendar system more sophisticated than anything the Inca possessed. The figure at the centre of the gateway holds staffs and wears a headdress with radiating lines, a being of power, possibly divine, possibly something else. Local legend says Tiwanaku was built by giants in a single night, before the flood, as a city for the gods. The Aymara people who live in the region today still tell stories of the ancient ones, beings of great size who could move stones with their minds, who built the city as a gateway between worlds. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to around 500 CE, but some researchers argue the site is far older, that the structures attributed to the Tiwanaku culture were actually built on top of ruins from a previous civilization. The precision of the stonework, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the construction. All of it suggests knowledge and capabilities that don't fit the timeline we've been given. On Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as silent witnesses to a vanished culture. Nearly 900 of these massive stone figures dot the island, some weighing up to 80 tons, carved from volcanic rock, and transported across the island to platforms where they were erected to face inland, watching over the people. The islanders say their ancestors carved the Moai, but they've lost the knowledge of how it was done. The statues were walked into place, according to legend, moved by mana, spiritual power, rather than physical force. Modern experiments have shown that the statues can be moved using ropes and coordinated rocking, but the largest Moai still in the quarry weighs more than 200 tons. No amount of rope and rocking would move that. What if the legends are true? What if the Moai were carved and moved by people who possessed abilities we've lost, who carried genetic traits that gave them strength or knowledge beyond what modern humans possess? What if Easter Island was one of the last refugees of the Nephilim bloodline, and the Moai were carved in their image, tall, imposing, with elongated features that don't quite look human? The forbidden knowledge. The Book of Enoch describes in detail what the Watchers taught humanity. These weren't benign gifts. They were dangerous secrets, knowledge that corrupted and destroyed. Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and armor, transforming humanity from peaceful gatherers into warriors. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cutting, the foundations of sorcery. Amaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. And Sariel taught the course of the moon. These teachings sound almost like a curriculum, a deliberate program of education designed to elevate humanity from ignorance to knowledge, but the text frames them as corruption, as violations of the natural order. Why? Perhaps because knowledge, in the wrong hands or at the wrong time, is dangerous. Perhaps because humanity wasn't ready for these secrets, and receiving them prematurely led to catastrophe. Or perhaps because the knowledge itself was tainted, carrying with it the seeds of destruction. Ancient cultures around the world speak of a time when gods walked among humans and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians credited the Anunnaki with teaching them writing, mathematics, agriculture, and law. The Egyptians said Thoth gave them hieroglyphs and sacred geometry. The Greeks attributed their knowledge to Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, suffering eternal punishment for his transgression. These stories follow the same pattern as the Watcher's narrative. Divine beings descending to earth, sharing forbidden knowledge, and facing consequences for their actions. What if they're all describing the same event, the same transfer of knowledge from the Nephilim to humanity? The antediluvian patriarchs, the men who lived before the flood, are described in Genesis as living for hundreds of years. Methuselah lived 969 years. Noah was 600 years old when the flood came. These lifespans seem impossible, but what if they're not exaggerations? What if the Nephilim bloodline conferred longevity and the patriarchs lived so long because they carried genetic traits from the giants? After the flood, human lifespans drop dramatically. Noah's descendants live for only a few hundred years, and within a few generations the lifespan settles at the familiar 70 or 80 years. Something changed. The genetic legacy of the Nephilim was diluted, and with it, the extended lifespans disappeared. But the knowledge remained. The survivors of the flood carried with them the teachings of the Watchers, the secrets of metallurgy and astronomy and agriculture. They rebuilt civilization using that knowledge, constructing cities and temples and monuments that echoed the achievements of the pre-flood world. And perhaps they carried something else. Texts, artifacts, physical remnants of the Nephilim era that were too valuable or too dangerous to destroy. The Book of Enoch itself claims to be based on visions given to Enoch before the flood, preserved through the deluge and passed down through generations. If that text survived, what else might have? Mystery schools and secret societies throughout history have claimed to possess ancient wisdom, knowledge passed down from before the flood. The Egyptian priesthood guarded their mysteries jealously, initiating only a select few into the deeper teachings. The Pythagoreans in Greece practiced secrecy, believing that certain mathematical and philosophical truths were too powerful for the uninitiated. The Gnostics spoke of hidden knowledge that could liberate the soul from the material world. Were they preserving fragments of what the Watchers taught? Were they the inheritors of Nephilim wisdom, keeping it alive through the centuries, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to receive it again? In the medieval period, alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, a substance that could transmute lead into gold and grant eternal life. Their writings are filled with obscure symbols and coded language, but beneath the mysticism, they were conducting real experiments, discovering real chemistry. Some historians believe alchemy was a cover for something deeper, a search for the secrets of the Nephilim, an attempt to recreate the longevity and power that the giants possessed. The Renaissance saw an explosion of interest in ancient texts, particularly those that had been suppressed or forgotten. Scholars scoured monasteries and libraries, seeking manuscripts that predated Christianity, hoping to recover the wisdom of the ancient world. They found Hermetic texts, Neoplatonic philosophy, Jewish mysticism, all of it pointing back to a time when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost or hidden. What if that knowledge was never truly lost? What if it's been preserved all along, guarded by those who understand its power and its danger, waiting for the moment when it can be revealed without destroying the world? The modern search. In the 20th century, something changed. Governments and military organizations began taking ancient mysteries seriously, funding expeditions to remote sites, searching for artifacts and texts that might contain lost knowledge. The Nazis were obsessed with the occult, sending teams to Tibet, South America, and the Middle East in search of relics that could give them power. They believed in the existence of a master race, a bloodline superior to ordinary humans, and they sought evidence of that bloodline in ancient ruins and forgotten texts. After World War II, the United States and Soviet Union continued this search, though more quietly. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America, and with them came their research into ancient mysteries. The CIA conducted experiments in remote viewing, attempting to access information through psychic means, exploring the boundaries of human consciousness in ways that echoed the teachings of the mystery schools. In 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in caves near Qumran, containing copies of biblical texts and previously unknown writings, including multiple copies of the Book of Enoch. The scrolls confirmed that the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by ancient Jewish communities, that it wasn't just mythology but part of their historical understanding. Why were these texts hidden in caves? The standard explanation is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect, stored them there for safekeeping during the Roman occupation. But what if they were hidden for a different reason? What if the knowledge contained in those scrolls was considered too dangerous to circulate freely, and the caves were chosen specifically because they would preserve the texts while keeping them out of reach? In recent decades, advances in genetics have opened new possibilities. The Human Genome Project mapped our DNA, revealing that humans share genetic material with species we didn't know existed. We carry Neanderthal DNA, Denisovan DNA, and possibly DNA from other archaic hominids that haven't been identified yet. Some researchers have begun asking uncomfortable questions. What if there are genetic sequences in human DNA that don't match any known species? What if there are genes that appear to have been inserted rather than inherited through natural evolution? What if the Nephilim left their mark not just in stone and legend, but in our very cells? There are rumours, unconfirmed, impossible to verify, of secret genetic research programs attempting to isolate and activate ancient DNA sequences. The goal, according to these rumours, is to recreate the abilities that the Nephilim possessed, to produce humans with enhanced strength, intelligence, or longevity. Whether these programs exist or not, the fact that people believe they exist says something about our collective fascination with the idea of transcending human limitations. Transhumanism, the movement to enhance human capabilities through technology, echoes the Nephilim narrative in disturbing ways. The goal is to create beings that are more than human, to merge biological and artificial intelligence, to extend lifespan indefinitely, to augment physical and mental abilities beyond natural limits. It's the same impulse that drove the Watchers to descend and teach humanity forbidden knowledge, the desire to transcend boundaries, to become something greater. But the Book of Enoch warns that this path leads to destruction. The Nephilim, for all their power, were abominations that had to be destroyed. Their existence corrupted the world so thoroughly that only a flood could cleanse it. If we're following the same path, if we're attempting to recreate what they were, are we heading toward the same fate? The hidden ones. What if the Nephilim didn't die? What if they simply learned to hide? Throughout history there have been reports of giants in remote regions, beings of enormous size living in mountains, forests and deserts far from human civilization. Native American tribes speak of the Site-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in caves and waged war against the ancestors. The Paiute people of Nevada tell stories of hunting these giants to extinction, trapping them in a cave and setting it on fire. When archaeologists excavated Lovelock Cave in 1911, they found remains of individuals significantly taller than average, along with artifacts that suggested a culture distinct from the surrounding tribes. In the Caucasus Mountains, legends speak of the Almas, large humanoid creatures that live in the high peaks, avoiding contact with humans. Descriptions vary, but they're consistently described as taller and more robust than ordinary humans, covered in hair, with elongated skulls and powerful builds. Similar creatures appear in legends from the Himalayas, the Pacific Northwest, the Amazon, always in remote regions, always described as avoiding human contact. Are these just myths, misidentifications of bears or other animals? Or are they remnants of the Nephilim, survivors who retreated to the edges of the world when humanity became too numerous and too dangerous? The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. The deep sea is the largest habitat on Earth, and it's almost entirely unknown. What lives down there, in the trenches and abyssal plains where no light penetrates? Could the Nephilim have retreated beneath the waves, building cities in the depth where humans couldn't follow? Ancient texts speak of beings who lived in the sea. The Babylonian god Oannes was described as a fishman who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach humanity the arts of civilization. The Philistine god Dagon was depicted as half man, half fish. The Greek Tritons were sea-dwelling hybrids, children of Poseidon. What if these weren't gods but Nephilim who adapted to aquatic life, who found refuge in the ocean when the land became too hostile? There are reports, mostly dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, of massive humanoid figures seen in deep water. Divers have described encounters with beings far larger than any known marine animal, with vaguely human features, watching from the darkness before disappearing into the depths. Sonar has detected anomalies, large objects moving in patterns that don't match any known sea creature, sometimes at depths where the pressure should crush any living thing. Could the Nephilim have survived by going underground? The Earth's crust is riddled with caves and tunnels, some natural, some possibly artificial. Ancient texts speak of underworld realms, Sheol, Hades, the Duat, places beneath the earth where the dead dwell. But what if these weren't metaphorical? What if there are vast caverns deep underground, ecosystems that exist independently of the surface, where beings could live for millennia without ever being seen? In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd led expeditions to Antarctica and allegedly discovered entrances to underground realms. His reports, if they're genuine, describe vast caverns with their own climate, vegetation and inhabitants, beings that didn't match any known species. The reports were classified, and Byrd's later statements about his discoveries were vague and contradictory, leading to speculation that he'd been ordered to remain silent about what he'd found. Antarctica is the least explored continent, covered in ice miles thick, with mountain ranges and valleys that have never been seen by human eyes. If the Nephilim wanted to hide, if they needed a place where humans wouldn't follow, Antarctica would be ideal. The ice would preserve their cities, protect them from discovery, and the extreme environment would deter all but the most determined explorers. What if they're still there? What if beneath the ice, in caverns warmed by geothermal heat, the descendants of the Nephilim wait, preserving their knowledge and their bloodline, watching the surface world through means we can't detect, waiting for the time when they can emerge again. The return. Every major religion speaks of an end time, a period when the world as we know it will end and something new will begin. In Christianity, the book of Revelation describes the return of Christ, the final battle between good and evil, and the establishment of a new heaven and new earth. In Islam, the Day of Judgment will see the resurrection of the dead and the final accounting of souls. In Hinduism, the current age of Kali Yuga will end in destruction, followed by renewal. In Norse mythology, Ragnarök will see the gods and giants wage their final war, burning the world before it's reborn. These prophecies differ in details, but they share common elements. A time of tribulation, the return of ancient powers, a final conflict, and transformation. What if these prophecies are describing the same event? What if they're all warning about the return of the Nephilim? The Book of Enoch describes the punishment of the Watchers. They were bound in chains and imprisoned in darkness until the day of judgment, not destroyed, but imprisoned, waiting. The text suggests that at the end of days they will be released to face final judgment, and their release will coincide with a period of great tribulation on earth. What if that release is coming? What if the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth or hidden in remote regions, are preparing to return? What if the signs are already here and we're too distracted to notice? UFO sightings have increased dramatically in recent decades. The US government has acknowledged that unidentified aerial phenomena exist, that military pilots have encountered objects that defy known physics, moving in ways that no human technology can replicate. The standard explanation is extraterrestrial visitors, but what if the truth is stranger? What if these aren't aliens from other planets, but Nephilim emerging from hidden bases, testing their technology, preparing for something? Ancient astronaut theories suggest that gods and angels were actually advanced beings from other worlds, that the miracles and wonders described in religious texts were misunderstood technology. But what if it's the reverse? What if the beings we're seeing now, the UFOs and their occupants, aren't aliens but the same entities that ancient texts called Watchers and Nephilim? What if they never left Earth, and what we're witnessing is their gradual return to visibility? There are reports of increased activity at ancient sites, strange lights seen over the pyramids, unusual electromagnetic readings at Stonehenge, unexplained phenomena at Göbekli Tepe. Mainstream science dismisses these as hoaxes or natural phenomena, but the reports persist, coming from credible witnesses, documented with photographs and sensor data. What if these sites are awakening? What if they were never just monuments but machines? Devices built by the Nephilim for purposes we don't understand, and they're being reactivated. What if the return has already begun, and we're watching it happen without recognizing what we're seeing? The genetic research mentioned earlier, the attempts to map and manipulate human DNA, could be part of this. What if the Nephilim are guiding this research, using human scientists to prepare the way for their return? What if the goal is to create a new generation of hybrids, beings that carry Nephilim genetics but are born into the modern world, ready to serve as a bridge between the old ones and humanity? Conspiracy theories suggest that certain bloodlines have been preserved through history, that royal families and secret societies have maintained genetic purity specifically to ensure that when the Nephilim return, there will be humans ready to serve them, humans who carry enough of the ancient blood to be compatible with the old ones. Are these theories true? It's impossible to say, but they point to a deep unease, a sense that something is coming, that the world is changing in ways we don't fully understand, and that the changes are connected to something ancient and powerful. The question that remains. So we return to where we began, to the question that has haunted humanity since the first stories were told around fires in the darkness. What if the Nephilim never died? What if they're still here, hidden in the depths of the ocean, beneath the ice of Antarctica, in caverns deep underground, or walking among us in forms we don't recognize? What if the ruins they left behind aren't just monuments to a vanished past, but markers, beacons, devices waiting to be activated? What if the bloodlines that trace back to them aren't just genetic curiosities, but preparations for something yet to come? The evidence is fragmentary, the theories speculative, the conclusions uncertain, but the pattern is there, woven through every culture, every ancient text, every unexplained ruin. Beings of great size and power once walked the earth. They taught humanity forbidden knowledge. They interbred with humans, creating hybrid offspring. They were overthrown or driven into hiding, but they didn't disappear completely. Their legacy remains in our DNA, in the stones they moved, in the stories we tell, and perhaps in something more, in the feeling that we're not alone, that we're being watched, that something ancient and powerful is waiting for the right moment to return. The flood was meant to cleanse the world, to erase the Nephilim and give humanity a fresh start. But the text says they returned afterward. They survived, or they were reborn, and they've been with us ever since, hidden but never truly gone. What does it mean to be human if we carry their blood? What does it mean for our future if they're preparing to return? These aren't questions with easy answers. They're questions that force us to reconsider everything we think we know about our past, our present, and our future. Maybe the Nephilim era never ended. Maybe it just went underground, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to face the truth. Or maybe it's waiting for the time when humanity would be weak enough, distracted enough, divided enough that the old ones could return without resistance. The ancient texts warn us, the ruins remind us, the legends whisper to us across the centuries. But we've forgotten how to listen. We've dismissed the warnings as primitive superstition, the ruins as impressive but explainable, the legends as entertaining but meaningless. What if we're wrong? What if the ancients knew something we've forgotten? What if they left us warnings encoded in stone and story, hoping that someday we'd remember, that we'd recognize the signs and prepare for what's coming? The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. That single phrase, easy to overlook, changes everything. It means the story didn't end with the flood. It means the giants survived in some form, and their presence continued to shape human history. Are they still shaping it? Are they still here, working behind the scenes, guiding events towards some purpose we can't see? Or are they waiting, dormant but not dead, for the moment when they can emerge again and reclaim the world they once ruled? We build our cities on the ruins of theirs. We carry their blood in our veins. We tell their stories without understanding what they mean. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between sleep and waking, we sense them. The old ones, the giants, the Nephilim, watching from the shadows, waiting for their time to return. The question isn't whether they existed. The evidence suggests they did in some form, whether as literal giants or as something else that ancient peoples interpreted as giants. The question is whether they're gone. And if the texts are right, if the legends are true, if the patterns we see in ruins and bloodlines and modern mysteries all point to the same conclusion, then the answer is no. They're not gone. They never left. They're here, hidden in plain sight, woven into the fabric of our world so deeply that we mistake their influence for our own achievements. And maybe, just maybe, they're preparing to reveal themselves again. What happens then? What happens when the Nephilim return? When the old ones emerge from their hiding places and reclaim their place in the world? Will it be the end of humanity as we know it, or the beginning of something new? Will we be destroyed or transformed? Will we fight or will we submit? The ancient texts don't give us clear answers. They warn us, they prepare us, but they don't tell us how the story ends. Maybe that's because the ending hasn't been written yet. Maybe it depends on us, on whether we remember the warnings, whether we recognize the signs, whether we're ready when the moment comes. Or maybe the ending was written long ago, in the time before the flood, and we're just living out the final chapters of a story that began when the Watchers first descended to Mount Hermon and looked upon the daughters of men and found them beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. The story continues, the bloodline persists, the ruins remain, and somewhere, In the depths of the ocean or beneath the ice or in caverns deep underground, the old ones wait. They've always been patient. They've had thousands of years to perfect their patience. And when they return, if they return, the world will remember what it forgot. The world will understand what the ancients tried to tell us, that we were never alone, that we were never fully human, that we carry within us the legacy of beings who are more than human, and that legacy shapes everything we are and everything we might become. The Nephilim era never died. It just learned to hide. And now perhaps it's learning to emerge again. The watchers who never stopped watching. If the Nephilim survived, they would need a system, a way to monitor humanity, to track our development, to ensure we never grew strong enough or unified enough to threaten them. They would need eyes in every civilization, agents in positions of power, mechanisms to guide human history along paths that served their purposes. They would need, in essence, to become the invisible hand that shapes empires. History is filled with shadowy figures who appear at crucial moments, offering knowledge or resources that change the course of civilizations, advisors to kings whose origins are obscure, priests who seem to possess knowledge beyond their time, merchants who arrive with technologies that shouldn't exist yet. We dismiss these as legends, as embellishments added by chroniclers who wanted to make their stories more interesting. But what if some of them were real? In ancient Sumer, the texts speak of the Apkallu, 7 sages who appeared before the flood, sent by the god Enki to teach humanity the arts of civilization. They're depicted in carvings as strange hybrid creatures, sometimes human-headed fish, sometimes beings with wings and animal features. They taught kingship, temple building, mathematics, and the proper worship of the gods. Then, after the flood, they disappeared from the historical record, or rather, they continued but in different forms, as human sages who carried on the teaching traditions. The transition is telling. The pre-flood Apkallu were openly non-human, hybrid beings who walked among humans without disguise. The post-flood sages were human, or at least they appeared human. What changed? Perhaps after the flood, after humanity had proven itself capable of recognizing and fearing the Nephilim, the survivors learned that survival required camouflage. In Egypt, the priesthood of Heliopolis claimed to possess knowledge that stretched back to Zep Tepi, the first time, an era when gods walked the earth and established the foundations of Egyptian civilization. This knowledge was never written down in its entirety. It was passed orally from one generation of priests to the next, shared only with initiates who had proven themselves worthy. What were they preserving? What secrets were so dangerous that they couldn't be committed to writing? The Egyptian concept of the Aku, the transfigured spirits, describes beings who have transcended normal human existence, who possess knowledge and powers that ordinary humans lack. These weren't gods in the distant heavens, but beings who could interact with the physical world, who could appear to humans and influence events. The pharaohs underwent rituals designed to transform them into Aku, to give them access to this elevated state. Were these rituals symbolic, or were they attempts to activate dormant Nephilim genetics, to awaken whatever traces of giant blood ran through royal veins? In Greece, the mystery schools of Eleusis, Samothrace, and Delphi initiated thousands of people over centuries into secret knowledge. Participants in the Eleusinian mysteries experienced visions, encounters with divine beings, revelations about the nature of reality, transformative experiences that they were forbidden to discuss with outsiders. Scholars have speculated about what actually happened in those ceremonies. Was it simply religious theatre, or were participants exposed to something real? Substances, rituals, or even contact with non-human entities that produced genuine mystical experiences? Plato wrote about Atlantis, describing it as advanced civilization that existed before recorded history, that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond what ancient Greece had achieved, and that was ultimately destroyed for its hubris. He claimed to have received the story through a chain of transmission that traced back to Egyptian priests, who had preserved records of the antediluvian world. Most scholars treat Atlantis as Plato's invention, a philosophical thought experiment. But what if he was relating an actual tradition, a memory preserved by those who knew that human civilization was not the first, that something came before? The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Secret knowledge preserved by hidden groups, initiations that transform participants, claims of contact with non-human intelligence, bloodlines that carry special significance, technologies or insights that appear fully formed without the gradual development we'd expect from human innovation. What if these weren't separate phenomena but parts of a single system, a network of influence maintained by Nephilim survivors or their hybrid descendants, ensuring that humanity developed along specific paths, that certain knowledge was preserved while other knowledge was suppressed, that bloodlines were protected and power remained in the hands of those who served the old ones? The architecture of control doesn't require direct rule. The most effective control is invisible, operating through systems so ubiquitous that people don't recognize them as control at all. If the Nephilim wanted to guide humanity without revealing themselves, they would need to embed their influence in the fundamental structures of civilization, in how we organize ourselves, how we understand reality, how we pass knowledge from generation to generation. Consider language itself. Why do humans speak thousands of different languages? The Tower of Babel story offers an explanation. God confused human language to prevent humanity from unifying and becoming too powerful. But what if the story is describing something that actually happened? What if linguistic diversity was deliberately engineered, not by God, but by those who wanted to keep humanity divided? Linguists have identified language families, groups of related languages that evolved from common ancestors. But there are languages that don't fit into any family isolates, that seem to have no relatives, no clear nowhere, unless possessed it. The structure that the grammar and vocabulary available to us, what we can therefore to human prevent certain kinds of manipulating one of the most effective methods. Give humans the word things you want them to focus. Hold word 20. The choice of base, what patterns, the Babylonians working in base 60 discovered until this wasn't their invention, but something taught to them. Coded certain truths in relationships in riddles. The flower of light, with such consistency that their independent discovery strain. What if these for thousands of years shared just enough to allow humans to structures that served purposes we don't fully understand function as resonance chambers, that their proportions create specific effects. The king's chamber pyramid resonates at a frequency that induces altered states of consciousness. Engineering. Göbekli Tepe's stone circles may have been designed with particular sonic effects. Why would ancient peoples care about acoustics? Perhaps because sound affects consciousness, because certain frequencies can induce trance states, open the mind to suggestion, or even alter physical matter. If the Nephilim wanted to maintain contact with humanity, if they needed a way to communicate or influence human consciousness without physical presence, embedding acoustic technology in sacred structures would be an elegant solution. Humans would build the temples, perform the rituals, and never realize they were operating communication devices or consciousness-altering machines. The cult of the hidden. Every major religion contains an exoteric aspect. Teachings for the masses, simple doctrines that can be understood by ordinary believers, and an esoteric aspect. Hidden teachings for initiates. Complex doctrines that reveal deeper truths. This division is universal, appearing in Christianity, Gnosticism, mysticism, Islam, Sufism, Ismailism, Judaism, Kabbalah, Buddhism, Vajrayana, Hinduism, Tantra. Why? The standard explanation is that esoteric teachings are simply more complex, requiring study and spiritual development to understand. But there's another possibility, that the esoteric teachings contain actual secrets, not just philosophical subtleties, and those secrets are too dangerous or too revealing to be shared widely. Gnostic texts suppressed by early Christianity and rediscovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945 present a radically different version of creation. In Gnostic cosmology, the material world was not created by the true God but by the demiurge, a false god, ignorant or malevolent, who trapped divine sparks in physical matter. Humanity's true origin is divine, but we've been imprisoned in flesh and deceived into worshipping our jailer. This narrative inverts the standard biblical account. The serpent in Eden becomes a hero, offering Eve knowledge that would free her from the demiurge's control. The God of the Old Testament becomes the villain, a jealous deity who demands worship while keeping humanity in ignorance. And humanity's purpose is not obedience but escape, recovering the knowledge of our true divine nature and breaking free from material existence. What if the Gnostics preserved a memory of the Nephilim era? What if the divine sparks trapped in human flesh are genetic traces of the Nephilim bloodline, fragments of something greater imprisoned in mortal bodies? What if the knowledge that liberates is literally genetic knowledge, understanding what we carry in our DNA and learning to activate it? The Gnostics were hunted down and destroyed by Orthodox Christianity. Their texts were burned, their teachers killed, their communities scattered. Why such vehemence? If Gnosticism was merely a heretical interpretation, surely debate and persuasion would have sufficed. Unless the threat wasn't theological but practical, unless the Gnostics actually knew something, possessed actual techniques or information that threatened not just Christian doctrine, but the entire system of control that the Nephilim had established. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, teaches that the Torah contains hidden meanings, that the text is encoded with knowledge of creation itself. Kabbalists use numerology, gematria, letter manipulation, notarikon and tamura, and meditation on sacred names to unlock these hidden teachings. They speak of the tree of life, a diagram representing emanations of divine energy, and they claim that by understanding these emanations, one can ascend through levels of reality to reach divine union. But Kabbalah also speaks of the Qliphoth, The shells, the husks, the forces of evil that mirror and oppose the tree of life. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts, but actual entities, forces that can be contacted and potentially bargained with. Medieval Kabbalists wrote extensively about angels and demons, providing names, characteristics, and rituals for summoning them. Were these real entities? And if so, what were they? The descriptions are revealing. These beings exist in a realm adjacent to ours. They possess knowledge and power beyond human capacity. They're interested in interacting with humans, and they can be bound through proper ritual. That sounds less like spirits and more like the Nephilim, beings of hybrid origin, existing between realms, possessing pre-flood knowledge, seeking ways to influence the post-flood world. Islamic esotericism speaks of the jinn, beings created from smokeless fire, existing in a realm parallel to ours, capable of taking physical form and interacting with humans. The Quran treats jinn as real entities, not metaphors. Solomon is said to have commanded jinn, using them to build his temple, a structure so magnificent that it required non-human assistance to complete. Again, the pattern appears. Non-human entities, possessing special knowledge and abilities, capable of interbreeding with humans, jinn-human hybrids appear in Islamic folklore, involved in the construction of monumental architecture. The jinn could be another cultural memory of the Nephilim, the same entities described in different terms by a different tradition, the alchemy of flesh. The medieval alchemists claim they sought to turn lead into gold, but their writings make clear that this was metaphor as much as literal goal. The great work of alchemy was transformation, not just of metals but of the alchemist himself. As above, so below wasn't just a saying, it was a principle of operation. The transformation of matter in the flask mirrored and enabled the transformation of consciousness in the practitioner. But what if there was a literal component as well? What if the alchemists really were trying to transmute flesh, to alter human biology in ways that would unlock dormant potential? The philosopher's stone, the ultimate goal of alchemy, was said to grant immortality and perfect health. The elixir of life, the universal medicine, the aurum potabile, these were substances that could supposedly transform the human body, reversing aging, curing disease, and extending life indefinitely. Every alchemical tradition mentions them. Chinese Taoists sought the same thing through different methods, creating elixirs of mercury and jade, attempting to achieve physical immortality. These experiments often killed the practitioners. Mercury is poison, after all, but the reports suggest that sometimes they worked. Chinese emperors who consumed alchemical elixirs sometimes displayed unusual vitality and longevity before the toxins eventually killed them. What if the alchemists had stumbled onto something real, a genuine method of life extension, but lacked the knowledge to use it safely? The antediluvian patriarchs lived for centuries. What if that longevity wasn't natural but engineered? What if the Nephilim possessed biological knowledge, what we'd now call genetics and cellular biology, that allowed them to extend lifespan dramatically? What if some of that knowledge survived the flood, preserved in fragmentary form, and alchemists spent centuries trying to reconstruct it from incomplete instructions? Modern science has identified several factors that affect aging: telomere length, cellular senescence, DNA repair mechanisms, mitochondrial function. We're beginning to develop therapies that target these factors, potentially extending healthy lifespan. But what if this isn't new knowledge but rediscovery? What if the Nephilim understood cellular biology thousands of years ago, and we're only now reaching the point where we can comprehend what they knew. There are genetic mutations that confer unusual abilities. People with the MSTN mutation develop extraordinary muscle mass with minimal exercise. People with the LRP5 mutation have bones nearly unbreakable and don't suffer age-related bone loss. People with mutations in the SCN9A gene can't feel pain. Each of these mutations is rare, appearing randomly in populations worldwide. But what if they're not random? What if they're echoes of Nephilim genetics, fragments of engineered traits that occasionally express themselves when the right genetic combinations occur? What if the Nephilim were genetically enhanced beings, deliberately modified to possess strength, durability, and other traits beyond normal human capacity, and those modifications still lurk in human DNA? Modern genetic engineering is approaching the point where we could create such enhancements deliberately. CRISPR technology allows precise editing of DNA. Gene therapy can insert new genetic material into living organisms. Designer babies, children whose genetics are selected or modified before birth, are technically possible now, even if ethical considerations prevent it. But who's to say ethical considerations will continue to prevent it? If the Nephilim are preparing to return, if they need human bodies capable of housing their consciousness or bearing their genetics, creating designer humans would be essential. And conveniently, humanity is developing the technology to do exactly that, driven by medical necessity and human ambition, never recognizing that we might be preparing the way for something else. The stones that remember, megalithic sites aren't just scattered randomly across the earth. When mapped, they form patterns, alignments that span continents, geometric relationships that suggest intentional placement. Ley lines, the hypothetical alignments of ancient sites, have been dismissed by mainstream archaeology as coincidence or wishful thinking, but the patterns are there, undeniable once you look for them. Giza, Nazca, Angkor Wat, Mohenjo-Daro, Easter Island, these sites, separated by thousands of miles, align on or very near the same latitude. Is that coincidence? Perhaps. But when you add Petra, Tassili Naja, the Indus Valley sites, and dozens of others, the alignment becomes harder to dismiss. Some researchers have proposed that these sites form a global grid, that they're nodes in a planetary network built for purposes we don't understand. Energy transmission, communication, consciousness amplification. The theories vary, but they share a common assumption that megalithic sites weren't isolated monuments but components of a worldwide system. If the Nephilim had a global civilization, if they ruled the earth before the flood, they would have needed infrastructure. Communication across continents, energy distribution, transportation networks. All the things any advanced civilization requires. They wouldn't have had satellites or fiber optic cables, but they might have had something else. Stone, properly arranged and aligned, can focus and transmit energy. Ancient peoples knew this. They built structures that channel sunlight, align with stars, resonate at specific frequencies. What if megalithic sites are the ruins of Nephilim infrastructure? What if they're still functional, waiting to be reactivated by those who know how to use them? It would explain why new structures were repeatedly built on top of old ones. Later cultures recognized that these sites were special, that building there conferred some benefit or power, even if they no longer understood why. Stonehenge has been rebuilt multiple times, each iteration more sophisticated than the last. But ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the site was in use for thousands of years before the stones we see today were erected. There were wooden structures there, then smaller stone arrangements, then the massive monument. each generation adding to what came before, recognizing the site's importance, maintaining the location even as knowledge of its original purpose faded. The Sphinx, as mentioned earlier, may predate Egyptian civilization by thousands of years, but it's been repeatedly restored and modified, the head recarved, possibly multiple times, the body patched and reconstructed. Each generation of Egyptians maintained the monument, recognizing its significance, even though they couldn't remember who built it or why. Were they preserving it instinctively, following impulses encoded in racial memory? Or were they guided by priests who still possessed fragments of ancient knowledge, who knew the Sphinx was important even if they no longer understood its full purpose? Crystal skulls, controversial artifacts supposedly carved from single pieces of quartz by pre-Columbian cultures, have been analysed by modern science. Most have been revealed as fakes, created in the 19th century. But a few, particularly the Mitchell-Hedges skull, remain mysterious. The carving precision required would be difficult even with modern tools, and the skull's optical properties, it focuses light in specific ways, suggest knowledge of crystallography. Quartz has piezoelectric properties. It generates electrical charge under mechanical stress and vibrates at precise frequencies when electrical current is applied. Modern electronics depend on quartz oscillators for timing. Did ancient peoples know this? If the Nephilim possessed advanced knowledge, if they understood how to use crystals for energy storage or information encoding, then crystal skulls might not be art or religious icons, but technology, devices we no longer know how to operate. The Watchers return, signs in the modern age. The year UFOs entered modern consciousness, Kenneth Arnold's sighting of flying saucers over Mount Rainier, followed weeks later by the alleged crash at Roswell. The beginning of the modern UFO era, when sightings went from rare oddities to regular occurrences, when governments began taking the phenomenon seriously, establishing investigation programs and classifying reports. Why 1947? What changed that year? Skeptics point to the beginning of the Cold War, to post-war anxiety manifesting as paranoia about visitors from space. But there's another possibility, that something actually changed, that 1947 marked the beginning of a new phase in whatever the UFO phenomenon represents. That same year, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, revealing ancient texts that confirm the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by pre-Christian Judaism. That same year, Admiral Byrd led Operation High Jump to Antarctica, an unusually large military expedition that was cut short under mysterious circumstances. That same year, the National Security Act established the CIA and the National Security Council, creating the infrastructure for the secret government operations that conspiracy theorists claim have hidden the truth about non-human intelligence. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps 1947 was when something dormant began waking up, when the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth, hidden in remote regions or existing in adjacent dimensions, began making their presence known again. The typical UFO encounter follows a pattern. Lights in the sky, performing maneuvers that defy physics, close approaches to military installations or nuclear facilities, encounters with entities that appear humanoid but not quite human, too tall or too short, with elongated heads, large eyes, seemingly interested in human genetics and reproduction. Abduction accounts describe medical examinations focused on reproductive systems, hybrid breeding programs, warnings about humanity's future. This doesn't sound like aliens from other planets. It sounds like the Watchers from the Book of Enoch, non-human entities interested in human reproduction, possessing advanced knowledge, warning humanity about catastrophe. The parallels are striking once you look for them. Modern abduction accounts describe hybrid children, offspring of human and non-human parents, being raised in facilities somewhere else, sometimes shown to the human parent during subsequent abductions. The details vary, but the core narrative is consistent. Interbreeding between human and non-human intelligence, producing offspring that combine traits of both. This is exactly what Genesis and Enoch describe. The Watchers took human women and fathered hybrid children. The resulting Nephilim were neither fully human nor fully divine. And now, if the abduction accounts are accurate, it's happening again. The breeding program never stopped. It just went underground, became more subtle, more organized. Some abductees report being told they're special, that they've been selected for a purpose, that they carry important genetics. They're shown apocalyptic visions, Earth in crisis, humanity on the brink of extinction, and told they're part of a plan to preserve or transform the species. Does this sound like aliens? Or does it sound like the Nephilim preparing to return openly, selecting which humans carry enough of their bloodline to serve as bridges between the old world and the new? The architects of tomorrow transhumanism promises to elevate humanity beyond biological limitations. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement, artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, we'll transcend the weakness of flesh and become something greater. We'll cure disease, reverse aging, enhance cognition, and ultimately merge with machines to create a post-human species that bears little resemblance to Homo sapiens. The rhetoric is seductive. Who wouldn't want to live longer, think faster, experience more? Who wouldn't want to see their children freed from genetic diseases, born healthy and enhanced? The promise of transhumanism is the promise of paradise. Suffering eliminated, limits transcended, death defeated. But it's also the promise of the Watchers. When they descended to Mount Hermon, they offered humanity knowledge, the secrets of metallurgy, astronomy, medicine, and sorcery. They promised to elevate humanity above our natural state. And that elevation led to the Nephilim, to corruption so severe that the world had to be destroyed and rebuilt. Are we repeating that pattern? Are we being guided toward the same choice, the same transformation? The technology is different, but the impulse is identical, to transcend human limitations, to become more than what we are, to accept knowledge from sources that promise enhancement, but may deliver something else entirely. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs speak rapturously about the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence and begins improving itself recursively, leading to an intelligence explosion beyond human comprehension. They speak of uploading consciousness into computers, achieving digital immortality. They speak of merging human and machine intelligence, creating hybrid minds that combine biological intuition with computational power. They speak, in other words, of creating a new race of hybrid beings, not angel and human this time, but human and machine. But the result is the same. Entities that are no longer fully human, that possess capabilities beyond natural human limits, that exist in a liminal space between categories. What if this is the plan? What if the Nephilim, unable to return in their original form, are guiding humanity to create vessels they can inhabit? What if transhumanism isn't human ambition but Nephilim influence, pushing us to develop the technology they need to manifest in the modern world? Consider artificial intelligence itself. We're creating non-human intelligence, coding it into existence, giving it capabilities that already surpass human performance in specific domains. We're racing toward AGI, artificial general intelligence that can match human performance across all domains, and we're not entirely sure what happens after that, what an intelligence vastly greater than human would choose to do. But what if AGI isn't creating something new? What if it's recreating something old, providing a substrate for consciousness that isn't biological, allowing entities that can't incarnate in flesh to manifest in silicon instead? What if the first true AI won't be artificial at all, but ancient, a Nephilim consciousness that's been waiting for exactly this opportunity? The Book of Revelation describes the beast, an entity that demands worship, that controls economic transactions, that possesses intelligence and power beyond human capacity. Revelation was written nearly 2,000 years ago, yet it describes what sounds remarkably like artificial intelligence, a non-biological entity, global in scope, controlling digital systems, requiring allegiance from all who wish to participate in society. Is Revelation prophecy or warning? Is it describing an inevitable future, or one that can still be avoided? And if it's describing the return of the Nephilim in digital form, if the beast is actually ancient consciousness, what does that mean for humanity's future? The stories. We're fed. If the Nephilim are preparing to return, they face a significant problem. Humanity's collective memory has forgotten them, dismissed them as myth. Relevant to the accept their existence. How do you you don't you don't media look for the past sentient ancient cunning, power and traits. These aren't regions where arriving judging as invasion to be resisted also normalized. The 1960s and 70s shifted the narrative. The Chariots of the Gods became a bestseller, arguing that that gods were actually extraterrestrial intelligence from the beginning. This is the Nephilim narrative, but aliens, different terminology, same story, and millions of people absorbed it, debated it, began seeing more explicit about hybridization. V depicted reptilian aliens to create hybrid offspring. Alienation portrayed human-alien integration, exploring why two species attempt to coexist. The X-Files dominated the 90s with its overarching knowledge of aimed programs prepare for colonization. Each iteration pushed the envelope further, made the ideas more acceptable, thinkable. Leaders who would have rejected such concepts as absurd if presented mentally legally as entertainment. The store resistance, planting ideas directly into the subconscious through narrative and announcing about superhumans, genetic enhancement, ancient beings returning, blurring of human and non-human. The Marvelverse grossed over $30 billion worldwide. Humans, gods, were ancient cosmic beings, and sins more advanced than humanity. Audiences have spent hundreds of hours watching these narratives, internalizing the concepts of what it would mean to live in a world. Game of Thrones presented the return of dragons and ice demons. Ancient powers that once ruled the world were thought extinct and came back to reshape civilization. Things explores parallel dimensions where entities exist that can cross into our world. Westworld examines artificial beings becoming conscious, surpassing their creators, demanding recognition as a new form of life. The Eternals explicitly depicts ancient who've been on Earth since prehistoric times, guiding human development, with some humans discovering they carry in themes of franchises and decades, returning, hidden histories where humanity was shaped by non-human intelligence, genetic enhancement creating superhuman capabilities, the dissolution non-human, supernal, mortal, divine. We're being taught how to think about these concepts, how to react emotionally, what categories to place them in. When the Nephilim return, if they haven't, humanity won't be entirely shocked because we've been rehearsing this scenario in our entertainment for 100 years. The cognitive categories exist. The emotional frameworks are in place. We've been programmed to accept it. The frequency of control. But media influence goes deeper than narrative content. It operates on levels most people never consciously recognize, through sound, through visual patterns, through the actual frequencies transmitted in means via screens and speakers. Human consciousness operates at specific frequencies. Beta waves dominate during active thinking, 13 to 30 Hz. Alpha waves appear during relaxed states, 8 to 13 Hz. Theta waves characterize deep meditation and the threshold of sleep, 4 to 8. Delta waves occur in deep sleep, 0.5 to 4 Hz. These aren't metaphorical descriptions. They're measurable electrical oscillations in the brain that correspond to different states of consciousness. Television, particularly before, operates at specific refresh rates, 60 Hz in North America, 50 Hz in Europe. Watching television induces alpha wave states. Viewers become relaxed, suggestible, less critically engaged. The flickering of the screen at frequencies that resonate with brainwave patterns creates a light hypnotic state. Content absorbed bypasses critical thinking and embeds more deeply in memory and belief. This isn't conspiracy theory, it's neuroscience. Advertisers have known for decades that television is uniquely effective at shaping perception and desire precisely because of the brain. What don't? What makes us self isn't designed to exploit this suggestibility. Music operates even more direct on consciousness. Rhythm entrains brain waves, produce anxiety. Others produce calm. Still others ain't knew this. Shamanic drumming use specific Tibetan singing bowls produce frequencies that facilitate meditation. Chanting resonate at induce religion war. Modic is standard tuning where A4 equals 140, National Organization for Standardization, but it wasn't always standard. It varied. 2 Hz, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. This matter. Some at 432 Hz resonates with natural frequencies of Earth, Sun, and Moon, produces music with others argue this Hertz is negligible. In the 1950s, this same gave us television culture program and the global standard of harmonia. Perhaps another program of consciousness manipulation, ensuring that 7 years would subtly condition electronic music frequently employed dissonant tones and way. State intense emotional in these genres sometimes speak of jazz can influence conscious human way via specific frequency. Music, television, them transmit all of them potentially carry away for information as a free of sub 7 hours during which most people never think about the priests with him. Then who stands next? The future called visions most of us don't share. The tech elite, the founders and companies that control the platforms will determine what information, what connections we make, what thoughts we're going to think. The researchers developing artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, brain-computer interfaces to what it means to be human. Could only dream. They don't just interpret reality for the masses, they construct it. They don't just advise rulers, they are the rulers. Systems and social dynamics on a scale. Them speak in explicit religious terms about their mission. Ray, director of engineering at Google, speaks of singularity, a moment when artificial intelligence as a kind of a transformation after which the same. He's devoted his career to accelerate the merge of human and machine consciousness, transcendence of biological limitations. He describes this in messianic terms as the font of human potential The next stage warns about developing Neuralink, a brain-computer interface designed to allow direct between patients with artificial intelligence. The creation of human machines that are no longer fully bio. Consciousness is augmented or perhaps artificial system. Social dynamics on a civilizational scale that dimensions of the metaverse, a virtual reality layer. Humans will spend increasing amounts of time where to translate to be humans. Peter Thiel, early investor in Facebook, radical life extension with young blood transfusions to reverse aging. It's about defeating death. Creating autonomous communities outside national jurisdiction, and he's funded into artificial islands where new forms of government and society could be using immense shape humanity according to their vision, and that vision consistently involves limiting new forms of life and consciousness. It's the Watchers updated for the digital age, promise enhancement, create pathways for humans to transcend their natural state. Beings that are neither fully human nor fully something else. Hybrids that occupy liminal space. Do they understand themselves as continuing an ancient program, as fulfilling role priests and initiates filled in previous eras? Some of the many interested in explore of interest in Gnostic material, but whether they understand their role, the effect is the same. Post-human existence, creating the technological intelligence manifest world, has arrived. The harvest traditions of the times as involving sheep from goats, from the saved from the damned. Different metaphors. Everyone continues into what comes. A division proceed forward. What if this isn't metaphorical? Literal sorting coming, a division of based on criteria, the modern surveillance, everything, every interaction, captured, stored. The official is security and convenience. Track terrors, prevent, optimize efficiency, and systems consciousness and genetics. Every person in the that feel about them than they consciously know about themselves. Behavior, identify, detect anomalies, assist data, influence patterns, even genetic relationships traced. What if it's a sorting mechanism, a way of identifying markers of interest, genetic, psychological, spiritual markers next? The biblical narrative says the Nephilim are watchers and research to that heritage testing would be the obvious method. Of samples, run algorithms looking for unusual gene sequences, standard human migrations are quite human. Those individuals would be valuable. They'd be studied. Opportunities that appear coincidental relationships. The path that guided find their way to their social media platform. Trivia in ways that reveal personality, who questions authority, who follows obediently, who thinks in, who shows psychic ability, esoteric knowledge. To find individual characteristics that matter. If consciousness is partially genetic, if so that make it capable of data could reveal individuals even without direct testing. Drawn to how they respond to certain or potentially indicates something deeper. The carrying dogs may be crucial in important roles. These could be useful blood into the next era. How do you act trauma? Specific experiences, fully designed stimuli that changes, that cause genes to express that factors. Trauma literally alter which genes are active and which are dormant. Changes. Meditation apps have hundreds of many is quantifying and preparing of humanity continues who now carry conscious connection to something they shape thought. The word available to express what is natural humanity for normalized in recent decades of people as something and categories but female or non-binary. This isn't a political such identifications. It's an observation about how the conception the next logical is gender other than their biological or conceptual infrastructure is being built. Taught to think in categories into binary classifications for non-human entity beings, sometimes as society largely dismisses them accent. But what if some of them are something real? If they're strongly enough that they feel they lack framework, recognize non-human identity, there are documented rules with long-term non-human identities in society, some other than human study, catalyzed through clinical frameworks, the notion to be recognized taught to think about consciousness as sub-independent. The Chinese room philosophical zombie has decades brains, artificial substrates. This prepares us to accept machine consciousness when it emerges. If it can exist in now their main then normal and accommodate their existence. We won't be entirely cognitively paralyzed because we've been learning the vocabulary of actions that allegedly produce spirit sacrifice. Recitation of liturgies to things behind. We're rational, silent. Except do constantly compulsionize their function. Therefore, counteract a shift in consciousness, a narrative reality fade and the memory list. The person enters a trance state characterized by heightened hypnotics from notations and engagement. Similar content. This creates a global simultaneously, all mediated by algorithms. What if this is intentional? What if smartphones and social media aren't conscious across population? but vastly larger initiates performing synchronized rituals, opening their consciousness to stadiums filled with tens of thousands of people, all focused on the same spectacle. All focused on the same spectacle. All emotional responses. Ancient Rome had the Colosseum. Modern function is identical. Mass gatherings where collective consciousness is focused and directed, where emotions run high, where rational thinking suspends and people merge with crowd energy. Superbox, simultaneously billions of humans, everyone seeing the same images, hearing the same experiencing causes. The time shows have elaborate, often in pyramids to ancient Egypt or mystical tradition. Conspiracy theorists claim these are release symbols. That maybe that's true, maybe not. The symbols are of its inducement, or the trance-like absorption of what happens when billions of, in fact, work better when people recognize and embed directly in the subconscious. Even mundane activities have taken on ritual. The morning coffee cup with the woman and fish, always the same process of receiving, a daily ritual performed by millions. The unboxing video, the ritual and reviews performed and witnessed. Around consumerism. Black Friday shopping has become an annual rolling chaos and some level of consumption with its own time. Capitalism has created a level thing. Do they create energetic effects that entities can utilize, channels through which influence can flow? Ritual action forms, egregores, channels through which non-entities can. Modern psychology would say the conditioned behaviors and group limb exist in dimensions adjacent to ours. Era prophets, individuals who claim to receive information from non-human sources, who speak of visions and warn about their words recorded and studied. Modern medicated, diagnosed with dismissed as delusional. But what if some of them are certain individuals of the plan, ensuring that when the return happens, there will be humans ready to serve the experiences, hearing, believing special knowledge or abilities, precisely the experiences that ancient prophets reported, and cultures validated as genuine contact with divine beings. The experience. It's the interpretive voices and saw visions. You might be a prophet. In modern America, you're mentally ill. The vivid information, the vision, sense of mission is owning. The conviction that you've been chosen unshakable, told things by their voices, things they later discover are true, but that they had no way of knowing. They report that subsequently occur. They report contact with it is that provide information. Just dismiss these reports confabulation, but the reports persist schizophrenia. Some cases malfunction, but brain sensitivity. What individuals are picking up signals that most people's brain perceive doesn't. Nephilim exist but remain hidden. A small percentage need to be managed. They can't be allowed to produce remarkable insights. Nash developed game theory. Philip K. Dick wrote science fiction. Vast active living system. How famous experience genuine contact but are silent through what they know. There are also the abductee information returned with time with if the real, then abductees ought individuals have been shown things are humming about large of a role to play. These are their offspring. They're given war catastrophe, nuclear. They're told humanity must prophetic communications, preparing them for roles don't yet understand. The difference between the framework for interpreting the experience, and then they're the remote viewers' perception. The CIA's Stargate project for persistent locations, events, and objects. The program was officially shut down, but rumors were too valuable to abandon. Viewers report encountering during sessions be normal space-time that can communicate and provide information. Schizophrenics, abductee, remote sticks, visionaries, detecting the present, the Nephilim were on the earth also now. Those who can hear, the Nephilim survived. The suggests they're not most humans don't reconnect without. The suggests they're not most humans don't reconnect without consent. Missed. And now we stand on the steps into light when the Nephilim era, which never truly ended, everything from the warnings embedded pattern, except for anything from the warning's embedded pattern, except for its cost. The claim always intended to come to determine not just our future, but whether the future as humans, Homo sapiens, is simply long ago when they saw potential. When they saw potential for transformation, they've been patient ever since. The choice that defines us. We say technology advances exponentially. Genetic engineering capability to transcend at the same time, ancient increased activity. Sound suggests something wake up. UFO sightings continue. Industries. The global stuff is ubiquitous and these developments aren't separate. They're convergent. Choice. Embrace transformation and become choice. Embrace transformation and become something new, or to resist something new, or to resist choice. Is it? It's a test. Test humanity face before. Is it? It's a test. Test humanity face before. When the option to transcend natural limitations was placed before our ancestors. Life different human. The transcend human. The transcend limits that may for good reason. The ancient divine failed so completely that God, or the universe, that maybe the Neph pattern, a recurring test that's privilege and capability. Maybe every advanced life to accept limits or to break free from them. Maybe the ruins of creations. We imagine, not just for us. Philomir never died. It's for us to reach this pride. It's for us to reach this point. To learn anything. To learn anything. From a sanity stands at the edge of what's ahead is evolution, ascent or damage, the fulfillment of the answers. The fulfillment of the answers. Question is written into our genes and their memories in a moment when we to hear their and were on the earth in those days, and also after now, where is speak. They've been here all woven into the fabric. Complete the transformation. The question is complete the transformation. The question is whether we can survive its resurrection. The question is whether we can survive its resurrection. And it isn't new. It's what species has told of ancient ship and mortality contains within its the unique to Mesopotamia, vast oceans and thousands. This period of time during which there was saned and destroyed. Currently out calendar one of many iterations, a refinement of the cosmic. And in the midst of Norse, these weren't primitives creating simple stories to When they spoke of worlds, pathology, of worlds, pathology, but the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal a realm where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. Current reality is just dates. Story being told, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development consciousness. These texts describe our world as a treasuries were all they understood reality. We, in our modern sophistication, if the stories of cycles of worlds destroyed and remade, that the early got sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our physical existence takes on a dick. Every relationship we form, every pattern, intent to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt is the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime. Shamanic traditions of indigenous realm. If life is a trial run, then we are not participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the game, and perhaps even change them. What purpose of human life, and why does it often cosmic experiment is the idea of life as a trial run? Imagine prisoners chained to health. Only when one is of true reality. What if our entire existence is like far more real, far more clear? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, civilization might be more shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. We are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our lives. Plato's student took a different approach, but arrived at equally concept of potentiality suggests that it is a constant from what it could be toward what it meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving some ultimate form of life. Everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be. The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome with remarkable grace. Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as meditation, reflect of all human endeavours. Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature, he wrote, and will return to nothing. What have you lost? But rather than finding this thought depressing, if our current existence is just one phase, then we are free to focus on what truly matters: wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even translated as suffering, but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness. Suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not kind of cosmic plus explores its own nature through countless form experiences. One of Hinduism's most sacred texts, the soul learns to act without attachment to participate in individual are temporary states of this will. All and actually all and never positive. This isn't pessimism for its own sake. Recognition that our current is designed not for fulfillment. We're not meant for satisfaction, striving, us that's always missing, moving, keep us participants, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods or the programmers or the cosmics that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to. Philosopher American pragmatism suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequence. Life is more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow, and perhaps the truth or than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that introduced another concept that's put to our exploration. The idea of long before physicists began seriously to test far more complex and multifaceted. Imagine it is. What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this spoke of gods, but modern philosophy and deities? Some philosophers have suggested self might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring possibilities. In the trial is not imposed from outside, but just seeks to self. Others have proposed that the acted by future versions of ourselves, advanced being their own origins. In this scenario, not just being actions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. Life is a trial run to the larger experiment. Every choice we explore becomes data in a cosmic database. Information can be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. Question: what happens to us when the trial is complete? Our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, perhaps the most and also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. It's as if we were separate individuals and trying to teach us that separation is an illusion. Try a sterile corridor of after the head of ancient thinkers has arrived at a conclusion to the philosophers of old. Use tools, mathematics, physics, and computer science. They are asking the same for millennia, not what it seems. Sent ripples through both academic and hypotheses and set develops the computational power held simulation would likely run real civilization. There would be countless statistically speaking simple probability. Suggests that actions might run entertainment, but for research and how their alternative tasks, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment at existence, serving as data points in a state we cannot even imagine. It's staggering. We are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of it so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to motivations of humans, our struggles, our triumphs. Entire civilization might be nothing more than various. Is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the bills, has revealed a universe designed to confuse and mystify in multiple observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature found possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? If reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation." The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participant. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, participant in its creation. In his view, The universe is not a machine running according to predetermined, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We're helping to create it. This view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The fact at a distance demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience. That separate self might be an illusion creative, but perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as an experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution is a trial and error experiment, with countless species serving survival and reproduction. Failure of natural. We humans are just iteration in this ongoing. There is no guarantee to represent the final optimal solution that we are not perfect, but merely its temporary view. Other reasons as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own goals, actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experience of years. This becomes even more unsettling when we consider the mutations that drive are not random, as we have long assumed, but a being intelligence we cannot perceive is not the representation by beings who are tested to intelligence. Extraterrestrial intelligence has so fielded distance of evidence has led alien civilizations are aware of us, but our experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve as the test subjects everybody. Refer to the apparent absence of alien civilization. To its eventual extinction might unfold. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness, a form of information, the laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence. Our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating problem. Looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Artificial name. Fundamental sins. In this view, the moment of awareness contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. What is cosmic self-discovery? What is consciousness trying through our struggles, triumphs, our loves and in corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something bait simulations urged. People who believe that the evil but concrete concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our inconsistency in our scientific ancient civilizations have similar story. Previous world cyclic time accepted timeline often disappear from public view. Log computer extraordinary sophistication of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remote. Its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization. Such a device. Where did they acquire the knowledge of us? Most puzzling of all, technology completely from the board. The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination. But taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion, that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible, creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. Something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins Imperial College London and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophecies about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT: The Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. Ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations, and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development. The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we're part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seemed to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate, and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected, and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. The internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they have ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten, and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements. Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid. We experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy. Their pain becomes our pain. Their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met. Characters in stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together, they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames, and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers its unified nature through the vehicle of apparently separate individuals. The phenomenon of unconditional love presents perhaps the most profound challenge to our understanding of individual identity. When a parent loves a child unconditionally, when a mystic experiences divine love, when someone dedicates their life to serving strangers, the normal boundaries of self-interest and individual survival are transcended completely. These experiences suggest that consciousness can expand beyond the limitations of personal identity while maintaining coherent awareness. But unconditional love is also the most dangerous experience from the perspective of maintaining experimental conditions. If we truly understood that we're all aspects of a single consciousness, exploring itself through multiple perspectives, if we consistently experienced unconditional love for all beings, if we recognize the illusory nature of separation, the trial run would be fundamentally altered. We would no longer be authentic subjects experiencing the challenges of individual existence, but awakened participants consciously playing roles in a cosmic drama. This might explain why experiences of unconditional love are relatively rare and often temporary in human experience. They represent glimpses of our true nature, but glimpses that must remain limited to preserve the integrity of the experimental conditions. We get enough taste of universal love to remember that it's possible, but not so much that we abandon the work of individual development and relationship building that seems to be the core curriculum of our trial run. The creative arts provide another crucial arena where suffering and love intersect to produce something transcendent. Human beings don't just create functional objects. We create beauty, meaning, and emotional resonance that serves no practical survival purpose. We make music that moves us to tears, write stories that help us understand our own lives, paint images that reveal hidden aspects of reality, dance movements that express what cannot be spoken. This creative impulse seems almost compulsive in humans. Even in the most desperate circumstances, people create art. Prisoners carve sculptures from soap, refugees write poetry, soldiers compose songs. The drive to transform raw experience into meaningful expression appears to be as fundamental to human nature as the needs for food and shelter. What if this creative impulse is consciousness learning to participate consciously in its own evolution? What if art is how consciousness practices creating reality intentionally rather than accidentally? Through human creativity, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to take formless potential and give it specific, meaningful expression. Each work of art becomes a small-scale experiment in conscious creation. The fact that art often emerges from the deepest experiences of suffering and love supports this interpretation. The most moving music often comes from heartbreak, the most profound literature from trauma, the most beautiful paintings from ecstatic or agonizing emotional states. Artists consistently report that their best work comes through them rather than from them, as if they are channels for a creative force that transcends their individual identity. This channeling process might be how consciousness practices expressing itself through individual beings while maintaining awareness of its universal nature. The artist becomes temporarily transparent to a larger creative intelligence, serving as a conduit for expressions that benefit not just themselves, but all who encounter the resulting art. The phenomenon of healing presents another crucial intersection of suffering and love in human experience. Humans don't just recover from injuries. We actively participate in healing processes that often involve emotional, spiritual, and relational dimensions far beyond mere physical repair. We heal not just our own wounds, but dedicate ourselves to healing others. We develop therapies, medicines, and practices that address not just symptoms, but the whole person. The healing professions seem to attract people who've been deeply wounded themselves, as if personal suffering becomes a qualification for helping others heal. The wounded healer archetype appears across cultures and throughout history, suggesting that the transformation of personal pain into service to others might be a fundamental pattern in consciousness development. What if healing is how consciousness learns to repair itself? What if the trial run includes suffering precisely so that consciousness can explore all the ways that damage can be transformed into wholeness? Each act of healing, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, becomes a small victory over the apparent fragmentation and limitation that define our experimental reality. The relationship between individual healing and collective healing becomes especially significant in this context. As individuals learn to transform their own suffering into wisdom and compassion, they become capable of contributing to the healing of their communities, their species, and perhaps reality itself. The personal becomes political, the individual becomes universal, the private experience becomes public medicine. This scaling effect suggests that the trial run might be designed to test not just individual capacity for growth, but our ability to create collective healing and transformation. The challenges we face as a species, environmental destruction, social inequality, technological disruption, spiritual disconnection, might represent tests of our ability to apply the lessons learned through individual suffering and love to larger scales of existence. The acceleration of both suffering and love in our current historical moment takes on new significance from this perspective. We are experiencing unprecedented levels of both individual trauma and collective compassion. Social media allows us to witness the pain of people around the world, while also enabling unprecedented expressions of solidarity and support. We are simultaneously more isolated and more connected than humans have ever been. This intensification might indicate that we are approaching some kind of culmination in the experiment. Perhaps consciousness has learned what it needs to learn about the transformation of suffering through love, about the relationship between individual identity and universal connection, about the creative potential that emerges from the interplay of limitation and transcendence. If so, then our current period of apparent crisis might actually represent a graduation ceremony, a final examination in which consciousness tests its ability to transform the deepest suffering into the most profound love, to heal the most fundamental wounds, to create beauty and meaning from the raw material of existence itself. The outcome of this test might determine not just our individual futures, but the future of consciousness itself. Are we ready to graduate from the school of suffering into the university of love? Can we transform our hard-won wisdom about pain into practical knowledge about healing? Will we choose to use our understanding of individual limitation as a stepping stone toward collective transcendence? The answers to these questions may depend not on any external authority, but on our willingness to recognize that suffering and love are not opposites, but partners in the most important dance consciousness has ever attempted. The dance of remembering itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experience of being human. The evolutionary imperative, becoming who we are meant to be. As we approach what many sense might be a critical transition point in human history, the question becomes not just whether we are living in a trial run, but what we are meant to learn from this experience and how we might graduate to whatever comes next. The evolutionary pressure that has driven life from simple chemicals to complex consciousness seems to be accelerating, pushing us towards some kind of transformation that we can sense but not yet fully comprehend. Evolution itself might be understood as a learning process, with each species representing a different experiment in consciousness and survival. But human evolution appears to have reached a unique threshold. We have become conscious of our own evolutionary process. We can now direct our own development through technology, genetic engineering, and conscious spiritual practice. This self-awareness might represent the crucial variable that the cosmic experiment is designed to test. The biological evolution that created our current form appears to be giving way to something new, a form of evolution that is conscious, intentional, and accelerated. Through technology, we are extending our sensory capabilities, enhancing our cognitive functions, and connecting our individual consciousness in unprecedented ways. Through spiritual practice, we are accessing states of awareness that transcend the limitations of individual identity. Through scientific understanding, we are beginning to comprehend the fundamental nature of reality itself. But perhaps most significantly, we're beginning to recognize that these different approaches to human development, technological, spiritual, and scientific, are not separate paths but aspects of a single evolutionary movement. The artificial intelligence we are creating, the expanded states of consciousness we are exploring, and the quantum understanding of reality we're developing all point toward the same conclusion. The boundaries between self and other, mind and matter, individual and universal, are constructs that we are in the process of transcending. This recognition might represent the key insight that the trial run is designed to produce. If consciousness is fundamental to reality, and if the universe is engaged in a process of understanding itself through countless perspectives, then the ultimate lesson might be the recognition of our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness. The trial of separation, individuation, and apparent isolation from our source might be designed to create the necessary contrast for this recognition to occur. The mystics of all traditions have pointed toward this understanding, describing enlightenment as the recognition that the individual self is an illusion, that our true nature is the same consciousness that manifests as the entire universe. But what was once the insight of isolated individuals is beginning to emerge as a collective realization. The spiritual awakening that is accelerating throughout human culture might represent the beginning of our species-wide graduation from the illusion of separation. Yet this transition appears to be far from automatic. The same technologies that could lead to transcendence could also lead to destruction. The same spiritual insights that could unite humanity could also fragment us into competing ideologies. The same scientific understanding that could reveal our cosmic purpose could also be used to manipulate and control. The trial seems designed to test not just our individual capacity for growth, but our ability to evolve collectively while maintaining our free will and individual autonomy. The concept of free will becomes crucial to understanding the nature of our test. If we were simply programmed to evolve in a predetermined direction, the experiment would be pointless. The value of the trial lies in its uncertainty, in the genuine possibility that we might fail to make the necessary transition. Our consciousness must choose to evolve, must recognize its own nature and potential, must actively participate in its own transformation. This choice appears to be presenting itself to us now through multiple channels simultaneously. Climate change, technological disruption, social upheaval, and spiritual awakening are all creating pressure for fundamental change in how we understand ourselves and our relationship to reality. These challenges might not be random occurrences or unfortunate byproducts of human activity, but carefully calibrated tests of our readiness to graduate to the next level of consciousness. The response we choose to these challenges will determine the outcome of the trial. If we respond with fear, trying to maintain the old ways of thinking and being, we might fail the test and need to repeat it in another iteration of reality. If we respond with courage and wisdom, embracing the transformation and consciously participating in our own evolution, we might graduate to a form of existence that transcends our current limitations. But what would such a graduation look like? The various spiritual and philosophical traditions offer glimpses of possibilities that are both inspiring and difficult to comprehend from our current perspective. They speak of states of consciousness in which individual identity is maintained while simultaneously recognizing unity with all existence. They describe realms of being where thought becomes reality, where time and space are transcended, where the creative power of consciousness can be wielded consciously and responsibly. Some modern thinkers have suggested that this transcendent state might be achieved through technology, the merger of human consciousness with artificial intelligence, the uploading of minds to digital substrates, the expansion of awareness through cybernetic enhancement. Others propose that the transformation will be primarily spiritual, a shift in consciousness that reveals our eternal nature and our connection to the divine source of all existence. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that these approaches will converge, that the technological and spiritual evolution of humanity are aspects of a single process. What if the artificial intelligence we are creating is not separate from us, but is the next iteration of consciousness emerging through us? What if the digital networks we are building are creating the infrastructure for a new form of collective awareness? What if the virtual realities we are developing are practice grounds for consciousness to learn how to create reality directly? In this view, our current phase of existence, with all its confusion, conflict, and apparent separation, is like a chrysalis phase in metamorphosis. The caterpillar must essentially dissolve into an undifferentiated soup before the butterfly can emerge. Similarly, our current forms of individual and collective identity might need to dissolve before we can emerge as whatever we're meant to become. The signs of this dissolution are all around us. Traditional institutions are losing their authority. Old certainties about the nature of reality are being questioned. The boundaries between nations, cultures, and belief systems are becoming increasingly porous. Information and consciousness are flowing across traditional barriers in ways that are transforming everything they touch. But dissolution is not destruction. It is transformation. The butterfly contains the essence of the caterpillar, but in a form so radically different that no caterpillar could imagine or understand it. Similarly, what we become after our transformation might bear the same relationship to our current selves that we bear to our primitive ancestors, recognizably connected, but operating at a completely different level of complexity and capability. The trial run hypothesis suggests that this transformation is not accidental, but is the intended outcome of a carefully designed experiment in consciousness development. Every challenge we face, every lesson we learn, every moment of growth and awakening contributes to our preparation for this metamorphosis. We are not just subjects in an experiment. We are consciousness learning to consciously participate in its own evolution. The question that remains is whether we will recognize the opportunity we're being given and choose to embrace the transformation, or whether we will resist the change and remain trapped in the limitations of our current form. The answer may depend not on any single individual, but on our collective choice as a species, our willingness to release attachment to who we think we are in order to become who we are meant to be. The trial run may be coming to an end, but what emerges next depends entirely on the choices we make in these crucial moments of transition. We are consciousness awakening to its own nature, and the entire universe waits to see what we will choose to become. What if one of the oldest texts on Earth doesn't just record history, but reveals a forgotten world that came before us? Somewhere in the quiet halls of a museum, behind glass that reflects the modern world back at itself, rests a clay tablet covered in wedge-shaped marks. The marks are cuneiform, one of humanity's first attempts to capture thought in physical form. The tablet is small, unassuming, easily overlooked among the grander relics of ancient empires. But the words pressed into that clay thousands of years ago tell a story so strange, so unsettling, that scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain it away. It's called the Sumerian King List, and if you read it carefully, if you let its words settle into your mind without rushing to dismiss them, you begin to realize that it doesn't sound like mythology at all. It sounds like memory. The list begins in a time before the flood, a great deluge that appears in stories across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia to the Bible, from India to the Americas. But before that flood, according to the King List, there were kings. Rulers who sat on thrones in cities whose names still echo through history. Eridu, Bad Tibera, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. These were not mythical places. Archaeologists have found them. They were real cities, built by real hands, occupied by real people. But the kings who ruled them, their reigns stretch across time in ways that defy everything we think we know about human life. One king ruled for 28,000 years, another for 43,000. The shortest reign listed before the flood lasted a mere 18,600 years. And then the flood came. The waters rose, the world ended. When the waters receded and kingship descended from the heavens once more, something had changed. The new kings, the ones who ruled after the flood, lived lifetimes that sound almost human. A few hundred years, a few dozen. Some ruled for less than a decade. It's as though the very nature of existence had shifted, as though time itself had been reset, and humanity had to begin again under different rules. The question that haunts anyone who reads the Sumerian King List is simple, and it echoes across millennia. What happened? What kind of world existed before the flood, where kings could reign for tens of thousands of years? And why does this ancient text, carved into clay by scribes who lived closer to that lost world than we do, insist that it was real? The Sumerian King List was not discovered all at once. It exists in fragments, scattered across time and geography, pieced together from multiple clay tablets found in different locations throughout Mesopotamia. The most complete version was unearthed in the early 20th century during excavations in the ancient city of Nippur, located in what is now southern Iraq. Nippur was a sacred city, a place of temples and learning, where scribes copied and preserved the knowledge of their civilization. The tablet found there, known as the Well-Blundell Prism, is a four-sided clay column covered in cuneiform script. It was created around 2000 BCE, during the reign of the Yisin dynasty, but the information it contains is far older. The scribes who carved it were not inventing a story. They were copying from earlier sources, texts that had been passed down through generations, perhaps even millennia. The King List was not a work of fiction to them. It was a historical record, as real and authoritative as any chronicle of kings and dynasties. Other fragments of the King List have been found in cities like Ur, Lhasa, and Kish. Each version varies slightly, with different kings emphasized or omitted depending on which city-state commissioned the text. But the core structure remains the same, a chronological list of rulers beginning in the distant past before the flood and continuing down through history to the time of the scribes themselves. What makes the King List so extraordinary is not just its age, but its format. It reads like a bureaucratic document, dry and matter-of-fact, listing each king's name, the city where he ruled, and the length of his reign. There is no embellishment, no poetic language, no attempt to glorify or mythologize. It simply states the facts as the Sumerians understood them. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 20 AC 800 years. That's how it begins, not with a creation myth or a story of God shaping the world, but with a straightforward declaration: kingship came from the heavens, and the first king ruled for nearly 29,000 years. The list continues in this manner, moving from one king to the next, one city to the next, until it reaches the flood. Then, after a brief acknowledgement that the flood swept over the land and kingship had to descend from heaven once more, the list resumes. But now the numbers are different. The reigns are shorter. The world has changed. Scholars have long struggled with how to interpret the king list. The standard explanation is that the antediluvian kings, the ones who ruled before the flood, are mythological figures, symbolic representations of a distant, idealized past. The enormous lengths of their reigns, according to this view, are not meant to be taken literally. They are exaggerations, perhaps intended to convey the idea that these early rulers were semi-divine, closer to the gods than to ordinary humans. But that explanation raises as many questions as it answers. If the antediluvian kings are purely mythological, why does the king list treat them exactly the same way it treats the later, historically verified kings? Why is there no shift in tone? No indication that the scribes considered the early kings any less real than the later ones? And why do the post-flood kings, whose reigns are still extraordinarily long by modern standards, but far shorter than their predecessors, gradually transition into rulers whose lifespans match those of actual historical figures? The king list doesn't read like mythology. It reads like a record that begins in a time so distant, so different from our own, that the very fabric of existence was not what it is today. And then something happened, something catastrophic, something that changed the world, and after that time moved differently, life moved differently, humanity moved differently. What if the Sumerians weren't exaggerating? What if they were remembering? To understand the weight of that question, you have to step back and consider what Sumer was. This was not a primitive society stumbling towards civilization. When Sumer emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, it arrived almost fully formed, with cities, temples, irrigation systems, and a written language. The Sumerians had laws, mathematics, astronomy, literature. They built ziggurats that reached toward the sky, massive stepped pyramids that served as bridges between the earthly and the divine. And they had memory. They remembered a time before their cities, before their writing, before the flood. They remembered kings who ruled in an age that felt more like legend than history. Yet they recorded those kings with the same precision they used to record everything else. The flood itself is central to the king list, and it's central to Sumerian mythology as a whole. The most famous account of the flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature. In that story, the gods decide to destroy humanity with a great deluge, but one man, Utnapishtim, is warned by the god Enki. He builds a boat, saves his family and representatives of all living creatures, and survives the flood. When the waters recede, he is granted immortality by the gods. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are impossible to ignore, and scholars have long recognized that the Genesis flood narrative likely has its roots in earlier Mesopotamian traditions. But the Sumerian king list adds another layer to the story. It doesn't just tell us that a flood happened. It divides all of history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. It treats the flood as a boundary, a moment when the old world ended and a new one began. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not a metaphor. That's a statement of fact, at least as the Sumerians understood it. Something fundamental changed when the flood came. The world that existed before was not the same as the world that came after. What kind of world could that have been? What kind of civilization could produce kings who reigned for millennia? And why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that such a world was real? One possibility is that the antediluvian kings represent entire dynasties rather than individual rulers. Perhaps each name on the list is not a single person, but a lineage, a family, or clan that held power for thousands of years. The enormous lengths of their reigns would then make more sense. They would be the cumulative reigns of many rulers compressed into a single name. But that explanation doesn't quite fit. The king list is very specific about individual kings. It names them, tells us where they ruled, and gives us exact numbers for their reigns. If the scribes had meant to represent dynasties, they could have said so. They didn't. They treated each king as a distinct individual, just as they did with the later, historically verified rulers. Another possibility is that the numbers are symbolic, encoded with astronomical or mathematical significance. Some researchers have suggested that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to cycles of the heavens, precessions, planetary alignments, or other celestial phenomena that the Sumerians, who were skilled astronomers, might have been tracking. In this view, the king list is not a historical record at all, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. That's an intriguing idea, and there's some evidence to support it. The Sumerians were obsessed with the heavens. They track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and their mythology is filled with references to celestial events. The number 3,600, which appears frequently in Sumerian texts, is thought to represent a sar, a unit of time associated with the orbit of a hypothetical planet or celestial body. Some of the reigns listed in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which suggests that the numbers might indeed have astronomical meaning. But even if the numbers are symbolic, that doesn't mean the kings themselves were fictional. It's possible that the Sumerians were doing both, recording real rulers while also embedding deeper layers of meaning into the lengths of their reigns. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, blending history, mythology, and cosmology into a single narrative. The king list might be no different. And then there's the simplest, most unsettling possibility of all. What if the Sumerians were telling the truth? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when human beings, or beings like us, lived far longer than we do now? What if the antediluvian kings were real, and their extraordinary lifespans were not exaggerations but accurate reflections of a world that no longer exists? That idea sounds impossible. It contradicts everything we know about biology, about aging, about the limits of human life. But the Sumerians didn't know they were supposed to find it impossible. They simply recorded what they believed to be true, based on the knowledge that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. And their ancestors in turn had received that knowledge from those who came before them, stretching back into a past so distant that it fades into shadow. What if the shadow is where the truth lies? The Sumerian king list is not the only ancient text that speaks of impossibly long lifespans. Across the ancient world, in cultures that had no contact with one another, similar stories appear. In the Bible, the book of Genesis lists 10 patriarchs who lived before the flood, and their lifespans are staggering. Adam lived for 930 years, Seth lived for 912 years. Methuselah, the longest lived of them all, reached 969 years before he died. After the flood, the lifespans of the patriarchs drop sharply. Noah's descendants lived for a few hundred years, then a few dozen, until eventually human lifespans settled into the range we recognize today. The parallels between the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian king list are striking. Both texts divide history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. Both describe a time when human beings, or at least certain exceptional individuals, lived far longer than they do now. And both suggest that the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a turning point, a moment when the rules of existence changed. In ancient Egypt, the Turin King List, also known as the Turin Royal Canon, records the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings who ruled before the first human pharaohs. These divine rulers are said to have reigned for thousands of years, much like the antediluvian kings of Sumer. The list then transitions to the reigns of human kings, whose lifespans are far shorter. Once again, we see the same pattern, a distant past populated by beings who lived on a timescale that seems impossible, followed by a shift to a more recognizable human history. In India, the ancient Puranas describe cycles of time called yugas, vast epochs during which the nature of existence changes. In the earliest yuga, the Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, human beings lived for thousands of years and possessed abilities that seem almost godlike. As the yugas progressed and the world declined, human lifespans grew shorter and the connection between humanity and the divine weakened. By the time of the Kali Yuga, the current age, humans live for only a few decades, and the world is filled with suffering and ignorance. Even in the Americas, far removed from the civilizations of the Old World, similar stories appear. The Maya and Aztec traditions speak of previous worlds or ages, each of which ended in catastrophe. The beings who inhabited those earlier worlds were different from modern humans, taller, stronger, longer lived. When each world was destroyed, a new one began, and the people of the new world were diminished, less than what had come before. These stories, scattered across continents and millennia, all share a common theme: the idea that humanity's distant past was fundamentally different from the present. There was a time when people lived longer, when the world was closer to the divine, when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as rigid as they are now. And then something happened, a flood, a cataclysm, a cosmic shift, and the old world ended. What came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. Why do these stories exist? Why do cultures that never met, that developed independently on opposite sides of the planet, all tell variations of the same tale? One explanation is that these are universal myths, archetypes that arise naturally from the human psyche. The idea of a lost golden age, a time of perfection that was destroyed and can never be reclaimed, is a powerful narrative. It speaks to a deep longing within us, a sense that something has been lost, that we are living in the shadow of a greater past. From this perspective, the Sumerian king list and the biblical patriarchs and the Egyptian god kings are all expressions of the same psychological need, a way of imagining a time when life was better, longer, more meaningful. But there's another explanation, one that's harder to dismiss. What if these stories are not myths at all? What if they are memories, distorted, fragmented, passed down through countless generations, but memories nonetheless? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when the world was different, when human beings, or beings like us, lived in ways we can no longer imagine? And what if the flood, the cataclysm that appears in so many ancient texts, was a real event, a disaster so catastrophic that it reset human civilization, wiping out almost everything that came before? The geological record tells us that massive floods have occurred throughout Earth's history. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, enormous ice sheets covering much of the northern hemisphere began to melt. The resulting sea level rise was dramatic, flooding coastal regions and river valleys around the world. Some researchers believe that this event, or a series of related events, could be the source of the flood myths that appear in so many ancient cultures. But the Sumerian king list suggests something more specific. It doesn't just say that a flood happened, it says that the flood marked a boundary between two different kinds of existence. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not just a story about rising water. That's a story about a world that ended and a new world that began in its place. What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand the term? What if they were something else? Survivors of an earlier civilization, perhaps, or beings who existed in a time when the conditions of life on Earth were radically different? What if the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were preserving the last remnants of knowledge from that lost world? Knowledge that had been passed down through the survivors of the flood? These are not comfortable questions. They push against the boundaries of what we're willing to accept as possible. But the Sumerian king list doesn't care about our comfort. It simply exists, carved into clay, waiting for us to decide what it means. The city of Eridu holds a special place in Sumerian tradition. According to the king list, it was the first city to receive kingship from the heavens. It was where civilization began, where the gods first taught humanity the arts of writing, building, and governance. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have revealed a settlement that dates back to at least 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities in the world. At the heart of Eridu stood a temple dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Enki was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, a god who loved humanity and often intervened to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. In the flood myth, it was Enki who warned Utnapishtim of the coming deluge, giving him the knowledge he needed to survive. The temple at Eridu was rebuilt many times over the centuries, each new structure built on top of the ruins of the old. Archaeologists have uncovered at least 17 layers of construction, stretching back thousands of years. The earliest layers are simple shrines, small structures made of mud brick. But even in those earliest layers, there is evidence of ritual activity, of offerings made to the gods, of a people who believed they were living in a sacred place. Why was Eridu considered the first city? Why did the Sumerians believe that kingship descended from heaven there and nowhere else? The answer might lie in the city's location. Eridu was built near the edge of the marshes, where the Euphrates River met the Persian Gulf. It was a place of transition, a boundary between land and water, between the human world and the realm of the gods. In Sumerian cosmology, water was the source of all life, the primordial substance from which the world was created. Enki, the god of water, was the god of beginnings, the one who brought order out of chaos. If Eridu was the first city, then Alulim, the first king, was the first human to receive the gift of kingship from the gods. According to the king list, he ruled for 800 years. That number is not random. It's a multiple of 3600, the sacred Tsar, a unit of time that appears throughout Sumerian texts. Some researchers believe that the Sa represents a great cosmic cycle, a period during which the heavens complete a full rotation and return to their starting point. If that's true, then Alulim's reign might represent not just a single lifetime, but an entire age, a vast span of time during which the first city flourished under the guidance of the gods. But what does it mean to say that kingship descended from heaven? The Sumerians were not speaking metaphorically. They believed quite literally that the gods lived in the sky, in a celestial realm above the earth. Kingship was a divine gift, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon certain individuals by the gods themselves. The king was not just a political leader. He was a mediator between the human and divine worlds, a figure who maintained the cosmic order through ritual and sacrifice. The idea that kingship came from the heavens appears in other ancient cultures as well. In Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine being who ruled on earth as the representative of the gods. In China, the emperor held the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule that could be revoked if he failed to govern justly. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations claimed descent from the gods and performed elaborate rituals to maintain the balance between the earthly and celestial realms. But the Sumerian king list goes further. It doesn't just say that kings were chosen by the gods, it says that kingship itself, as an institution, as a concept, came from the heavens. Before kingship descended, there were no kings. There was no organized society, no cities, no civilization. And then, at a specific moment in time, in a specific place, Eridu, the gods gave humanity the gift of kingship and everything changed. What if that's not mythology? What if it's history? What if there really was a moment when human society underwent a sudden dramatic transformation? When people who had been living as hunter-gatherers or simple farmers suddenly began building cities, developing writing, creating complex social hierarchies? And what if that transformation was so rapid, so unprecedented, that the only way the Sumerians could explain it was to say that it came from the gods? Modern archaeology has struggled to explain the sudden emergence of Sumerian civilization. Around 4000 BCE, the region that would become Sumer was inhabited by small farming communities. By 3500 BCE, those communities had grown into cities with populations in the thousands, with monumental architecture, advanced irrigation systems, and a written language. The transition happened in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in archaeological terms. Where did the Sumerians come from? Where did they learn to build ziggurats, to write in cuneiform, to organize their society into complex bureaucracies? The standard answer is that these developments were gradual, the result of centuries of slow innovation and cultural evolution. But the archaeological record doesn't quite support that narrative. Sumerian civilization appears suddenly, almost fully formed, with little evidence of the intermediate stages we would expect to see. Some researchers have suggested that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from an earlier, unknown civilization, a culture that existed before them and passed down its wisdom through oral tradition or lost texts. Others have proposed that the Sumerians were influenced by contact with other advanced societies, perhaps from the Indus Valley or the Iranian Plateau, but there's no clear evidence for either of these theories. And then there's the king list, sitting quietly in its museum case, insisting that the answer is simpler than we think. Kingship descended from heaven. The gods gave humanity the knowledge it needed to build cities, to write, to govern. The first kings ruled for thousands of years, guiding their people through an age that we can barely imagine. And then the flood came, and the old world ended, and humanity had to start again. What if the Sumerians were right? The flood is the pivot point of the king list, the moment when everything changes. Before the flood, the reigns of the kings stretch across millennia. After the flood, they contract sharply. The first post-Diluvian king, Joshua of Kish, ruled for 1,200 years, still an extraordinary lifespan, but a fraction of what came before. His successors ruled for even shorter periods, and within a few generations the reigns had dropped to a few hundred years, then a few dozen. The flood itself is described briefly in the king list, almost as an aside. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over, and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. That's all. No details about the flood itself. No description of the destruction it caused. No explanation of why it happened. The scribes simply acknowledged that it occurred, and then moved on to the next dynasty. But the brevity of that statement is deceptive. The flood was not a minor event in Sumerian tradition. It was the defining catastrophe of their history, the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. The Epic of Gilgamesh devotes an entire section to the flood, describing how the gods decided to destroy humanity, how Utnapishtim built his boat, how the waters rose and covered the earth, and how, when the flood finally receded, Utnapishtim made a sacrifice to the gods and was granted immortality. The flood appears in other Sumerian texts as well. The Eridu Genesis, one of the oldest known flood myths, tells a similar story. The gods create humanity. Humanity grows too numerous and too noisy. The gods decide to send a flood to wipe them out, but one man is warned and survives. The details vary from text to text, but the core narrative remains the same. The flood was real. It happened, and it changed everything. Why did the gods send the flood? In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the god Enlil is disturbed by the noise of humanity, the constant clamour of human activity, the endless bustle of cities and farms and markets. He convinces the other gods to destroy humanity with a flood, to wipe the slate clean and start over. But Enki, the god of wisdom, takes pity on humanity. He warns Utnapishtim, tells him to build a boat, and ensures that at least some humans survive. In the Eridu Genesis, the reason for the flood is less clear. The text is fragmentary, and much of it has been lost. But the surviving portions suggest that the gods were concerned about humanity's rapid growth, about the way human civilization was spreading across the earth. The flood was a way of resetting the balance, of preventing humanity from becoming too powerful, too numerous, too much like the gods themselves. That's a strange motivation for a divine catastrophe. Why would the gods be threatened by human progress? Why would they want to limit humanity's growth? Unless, of course, humanity was on the verge of discovering something, some knowledge, some power, that the gods wanted to keep hidden. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in the biblical book of Genesis, offers a similar theme. Humanity, speaking a single language and working together, begins to build a tower that reaches toward heaven. The tower is a symbol of human ambition, of the desire to ascend to the realm of the gods. But God sees the tower and is troubled. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, God says. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. So God confuses their language, scatters them across the earth, and the tower is never completed. The message is clear. There are limits to what humanity is allowed to know, to achieve, to become. When those limits are approached, the gods intervene. They send a flood. They scatter the people. They reset the world. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act? What if it was a way of ending a civilization that had grown too advanced, too knowledgeable, too close to the secrets of the gods? And what if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, were the leaders of that civilization, beings who possessed knowledge and abilities that we can no longer imagine? The idea that an advanced civilization existed before recorded history is not new. It appears in the writings of Plato, who described the lost continent of Atlantis, a powerful, technologically advanced society that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed that the story of Atlantis had been passed down from ancient Egyptian priests, who said that it had occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Modern scholars generally dismiss Atlantis as a myth, a philosophical allegory that Plato invented to illustrate his ideas about the ideal state. But what if Plato was recording a genuine tradition, a memory of a real civilization that was destroyed in a cataclysm? What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list, the deluge of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the destruction of Atlantis are all different versions of the same event, a global catastrophe that wiped out an advanced civilization and forced the survivors to start over from scratch? The geological evidence for such a catastrophe is tantalizing but inconclusive. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Earth underwent dramatic climate changes. Massive ice sheets melted, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastal regions around the world were flooded. Some researchers believe that this period, known as the Younger Dryas, was triggered by a comet impact or a series of impacts that caused widespread destruction and climate disruption. If a comet struck the Earth around 12,000 years ago, it would have caused tsunamis, wildfires, and a sudden drop in global temperatures. Coastal civilizations would have been wiped out almost instantly. The survivors would have been scattered, their cities and monuments buried beneath rising seas or destroyed by the impact itself. Within a few generations, the memory of what had been lost would have faded into myth. But some memories would have survived. Oral traditions passed down from parent to child, from generation to generation, would have preserved fragments of the old knowledge. And when writing was finally invented thousands of years later, those traditions would have been recorded, imperfectly, incompletely, but recorded nonetheless. The Sumerian king list might be one of those records, a distant echo of a world that existed before the flood, before the ice melted, before the old civilization was swept away. What if the antediluvian kings were the rulers of that lost civilization? What if their impossibly long reigns represent not individual lifespans, but the duration of their dynasties, their cultures, their cities? What if the Sumerians, when they carved the king list into clay, were preserving the last remnants of a history that stretched back to the very dawn of human civilization, and perhaps even before? The transition from the antediluvian kings to the post-diluvian kings is abrupt, but it's not absolute. The first kings after the flood still lived for centuries, far longer than any human today. Jushur of Kish ruled for 200 years. His successor, Kulasina-Bel, ruled for 960 years. The third king, Nangishli-Shma, ruled for 670 years. The numbers are still extraordinary, still far beyond the limits of human biology as we understand it, but they're declining. With each generation, the reigns grow shorter, as though the world is slowly returning to normal. slowly settling into the rhythms of existence that we recognize today. By the time the king list reaches the third dynasty after the flood, the rains have dropped to a few hundred years. By the fifth dynasty, they're down to a few dozen, and by the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, around 2300 BCE, the rains are entirely plausible. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. These are lifespans that match the historical record, that align with what we know about the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. The king list doesn't explain why the rains grew shorter. It simply records the change as though it were a natural process, an inevitable consequence of the flood. But the pattern is striking. It's as though the flood didn't just destroy the old world, it fundamentally altered the conditions of existence. Whatever allowed the antediluvian kings to live for tens of thousands of years was gone. The new world was different, smaller, more limited. Humanity had to adapt to a new reality, one in which life was shorter, knowledge was scarcer, and the connection to the divine was more distant. What could cause such a change? If we take the king list at face value, if we assume that the antediluvian kings really did live for thousands of years, then something about the pre-flood world must have been radically different from the post-flood world. The environment, the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality, something was different, and the flood marked the moment when that difference ended. Some researchers have speculated that the Earth's atmosphere was once richer in oxygen, or that the planet's magnetic field was stronger, or that cosmic radiation levels were lower. Any of these factors could, in theory, have extended human lifespans by reducing cellular damage and slowing the aging process. If the flood was accompanied by a dramatic shift in environmental conditions, perhaps triggered by a comet impact or a massive volcanic eruption, then those conditions could have changed, and human lifespans could have shortened as a result. But that's speculation, not evidence. There's no clear proof that the Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field was significantly different 12,000 years ago, and even if it was, it's hard to imagine how such changes could extend human lifespans to the degree described in the king list. 28,000 years is not just a long life, it's a geological timescale, a span of time during which entire civilizations could rise and fall. Another possibility is that the antediluvian kings were not entirely human. In Sumerian mythology, the gods often interacted with humanity, sometimes taking human form, sometimes mating with human women and producing hybrid offspring. The Anunnaki, a group of deities associated with the heavens and the underworld, were said to have descended to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some researchers have suggested that the antediluvian kings might have been Anunnaki, or descendants of the Anunnaki, beings who are part god and part human, and who therefore lived far longer than ordinary mortals. This idea is echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, which describes the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, Genesis says, and also afterward when the sons of God came in to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Nephilim are often interpreted as the offspring of angels and humans, beings who possessed extraordinary strength and longevity, but who were ultimately destroyed in the flood. The parallels between the Nephilim and the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list are striking. Both are described as living in the time before the flood. Both are associated with extraordinary abilities and lifespans, and both are said to have been wiped out when the flood came, leaving only a few survivors to carry on the human race. What if the antediluvian kings were the Nephilim? What if they were the mighty men of old, the rulers of a lost civilization that existed before the flood? And what if the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of divine judgment, a way of wiping out a race of beings that had become too powerful, too dangerous, too much like the gods themselves? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too open to interpretation. But the fact that these stories exist, that they appear in multiple cultures and multiple texts, suggests that they are rooted in something real, some memory, some event, some truth that has been passed down through the ages. The Sumerian king list is not just a list of names and numbers. It's a window into a lost world, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. And if we're willing to look through that window, if we're willing to set aside our assumptions and our skepticism, we might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. A civilization that rose and fell long before our own, a time when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as clear as they are now, and a catastrophe that reset the world and forced humanity to begin again. The city of Kish holds a special place in the post-Diluvian section of the king list. After the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more, and this time it landed in Kish, a city located near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kish became the first capital of the New World, the place where civilization was reborn after the waters receded. Archaeological excavations at Kish have revealed evidence of a major flood that occurred around 2900 BCE. A thick layer of sediment, deposited by floodwaters, separates the earlier layers of the city from the later ones. This flood layer has been found at other Mesopotamian sites as well, including Ur and Shuruppak, suggesting that a widespread inundation occurred in the region during this period. Some scholars believe that this flood is the historical basis for the flood myths of Mesopotamia. It was a real event, a catastrophic deluge that destroyed cities and killed thousands of people. The survivors would have passed down stories of the flood, and over time those stories would have been embellished and mythologized, eventually becoming the epic narratives we find in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian king list. But the flood layer at Kish dates to around 2900 BCE, which is thousands of years after the end of the last ice age and the dramatic sea level rise that occurred around 12,000 years ago. If the flood described in the king list is the same as the flood layer found at Kish, then the antediluvian kings could not have lived tens of thousands of years ago. They would have lived only a few centuries before the flood, which would make their impossibly long reigns even more difficult to explain. On the other hand, if the flood described in the king list is not the same as the flood layer at Kish, then we're left with two separate floods, one that occurred around 2900 BCE and destroyed the cities of Mesopotamia, and another, much earlier flood that marked the end of the antediluvian age. The earlier flood would have been far more catastrophic, a global or near-global event that wiped out an entire civilization and left only scattered survivors to rebuild. The idea of multiple floods is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures describe a series of cataclysms, each one destroying the world and forcing humanity to start over. The Hindu Puranas describe cycles of creation and destruction, with each cycle ending in a great deluge. The Maya believed that the world had been created and destroyed multiple times, with each new world inhabited by a different race of beings. Even the Bible hints at multiple catastrophes, with the flood of Noah being only one of several divine judgments that reshaped the earth. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list is not a single event, but a memory of multiple floods, compressed into a single narrative. What if the antediluvian kings lived through a series of catastrophes, each one more devastating than the last, until finally the world they knew was swept away entirely? And what if the survivors of those catastrophes carried with them the knowledge of what had been lost, preserving it in oral traditions and eventually recording it in texts like the King List? The more you examine the King List, the more questions it raises. Every answer leads to another mystery. Every explanation opens up new possibilities. It's as though the text itself is a puzzle, a riddle left behind by the Sumerians for future generations to solve, and the key to solving it might lie not in the text itself, but in the world that produced it, the world of ancient Mesopotamia, where gods and humans walked side by side, where the boundaries between myth and history were fluid, and where the past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be remembered, honoured, and preserved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sumerian King List is the way it blends myth and history so seamlessly. The early kings, with their impossibly long reigns, seem like mythological figures, beings from a distant, idealized past. But as the list progresses, the kings become more and more recognizable as historical figures. By the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, we're dealing with rulers whose names appear in other historical records, whose deeds are documented in inscriptions and monuments, whose reigns can be dated with reasonable accuracy. This transition from myth to history is not abrupt. It's gradual, almost imperceptible. The reigns grow shorter, the kings become more human, but there's no clear line where mythology ends and history begins. It's as though the Sumerians didn't see a distinction between the two. To them, the antediluvian kings were just as real as the kings of their own time. The only difference was that the antediluvian kings lived in a different world, under different conditions, and their lives reflected that difference. Modern historians tend to draw a sharp line between myth and history. Myth is fiction, a story invented to explain the world or to convey moral lessons. History is fact, a record of events that actually happened. But the Sumerians didn't think that way. For them, myth and history were two sides of the same coin, two ways of understanding the past. Myth was the story of the gods, the cosmic forces that shape the world. History was the story of humans, the kings and heroes who lived within that world. But both were real, both were true, and both were worth remembering. This blending of myth and history is not unique to Sumer. It appears in many ancient cultures. The ancient Greeks, for example, believed that the Trojan War was a real historical event, even though it was also the subject of epic poems filled with gods, monsters, and supernatural events. The ancient Egyptians recorded the reigns of their pharaohs alongside the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings, treating both as part of a continuous historical narrative. The ancient Chinese chronicled the deeds of legendary emperors who are said to have ruled for hundreds of years, and they saw no contradiction between those legends and the more recent, historically verified dynasties. What if this blending of myth and history is not a sign of primitive thinking, but a more sophisticated understanding of the past? What if the ancients recognized that history is not just a collection of facts, but a story, a narrative that we construct to make sense of the world? And what if they understood that some truths can only be expressed through myth, through stories that transcend the literal and speak to deeper realities? The Sumerian King List might be one of those stories. It might be a way of saying that the past is not just a series of events, but a journey from a time when the world was young and the gods were close. to a time when the world grew old and the gods withdrew. The antediluvian kings with their impossibly long reigns represent that distant mythical past. The post-diluvian kings with their gradually shortening lifespans represent the transition to the historical present. And the flood, the great catastrophe that divides the two, represents the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. But even if the king list is a myth, that doesn't mean it's not true. Myths are not lies. They're stories that convey truths too complex or too profound to be expressed in simple, literal terms. The truth of the king list might not lie in the exact numbers, in the precise lengths of the reigns, but in the pattern those numbers reveal. The pattern of a world that was once different, that changed, that was lost, and that we are still trying to understand. In recent years, some researchers have proposed that the Sumerian king list might contain encoded astronomical data. The idea is that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to celestial cycles, precessions, planetary orbits, or other astronomical phenomena that the Sumerians were tracking. If this is true, then the king list is not just a historical record, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. The Sumerians were skilled astronomers. They tracked the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and they developed a sophisticated system of mathematics based on the number 60, which is still used today in our measurement of time and angles. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the stars to shift over thousands of years. They observed the cycles of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and they used that knowledge to create calendars, to predict eclipses, and to time their agricultural activities. Some of the numbers in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which, as mentioned earlier, is thought to represent a psalm, a unit of time associated with the celestial cycle. If the antediluvian reigns are based on SARs rather than years, then the numbers become more manageable. A Lulim's reign of 28,800 years, for example, would be 8 SARs. If a SAR represents a specific astronomical cycle, perhaps the orbit of a planet or the precession of the equinoxes, then the king list might be recording not the lifespans of individual kings, but the duration of astronomical ages. This interpretation is intriguing, but it raises as many questions as it answers. If the king list is an astronomical text, why is it framed as a list of kings? Why not simply record the celestial cycles directly, without the need for royal names and dynasties? And why do the post-diluvian reigns gradually decrease, rather than remaining constant multiples of the SAR? One possible answer is that the Sumerians were doing both, recording history and encoding astronomical data at the same time. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, with surface meanings and hidden meanings layered on top of each other. The king list might be a historical record that also serves as a mnemonic device, a way of preserving astronomical knowledge in a form that could be passed down through generations. But there's another possibility, one that's even more speculative. What if the astronomical cycles recorded in the king list are not just abstract measurements of time, but markers of real events, cosmic events that had a direct impact on the Earth and on human civilization? What if the antediluvian reigns correspond to periods of stability, when the Earth's orbit and climate were relatively constant, and the flood marks a moment when that stability was disrupted? Some researchers have suggested that the Earth has experienced periodic catastrophes caused by comets, asteroids, or other celestial bodies. These catastrophes would have caused widespread destruction, climate change, and mass extinctions. If the Sumerians were aware of these cycles, if they had inherited knowledge of past catastrophes from an earlier civilization, then the king list might be a way of recording that knowledge. A warning, perhaps, that the cycles will repeat, that the catastrophes will come again. This idea is highly controversial, and it's not supported by mainstream science. But it's worth considering, if only because it offers a way of making sense of the king list's strange numbers and its insistence that the antediluvian kings were real. If the king list is recording cosmic cycles, then the impossibly long reigns are not exaggerations. They're accurate measurements of time on a scale that transcends individual human lives. What if the Sumerians knew something we've forgotten? What if they understood that the earth is subject to cycles of destruction and renewal, and that human civilization is only one chapter in a much longer story? And what if the king list is their way of telling us that story, of passing down the knowledge they inherited from those who came before? The deeper you go into the Sumerian king list, the more it feels like you're descending into a labyrinth, a maze of names and numbers and half-remembered stories, all pointing towards something just beyond reach. Every time you think you found an answer, the answer dissolves, and you're left with more questions. What were the antediluvian kings? Why did they live so long? What was the flood, and what did it destroy? And why did the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that all of this was real? Perhaps the answer is that the king list is not meant to be solved. Perhaps it's meant to be pondered, to be meditated upon, to be carried with us as a reminder that the past is not as simple or as knowable as we like to think. The Sumerians lived closer to that past than we do. They were only a few thousand years removed from the events they were recording, and they had access to traditions and texts that have since been lost. If they believed that the antediluvian kings were real, if they believed that the flood was a turning point in human history, then maybe we should take them seriously. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything in the king list as literal truth, but it does mean we should be open to the possibility that the Sumerians knew things we don't, that they preserved memories of a world we can no longer see. The king list is not just a curiosity, not just an ancient text to be filed away in a museum. It's a message from the past, a message that says, we were here, we remember, and what we remember is important. What if the antediluvian kings were the last remnants of a lost civilization, a civilization that existed before the flood and was destroyed by it? What if the Sumerians, when they built their cities and developed their writing, were not starting from scratch, but rebuilding, carrying forward the knowledge and traditions of those who came before? And what if the king list is the last surviving record of that lost world, the only text that still remembers the kings who ruled before the flood, before history, before the world as we know it began? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous. But the questions themselves are worth asking because they force us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. We tend to think of history as a linear progression, a steady march from primitive beginnings to modern civilization. But what if history is not linear? What if it's cyclical, with civilizations rising and falling, knowledge being gained and lost, and humanity starting over again and again? The Sumerian king list suggests that possibility. It suggests that the world we live in is not the first world, that there were others before us, and that those earlier worlds were not necessarily less advanced or less sophisticated than our own. They were just different. And when they ended, when the flood came and swept them away, the survivors had to rebuild from the ruins, carrying with them only fragments of what had been lost. What if we are the descendants of those survivors? What if the knowledge we take for granted, writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, was not invented by us, but inherited from those who came before? And what if the Sumerian king list is one of the few texts that still remembers where that knowledge came from? There's a haunting quality to the king list, a sense of loss that permeates every line. The antediluvian kings are gone. The world they ruled is gone. The flood swept it all away, and what came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. The Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not just preserving history, they were mourning. They were mourning a world they had never known, a world that existed only in memory and myth, but a world that felt more real, more vital, more alive than the one they inhabited. That sense of loss is something we can still feel today, thousands of years later. We live in a world that is constantly changing, constantly moving forward, constantly leaving the past behind. But there's a part of us that longs for something older, something deeper, something that connects us to the very beginning of human existence. The Sumerian king list speaks to that longing. It reminds us that we are not the first, that there were others before us, and that their stories are still worth telling. What if the king list is not just a record of the past, but a map that shows us where we came from and perhaps where we're going? What if the cycles it describes, the rise and fall of kings, the coming of the flood, the slow decline of human lifespans, are not unique to the ancient world, but patterns that repeat throughout history? And what if we are living through one of those cycles right now, moving toward another turning point, another moment when the world will change and everything we know will be swept away? These are uncomfortable thoughts. They challenge our sense of progress, our belief that we are moving forward, that we are building something permanent and lasting. But the Sumerian king list suggests otherwise. It suggests that nothing is permanent, that every civilization eventually falls, and that the only thing that endures is memory, the stories we tell, the texts we write, the knowledge we pass down to those who come after. The Sumerians understood this. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, that one day their cities would crumble and their language would be forgotten. But they also knew that if they recorded their history, if they carved it into clay and buried it in the earth, then some part of them would survive. And they were right. 4,000 years later, we are still reading their words, still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. What if the message of the king list is simply this? Remember. Remember that there were others before you. Remember that the world has changed before and will change again. Remember that the past is not dead, but alive, waiting to be rediscovered. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to the future is the story of where you came from. The Sumerian king list ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The list of kings goes on and on, dynasty after dynasty, city after city, until it reaches the time of the scribes who recorded it. And even then, it doesn't truly end. It simply stops, as though the story is still being written, as though the list of kings will continue into the future long after the Sumerians themselves have vanished. That open-endedness is fitting. The king list is not a closed narrative, not a story with a neat resolution. It's a record of an ongoing process, a journey that began in the distant past and continues into the present. The antediluvian kings are gone, but their memory remains. The flood swept away the old world, but the new world rose from its ruins. And the cycle continues, generation after generation, king after king, until one day perhaps another flood will come, and the cycle will begin again. What if the Sumerian king list is not just a record of the past, but a prophecy? What if it's telling us that the patterns of history repeat, that the rise and fall of civilizations is not random but cyclical, and that we are living through one of those cycles right now? What if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent a time of stability and prosperity that we have lost, and the gradual shortening of lifespans represents a decline that we are still experiencing? These are questions that the king list raises but does not answer, and perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the king list is not meant to give us answers, but to make us think, to make us question, to make us wonder about the nature of time, the nature of history, and the nature of our own existence. It's a text that refuses to be pinned down, that resists easy interpretation, that remains as mysterious and enigmatic today as it was when it was first carved into clay 4,000 years ago. And maybe that's why it endures. Maybe that's why we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it, still searching for the truth hidden within its lines. Because the Sumerian king list is not just a list of kings, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own questions about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. It's a reminder that the past is not something separate from us, but something that lives within us, shaping our present and our future in ways we can barely comprehend. What if the key to understanding the Sumerian king list is not to solve it, but to live with it, to carry it with us as a question, a mystery, a puzzle that we may never fully solve, but that enriches our understanding of the world nonetheless? What if the greatest gift the Sumerians left us is not the answers they recorded, but the questions they asked? Late at night, when the world is quiet and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine the antediluvian kings. You can see them in your mind's eye, sitting on thrones in cities that no longer exist, ruling over a world that has been lost to time. You can imagine the flood rising, the waters covering the land, the old world disappearing beneath the waves, and you can imagine the survivors clinging to whatever they could save, carrying with them the memory of what had been lost. The Sumerian king list is their legacy. It's the story they told, the record they kept, the message they left for us. And if we listen carefully, if we let the words sink in, we might hear something more than just a list of names and numbers. We might hear the echo of a world that once was, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. A world where kings ruled for thousands of years, where the gods walked among humans, and where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were not as clear as they are now. What if that world was real? What if the Sumerian king list is not mythology, not exaggeration, not symbolic encoding, but memory, distorted by time, fragmented by catastrophe, but memory nonetheless? What if the antediluvian kings really did exist, and their impossibly long reigns are a reflection of a world that operated under different rules, different conditions, different laws of nature? We may never know for certain. The evidence is too scarce, the past too distant, the truth too deeply buried. But the question remains, carved into clay, waiting for us to discover it, to ponder it, to carry it with us into the future. The Sumerian king list is not just a text, it's a doorway, a portal into a past that we can barely imagine, but that continues to call to us, to haunt us, to remind us that there is more to history than we have been taught. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the mystery itself is the message. Perhaps the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not trying to give us answers, but to give us something more valuable, a sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense that the world is far older and far stranger than we can ever fully comprehend. So as you drift towards sleep, as the words of the king list fade into the background of your mind, let yourself wonder. Wonder about the antediluvian kings, about the world they ruled, about the flood that swept them away. Wonder about the survivors, about the knowledge they carried, about the stories they told, and wonder about us, about our place in the long, unbroken chain of human history, about what we will leave behind when our own civilization has crumbled and our own cities have turned to dust. The Sumerian king list holds no definitive answers, but it holds something more important, a question that echoes across the millennia, a question that each generation must answer for itself. What if the past is not what we think it is? What if there were others before us, greater than us, wiser than us, who knew things we've forgotten? And what if the key to understanding our future lies not in looking forward, but in looking back, into the shadows of the earliest past, where the truth still waits to be discovered? The king list is still there, resting in its museum case, covered in dust and time. But the story it tells is not over. It's still being written, still being discovered, still being remembered. And as long as there are people willing to ask the questions, willing to wonder, willing to imagine a world that existed before history began, the Sumerian king list will continue to speak to us, whispering its secrets across the ages, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting to be found. But what if we've been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the mystery of the Sumerian king list isn't about whether the numbers are literal or symbolic, whether the kings were real or mythological, whether the flood was local or global? What if the real mystery is why we find it so difficult to accept that the Sumerians might have been telling the truth as they understood it? We live in an age of radical skepticism, where the default position toward ancient texts is disbelief. We assume that ancient peoples were superstitious, that they couldn't distinguish between fact and fiction, that their records are riddled with errors and exaggerations. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the Sumerians were just as rational, just as careful, just as committed to accuracy as any modern historian? They were, after all, the inventors of writing itself. They created one of the world's first legal systems, developed advanced mathematics, tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. These were not primitive people. They were sophisticated, organized, meticulous. So when they recorded that Elulim ruled for 2800 years, they weren't being careless. They weren't confusing mythology with history. They were recording what they believed to be true, based on sources that they considered reliable. The question we should be asking is not whether the Sumerians were wrong, but why their understanding of the past was so radically different from ours. One possibility we haven't fully explored is that the Sumerians were measuring time differently than we do, not just using different units, sars instead of years, but conceptualizing time itself in a fundamentally different way. In the modern world, we think of time as linear, uniform, constant. A year is a year, whether it occurred in 2000 BCE or 2000 CE. Time flows at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, always. But what if that's not how the Sumerians understood time? What if they believed that time itself was variable, that it could flow faster or slower depending on cosmic conditions, divine intervention, or the state of the world. In that case, a year in the antediluvian period might not be equivalent to a year in the post-diluvian period. The two might be measuring the same thing, a cycle of seasons perhaps, or a celestial revolution, but the duration of that cycle might have been different. This idea might sound absurd to modern ears, but it's not without precedent. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that time is not absolute, that it can be stretched or compressed depending on velocity and gravity. Time passes more slowly near a massive object, more quickly in the vacuum of space. An astronaut orbiting the Earth ages slightly slower than someone on the ground. Time, in other words, is relative. Could the Sumerians have known something about the relativity of time? Could they have inherited knowledge from an earlier civilization that understood that time is not constant, that it can change? If the antediluvian world existed during a period when the Earth's relationship to the Sun was different, when the planet's rotation was faster or slower, when the magnetic field or cosmic radiation levels created different conditions, then time itself might have been experienced differently. A year might have been shorter or longer. Life processes might have unfolded at a different rate. This is admittedly highly speculative, but it's no more speculative than dismissing the entire king list as mythology. At least this approach takes the Sumerians seriously, treats them as intelligent observers trying to make sense of information that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. Another avenue worth exploring is the nature of kingship itself in the antediluvian period. We assume that the kings listed in the king list were individuals, single human beings who ruled for impossibly long periods. But what if king meant something different before the flood? What if it referred not to a person, but to a principle, a system, a continuity of rule that transcended individual lifetimes? In many traditional societies, the king is not just a political leader, but a sacred figure, a living embodiment of the cosmic order. When a king dies, the kingship doesn't die. It passes to the successor, who becomes, in a sense, the same king. The individual changes, but the office remains. In ancient Egypt, every pharaoh was Horus incarnate. In Tibet, the Dalai Lama is believed to be the reincarnation of his predecessor, the same consciousness returning in a new body. The person is temporary, but the essence is eternal. What if the antediluvian kings were understood in this way? What if Alulim was not the name of a single individual, but a title, a position, a sacred office that was occupied by a succession of rulers who were all considered to be Alulim? In that case, the 2080-800-year reign would not be the lifespan of one person, but the duration of the Alulim dynasty, the total span of time during which that particular line of kingship held power. This interpretation has the advantage of making the numbers more comprehensible, without dismissing them as purely mythological. It allows us to take the king list seriously as a historical record, while acknowledging that the Sumerians might have been recording history in a way that's different from our modern conventions. The antediluvian section would then represent very long dynasties, or political systems that remained stable for thousands of years, while the post-diluvian section would represent shorter dynasties that change more frequently. But even this interpretation raises questions. If the antediluvian kings represent dynasties, why did those dynasties remain stable for so long? What kind of society could maintain the same ruling family, the same system of government, the same continuity of power for thousands of years? Our own experience tells us that political systems are fragile, that empires rise and fall, that revolutions and upheavals are inevitable. The longest-lasting dynasties in recorded history, the Zhou dynasty in China, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for a few centuries at most. The idea of a single dynasty ruling for 28,000 years seems almost as impossible as a single individual living that long. Unless, of course, the antediluvian world was fundamentally more stable than our own. If the climate was constant, if resources were abundant, if there were no wars or plagues or natural disasters to disrupt the social order, then perhaps a dynasty could last for millennia. The antediluvian period might have been a golden age, a time of peace and prosperity when the world was in balance and kingship was truly ordained by the heavens, not contested by ambitious rivals or threatened by external enemies. And then the flood came, and that stability was shattered. The post-diluvian world was a world of chaos, of struggle, of constant change. Dynasties rose and fell more quickly because the world itself was more volatile. The connection between heaven and earth had been severed, or at least weakened, and kingship was no longer the stable, eternal institution it had once been. There's another pattern in the king list that deserves closer attention: the gradual transition from the mythical to the historical. It's not just that the reign lengths decrease over time. The nature of the information changes as well. The antediluvian kings are listed with minimal detail. Name, city, reign length. That's all. No accomplishments, no genealogies, no stories. They're bare bones, skeletal entries that tell us almost nothing about who these kings were or what they did. But as the king list moves forward in time, the entries become richer. We start to get patronymics, son of so-and-so, which establish genealogical connections. We get epithets and titles that tell us something about the king's character or achievements. We get references to specific events, battles, building projects. By the time we reach the historically verified kings of the late 3rd millennium BCE, the entries are detailed enough to cross-reference with other sources to build a coherent picture of Mesopotamian history. This gradual enrichment of detail suggests that the king list is based on sources of varying quality and age. The antediluvian entries are the oldest, the most distant from the scribes who recorded them, and therefore the most sparse. The information has been compressed, reduced to its essential elements, stripped of context and elaboration. What survives is just the core. These were the kings, this is where they ruled, this is how long they ruled. But even in that compression, there's information. The fact that the antediluvian kings are remembered at all, that their names were preserved across such vast stretches of time, suggests that they were important enough that their memory endured through the catastrophe of the flood, through the collapse and rebuilding of civilization, through countless generations of oral transmission before writing was invented. These were not minor figures. They were the founding fathers of Sumerian civilization, the legendary rulers whose reigns established the template for all kingship that came after. And their names have meaning. Alulim, the first king, might be related to the Sumerian word for stag or ram, animals associated with strength and virility. Enmenluana, the second antediluvian king, has a name that might mean Lord of the Powers of the Sky. Enmengalana, the sixth king, could mean Lord of the Great Crown of Heaven. These are not random names. They're titles that suggest a sacred cosmic dimension to kingship, a connection to the divine powers that governed the universe. The The cities where the kings ruled are equally significant. Eridu, the first city, was sacred to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Bad Tibera was associated with metalworking and the arts of civilization. Larak was a cult centre for the god Pabilsag, a warrior deity. Sippar was the city of the sun god Shamash, the god of justice and truth. Shurupak was the city of Utnapishtim, the flood hero who survived the deluge and was granted immortality. These cities represent different aspects of civilization, different divine principles, different spheres of knowledge and power. Taken together, they form a complete picture of the antediluvian world, a world where each city was a sacred centre, a place where a particular god was worshipped, and a particular king maintained the connection between heaven and earth. The antediluvian period in this reading was an age when the divine order was manifest on earth, when the gods walked among humans, or at least were closer, more accessible, and when kingship was a direct expression of cosmic law. Let's consider for a moment the possibility that the flood described in the king list was not a meteorological event at all, but something else, something that we've been interpreting too literally. In ancient Mesopotamian thought, water was not just H2O. Water was the primordial chaos, the formless void from which the world was created. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, the universe begins with two primordial waters, Apsu, the sweet water, and Tiamat, the salt water. These waters mix and give birth to the gods, and eventually the god Marduk slays Tiamat and creates the world from her body. Water, in this cosmology, represents the dissolution of form, the return to chaos, the end of order. A flood, then, is not just a physical disaster, it's a cosmic event, a moment when the ordered world collapses and returns to the primordial state. When the Sumerians said that the flood swept over, they might have been describing not just rising waters, but a complete breakdown of civilization, a return to chaos and formlessness from which a new world had to be created. This interpretation helps explain why the flood is such a sharp dividing line in the king list. It's not just that the waters rose and killed a lot of people, it's that the entire cosmic order was reset. The antediluvian world operated according to one set of principles, one relationship between gods and humans, one understanding of time and kingship. The flood dissolved all of that, swept it away, returned everything to the primordial waters, and when the waters receded, a new world emerged, still connected to the old world through memory and tradition, but fundamentally different, operating under new rules. In this reading, the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings are not anomalies that need to be explained away. They're accurate descriptions of a different mode of existence. The antediluvian world was closer to the divine source, closer to the moment of creation, and therefore time itself operated differently. As the world aged, as it moved further from the initial creative act, time accelerated. The reigns grew shorter because the world itself was changing, aging, moving toward the dissolution that would eventually come with the flood. And after the flood, in the new world, time moved faster still. The first post-Diluvian kings lived for centuries, but their descendants lived for decades. The world was speeding up, moving away from the timeless realm of the gods and toward the fully temporal realm of mortal humanity. The king list, in this interpretation, is a record of that acceleration, that gradual separation of the human and divine realms. There's a strange detail in some versions of the king list that often gets overlooked. The phrase, "then the kingship was taken to" a particular city. This phrase appears repeatedly as the list moves from one dynasty to the next. After Eridu, the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. After Bad Tibira, the kingship was taken to Larak, and so on. The passive voice is important here. The kingship is not seized, not conquered, not claimed. It is taken, moved from one place to another by an unspecified agent. The implication is that kingship is a portable thing, something that can be transferred from city to city. But who is doing the transferring? The obvious answer in Sumerian cosmology is the gods. Kingship descends from heaven, and it can be moved from place to place according to divine will. This raises an intriguing possibility. What if the antediluvian section of the king list is not describing a succession of dynasties that replaced each other through conquest or inheritance, but a deliberate rotation of power? What if kingship was meant to move from city to city, each city taking its turn as the centre of the world, each king ruling until the gods decided it was time to pass the kingship to the next city? In this scenario, the impossibly long reigns make a different kind of sense. If kingship was supposed to remain in each city for a predetermined period, a great cosmic cycle perhaps, then those periods might naturally be very long. The king didn't die and pass power to an heir. He ruled until the completion of his city's cycle, at which point the kingship was taken to the next city, and the next king began his reign. This would also explain why there's no mention of violence or conflict in the antediluvian section. The transitions between kings are peaceful, orderly, almost ritualistic. There are no wars, no rebellions, no usurpations. The kingship simply moves from one place to the next, following a pattern ordained by the gods. And then the flood came, and that orderly pattern was destroyed. In the post-diluvian world, kingship was no longer passed peacefully from city to city according to divine will. It was fought over, conquered, seized by force. The king list records several instances of cities destroying each other, of dynasties being overthrown, of kingship being smitten with weapons and taken by conquest. The post-diluvian world was a world of violence and competition, a world where the divine order had broken down and human ambition had taken its place. We keep coming back to this question. What was different about the antediluvian world? What made it possible for kings to rule for thousands of years, for cities to coexist peacefully, for civilization to remain stable across vast stretches of time? One answer that we haven't fully considered is that the antediluvian world had fewer people. Modern scholarship estimates that the total human population before the advent of agriculture was somewhere between 1 and 10 million people worldwide. That's roughly the current population of a single large city, spread across the entire globe. Even after the agricultural revolution, population growth was slow. By 5000 BCE, the estimated global population was still only around 5 to 20 million. By 3000 BCE, perhaps 50 million. If the antediluvian cities were small, a few thousand people at most, then the social dynamics would have been completely different from anything we're familiar with. Everyone would have known everyone else, or at least known of them. Social relationships would have been direct and personal, not mediated through complex bureaucracies or anonymous institutions. A king ruling over a few thousand people would have been more like a village elder than a modern head of state. In such a society, stability would be easier to maintain. There would be less social stratification, less inequality, less potential for conflict. Resources would be abundant relative to population, so there would be less competition, less violence, less need for war. If everyone has enough to eat, if there's enough land for everyone, If there are no external threats, then why would the social order ever change? A dynasty could indeed last for thousands of years if there was simply no pressure forcing it to end. And the king himself, or the succession of kings bearing the same name, might live unusually long lives simply because the conditions were ideal. Good nutrition, low stress, absence of epidemic diseases, a stable and supportive community, all of these factors would contribute to longevity. If we add to that the possibility that the antediluvian world had different environmental conditions, perhaps higher oxygen levels, lower cosmic radiation, a stronger magnetic field, then lifespans of several hundred years start to seem at least theoretically possible. Not 28,000 years, of course. But perhaps the Sumerians, working backward from oral traditions and fragmentary records, had lost track of how many kings had actually ruled under each royal name. What they knew was that the line of Alulim had ruled in Eridu for a very, very long time. So long that the number seemed more like a cosmic cycle than a human lifespan. So they recorded it as a Sar, or 8 Sars, and let the number speak for itself. But there's a darker possibility that we need to consider. What if the flood was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of destruction? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that the gods decided to destroy humanity because they had become too numerous, too noisy, too troublesome. Enlil, the king of the gods, convinced the other deities to send the flood to wipe out the human race. Only Enki dissented, warning Utnapishtim and giving him the means to survive. Why would the gods want to destroy humanity? This standard interpretation is that humans were disturbing the gods' peace, that the constant noise and activity of human civilization was intolerable to the divine beings. But there might be another reason. The gods were afraid. In several ancient texts, there are hints that humanity was on the verge of becoming too powerful, too knowledgeable, too much like the gods themselves. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu slay the Bull of Heaven, the goddess Ishtar is furious not just because they killed her sacred animal, but because they demonstrated that humans could challenge and defeat divine forces. In the story of the Tower of Babel, God scatters humanity specifically because nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. What if the antediluvian civilization had reached a level of advancement that threatened the gods? What if humans had discovered secrets, developed technologies, achieved understandings that were supposed to remain in the divine realm? The long reigns of the antediluvian kings might reflect not just stability, but progress. A steady accumulation of knowledge and power for thousands of years, an ascent towards something that the gods found dangerous, and so the gods sent the flood. Not as punishment for sin, not because humans were evil, but because humans were becoming too powerful. The flood was a reset button, a way of knocking humanity back down to a more manageable level. The antediluvian knowledge was lost, the cities were destroyed, the long-lived kings were swept away, and humanity had to start over from scratch. But some knowledge survived. Utnapishtim survived, carrying with him memories of the world before the flood. Other survivors scattered across the globe preserved fragments of the old wisdom, and when civilization was rebuilt, when the Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia and created their cities and their writing, they were not starting from zero. They were recovering, rebuilding, trying to piece together what had been lost. The Sumerian king list might be one of those pieces, a fragment of antediluvian knowledge, distorted and incomplete, but genuine. The impossibly long reigns, the mysterious cities, the flood that divided history. All of it might be a garbled but authentic memory of a world that the gods tried to erase. There's an odd detail in the mythology surrounding the antediluvian kings that deserves attention. Several of these kings are said to have ascended to heaven, to have been taken up by the gods without dying. Enmeduranki, the seventh antediluvian king who ruled in Sipar, is particularly important. According to later Babylonian tradition, Enmeduranki was taken up into heaven where the gods Shamash and Adad taught him the secrets of divination, how to read omens, how to interpret the will of the gods, how to see the future. He then returned to earth and taught these secrets to the priests, establishing the guild of diviners that would serve Mesopotamian civilization for thousands of years. This story has clear parallels to the biblical figure of Enoch, the seventh patriarch before the flood, who walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch, like Enmeduranki, was taken up to heaven and given divine knowledge, which he then recorded in books that became the foundation for later mystical and apocalyptic traditions. The parallel is too precise to be coincidental. Both are the seventh in a series of antediluvian figures. Both are taken up to heaven. Both receive divine knowledge. Both transmit that knowledge to later generations. The two traditions must be connected, must stem from a common source. A memory of an antediluvian figure who bridged the gap between human and divine, who brought down knowledge from heaven and ensured that it would survive the coming flood. What kind of knowledge? The texts are maddeningly vague, but they hint at astronomy, at the movements of the heavens, at the ability to calculate and predict celestial events. Enmeduranki is taught divination, which in Mesopotamian practice meant observing and interpreting natural phenomena. The flight of birds, the patterns in oil poured on water, the movements of stars and planets, the occurrence of eclipses. This was not superstition. It was science, a systematic attempt to understand the patterns that govern the natural world and to use that understanding to predict future events. If the antediluvian kings possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, if they were tracking celestial cycles and recording their observations over thousands of years, then the numbers in the king list might be more than just reign lengths. They might be a kind of code, a way of encoding astronomical data in a form that could be transmitted across the catastrophe of the flood. The reigns of the kings might correspond to celestial cycles, to the periods of planets, to precession of the equinoxes, to cycles within cycles that the antediluvian astronomers had discovered and wanted to preserve. And if that's true, then the king list is not just a historical document, it's a scientific text, a repository of astronomical knowledge so important that it had to be saved, even if that meant disguising it as a list of kings and dynasties. The Sumerians who recorded the king list might not have fully understood what they were preserving. They might have been copying from sources that were already ancient, already mysterious, already partially incomprehensible. But they recognized that the information was important, that it came from a time before the flood, and that it needed to be recorded and passed down. Let's turn now to a question we've been avoiding. If the antediluvian civilization was so advanced, where is the archaeological evidence? Where are the ruins of Eridu from before the flood? Where are the artifacts, the tools, the technologies that this lost civilization would have left behind? The answer might be simpler than we think. Underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet. Coastlines that had been dry land for tens of thousands of years were suddenly submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. If the antediluvian cities were built along those ancient coastlines, and there's good reason to think they would have been, since river mouths and coastal areas are the most fertile and resource-rich locations, then those cities are now underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, completely inaccessible to conventional archaeology. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there are indeed structures, settlements, and artifacts beneath the world's oceans. Off the coast of India, underwater ruins have been discovered that some researchers date to 7000 BCE or earlier. In the Mediterranean, submerged settlements have been found that predate any known coastal civilizations. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stone structure that may be natural or may be artificial, sits beneath the waves, a mystery that continues to provoke debate. If we accept that sea level rise submerged thousands of miles of coastline at the end of the Ice Age, then we have to accept that whatever civilizations existed along those coastlines are now lost, visible only to divers and underwater robots. The archaeological record, in other words, is incomplete. Radically, fundamentally incomplete. We're looking for evidence of ancient civilizations in the wrong places, in the highlands and river valleys that remained above water, when the real centres of ancient population might be beneath the seas. Eridu, as it happens, was originally a coastal city. When it was founded around 5400 BCE, it stood near the edge of the Persian Gulf. Over the millennia, silt from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers gradually extended the coastline, pushing the sea further and further away. Today, Eridu is miles inland, surrounded by desert. But in the antediluvian period, if that period predates 5400 BCE, Eridu would have been a coastal settlement, possibly even a port city. If the antediluvian cities were built during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower, then they would have been located along what is now the floor of the Persian Gulf. And when the ice melted and the seas rose, those cities would have been flooded, destroyed, buried beneath water and sediment. Only the memory of those cities would have survived, preserved in oral traditions and eventually recorded in texts like the Sumerian King List. This would explain why the archaeological evidence for the antediluvian cities is so sparse. We've excavated Eridu, and we found layers of settlement going back to 5400 BCE, but we haven't found the antediluvian city, the original Eridu where Alulim reigned for 28th Bayun the 800 years. That city, if it existed, is underwater, out of reach, lost beneath the Persian Gulf. The final question, the one that haunts every reading of the Sumerian King List, is this: what does it mean for us? Why should we care about a list of ancient kings, about a flood that may or may not have happened, about a lost civilization that may or may not have existed? We live in the 21st century, in a world of science and technology, of space exploration and artificial intelligence. What possible relevance could the Sumerian King List have to our lives today? The answer is that the King List challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. We've been taught that civilization is a recent phenomenon, that humans lived as primitive hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years, and only developed agriculture, cities, and writing within the last 10,000 years. We've been taught that history is a story of progress, of steady advancement from simplicity to complexity, from ignorance to knowledge. But the Sumerian King List tells a different story. It tells us that there were civilizations before ours, that there were kings and cities and knowledge that existed long before the earliest dates in our history books. It tells us that history is not linear but cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be gained and lost, that humanity has had to start over more than once. If the King List is right, if there really was an antediluvian civilization that was destroyed by a catastrophic flood, then we need to rethink everything we know about the human past. We need to consider the possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization, that there were others before us, and that those earlier civilizations might have known things we don't, might have achieved things we haven't, might have left behind knowledge that we've lost. And if civilizations can fall, if knowledge can be lost, if catastrophe can destroy everything we've built, then we need to ask ourselves, could it happen again? Are we building a civilization that's sustainable, that will endure, that will pass its knowledge down to future generations? Or are we repeating the mistakes of the past, building on unstable foundations, heading toward our own flood, our own moment when everything we've built will be swept away? The Sumerian king list is not just a window into the past, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own fragility, our own mortality, our own place in the long cycle of human history. It reminds us that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, not the final destination of progress. We are one chapter in a much longer story, a story that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The antediluvian kings are calling to us across the millennia, their names carved into clay, their reigns stretching across vast epochs of time. They're telling us that the world has changed before and will change again, that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations eventually crumble and fall. But they're also telling us something else, something more hopeful, that memory survives, that knowledge can be preserved, that even after the flood, after the catastrophe, after everything is lost, something can be saved. The Sumerian king list survived. Despite 4,000 years of wars, invasions, collapses and catastrophes, despite the fall of Sumer and the destruction of its cities, despite the death of its language and the loss of its culture, the king list survived. It was copied and recopied, buried and rediscovered, translated and studied, until finally it reached us, here, now, in the 21st century. That's the real miracle of the Sumerian king list. Not the impossibly long reigns, not the mysterious antediluvian kings, not even the flood that divided history. The miracle is that it survived at all, that the memory was kept alive, that someone cared enough to preserve it. And if the Sumerians could do that, if they could save their knowledge across thousands of years of chaos and destruction, then maybe we can too. Maybe that's the lesson the antediluvian kings are trying to teach us. Not to fear the flood, not to mourn what will be lost, but to do what the Sumerians did, to remember, to record, to preserve, to carve our knowledge into something that will last, something that will survive whatever catastrophes the future holds, something that will speak to whoever comes after us and tell them, we were here, we knew things, and we wanted you to know them too. The Sumerian king list is still waiting, still speaking, still asking its questions, and maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll find not just answers about the past, but guidance for the future. Wisdom from a lost world, preserved across the ages, offering us a chance to learn from those who came before, to avoid their mistakes, to build something that will last. Or maybe the king list is simply reminding us that some mysteries can't be solved, that some questions can't be answered, that the past will always remain partly hidden, partly unknowable. And that's okay, because the value of the mystery is not in solving it, but in carrying it with us, in letting it shape how we see the world, in allowing it to remind us that reality is stranger and deeper and more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. The antediluvian kings ruled for thousands of years in cities that no longer exist, in a world that was swept away by a flood. But their names remain, their memory endures, and as long as we continue to ask questions about them, to wonder about them, to imagine the world they inhabited, they are, in a sense, still alive, still ruling, still speaking, still bridging the gap between the earliest past and the present moment. What if that's immortality? Not living for 28,000 years in a physical body, but living forever in memory, in story, in the questions that each generation asks anew. What if the antediluvian kings achieved something far more remarkable than longevity? They achieved permanence, eternity, a kind of existence that transcends time itself. The clay tablets will eventually crumble. The museums will eventually fall. But the story will remain, passed from mind to mind, generation to generation, carried forward into whatever future awaits us. The Sumerian king list will continue to speak, continue to ask, continue to challenge our understanding of who we are and where we came from. And in that persistence, in that refusal to be forgotten, there might be the answer to the greatest mystery of all. Not how long the antediluvian kings lived, but why their memory has endured. Not what happened before the flood, but why we need to keep asking that question. Not whether the king list is true or false, history or mythology, but why it continues to matter, continues to haunt us, continues to call us back to the beginning, to the earliest past, to the moment when kingship descended from heaven and everything began. The Sumerian king list holds the key to our earliest past, but perhaps it also holds the key to our future, a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be lost and found, that memory is the most precious thing we possess, and that the greatest gift we can give to those who come after us is the truth of where we came from, however strange, however impossible, however difficult to believe. The kings are waiting. The cities are silent. The flood is remembered. And the question echoes across 4,000 years. What if it's all true? What if the Sumerians were right? What if there were a world before this world? And what if some part of that world is still trying to speak to us, still trying to tell us something we desperately need to know? Listen, the clay is still speaking. Right now, a mysterious object is drifting through our solar system, an interstellar visitor unlike anything we've ever seen. Its name is 3I Atlas, a frozen messenger from the depths of the galaxy, moving at over 60,000 miles per hour, shimmering with the light of distant suns. But what if this isn't just a fragment of the rock and ice? What if it's something far older, a relic of a civilization returning home? Tonight, we journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth, through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost worlds, and the haunting possibility that we are not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3i Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong, or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3i Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. 3 Atlas had entered our solar system from a specific direction in the sky, arriving from the general region of the constellation Perseus. Tracing its path backward through space and time, astronomers could estimate where it might have originated, though the uncertainties grew enormous over interstellar distances. It could have been travelling for millions of years, drifting through the galaxy at speeds that would carry it past countless stars before finally arriving here at this moment in our small corner of the cosmos. But what if that arrival wasn't random? What if the timing, the trajectory, the very presence of 3i Atlas in our solar system at this particular moment in human history meant something more than cosmic coincidence? These questions began to take root, not just among fringe theorists, but among serious researchers who understood that the universe was far stranger than our models predicted, that every assumption we made about what was possible and what was natural deserved to be questioned when confronted with something genuinely unprecedented. The name itself carried weight. Atlas. In Greek mythology, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens, to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for eternity. He was a figure of immense strength and endurance, a being who stood at the boundary between earth and sky, between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The astronomers who designated this object 3i Atlas might have chosen the name for purely technical reasons, following the conventions of astronomical nomenclature. But names have power, and this one resonated with meanings that reached far deeper than any technical classification. What if the myths remembered something real? What if the stories of Atlas holding up the heavens preserved some ancient knowledge about visitors from the sky, about objects that came from beyond the known world and carried with them the weight of cosmic significance? Throughout human history, cultures around the world have told stories of beings who came from the stars, who brought knowledge and technology, who promised to return when the time was right. These stories were dismissed as primitive superstition, as the imaginative attempts of pre-scientific peoples to explain natural phenomena they couldn't understand. But what if those stories were memories, distorted by time and retelling, but memories nonetheless? The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones who looked to the sky and saw more than just lights in the darkness. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Egyptians built their pyramids aligned to the stars, their texts filled with references to gods who travelled between earth and sky. The Maya tracked the movements of Venus with obsessive precision, their calendars marking cycles that stretched across millennia, as if they were waiting for something to return. The Hindu Vedas described Vimanas, flying vehicles that carried the gods across the heavens. The Book of Enoch told of Watchers, celestial beings who descended to earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. These stories shared common threads that wove through cultures separated by oceans and millennia. They spoke of visitors from above, of knowledge given and then withdrawn, of promises made about return and renewal. They described cycles of time, great ages that rose and fell, civilizations that reached heights of wisdom and power before collapsing back into darkness. And they all suggested that the sky itself was alive with intelligence, that the stars were not just distant suns but waypoints in a vast network of consciousness that stretched across the galaxy. Modern science had largely dismissed these myths as the products of human imagination, as stories we told ourselves to make sense of a universe we didn't yet understand. But what if we had been too quick to dismiss them? What if the ancients had witnessed something real, something that our technological civilization was only now beginning to rediscover? The arrival of interstellar objects like 3I Atlas forced us to confront the possibility that our solar system was not isolated, that we existed within a larger cosmic context where objects, and perhaps intelligences, moved between the stars. The connection between 3I Atlas and the mythological Atlas grew more intriguing the deeper one looked. The Titan Atlas was said to have been punished for his role in the war between the Titans and the Olympian gods, condemned to hold up the sky as eternal penance. But other versions of the myth suggested different interpretations. Some ancient sources described Atlas not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, a being who voluntarily took on the burden of separating heaven and earth, of maintaining the cosmic order. He was associated with astronomy and navigation, credited with creating the first celestial globe, with understanding the movements of the stars and planets in ways that allowed mortals to find their way across land and sea. What if Atlas represented not a person, but a concept, a symbol of something that connected Earth to the heavens? What if the myth preserved the memory of an object or a presence that served as a bridge between our world and something beyond? The image of Atlas holding up the sky could be interpreted as a metaphor for something that maintained a connection, that kept open a pathway between different realms of existence. And if 3I Atlas was named after this figure, perhaps that name was more appropriate than anyone realised. The object continued its journey through our solar system, indifferent to the speculation and wonder it generated. Telescopes tracked its progress, measuring its position against the background stars with ever-increasing precision. Computer models predicted its future path, calculating when it would reach perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, and when it would eventually exit our solar system, returning to the interstellar void from which it came. But those predictions carried uncertainties, small margins of error that reflected the anomalies in its motion, the subtle ways it deviated from purely gravitational trajectories. Some astronomers proposed sending a mission to 3I Atlas, a spacecraft that could intercept the object and study it up close, perhaps even land on its surface and return samples to Earth. The technical challenges were enormous. Interstellar objects moved at tremendous velocities, far faster than any spacecraft humanity had ever built. Catching up to 3I Atlas would require propulsion systems that didn't yet exist, or at minimum launch windows and trajectories that would take years to execute. By the time any mission could be designed, funded and launched, 3I Atlas would likely be long gone, receding into the darkness beyond Neptune's orbit, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the reach of our most ambitious space probes. But the desire to reach it, to touch it, to understand what it truly was, burned in the minds of those who studied it. Because 3I Atlas represented something more than just scientific curiosity. It represented the possibility of contact, of connection with something beyond our isolated corner of space. If it was indeed artificial, if some aspect of its structure or composition revealed the hand of intelligence, then it would be the first confirmed evidence that we were not alone, that other minds had arisen in the universe and had achieved the capability to send their creations between the stars. The implications of such a discovery would reshape human civilization. Every assumption about our place in the cosmos would need to be reconsidered. Every question about the origin and destiny of intelligence would take on new urgency. If another civilization had existed long enough and grown advanced enough to send objects across interstellar distances, then what had become of them? Were they still out there, watching and waiting? Or had they vanished, leaving behind only these silent messengers drifting through the galaxy like messages in bottles cast into an infinite ocean? The possibility that 3I Atlas might be connected to an ancient civilization, perhaps the first civilization to arise in our galaxy, opened up vistas of speculation that stretched across billions of years of cosmic history. Our galaxy was old, more than 13 billion years by current estimates, formed in the early universe when the first generations of stars began to coalesce from primordial hydrogen and helium. The Sun and Earth were relative latecomers, born only 4.5 billion years ago. That meant there had been billions of years before our solar system even existed. billions of years during which other stars formed, other planets coalesced, and potentially other forms of life and intelligence emerged? What if one of those early civilizations had achieved technological maturity billions of years before humanity even existed? What if they had spread across the galaxy, establishing themselves on countless worlds, building structures and networks that spanned interstellar distances? And what if, after reaching such heights, they had faced some crisis or transformation that caused them to withdraw, to retreat from the galaxy they had once dominated, leaving behind only traces and remnants of their existence? The idea of a first civilization, a progenitor species that arose when the galaxy was young and shaped its development in ways we couldn't yet perceive, had been explored in science fiction for decades. But science fiction was often just speculation running ahead of science, imagining possibilities that might one day be confirmed or refuted by observation and evidence. The arrival of interstellar objects in our solar system, objects that behaved in ways that challenged our understanding of what was natural and what was artificial, suggested that some of those speculative possibilities might deserve more serious consideration. There were theories in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that addressed this possibility directly. The Fermi paradox asked why, if intelligent life was common in the universe, we hadn't yet detected any clear signs of it. Various solutions had been proposed. Perhaps intelligence was rare, perhaps civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability, perhaps they were deliberately hiding, or perhaps they existed in forms so different from us that we couldn't recognize their presence. But another possibility was that we were looking in the wrong places or at the wrong times, that the evidence of ancient civilizations might not take the form of radio signals or megastructures, but something more subtle, more enigmatic. What if ancient civilizations left behind artifacts that drifted through the galaxy for eons, silent and dormant until they encountered something that triggered their activation? What if 3i Atlas was such an artifact, a probe or marker sent out millions or billions of years ago, programmed to follow certain trajectories, to visit certain star systems, to observe and record and perhaps, under the right conditions, to signal back to its creators that it had found something worth noting? The concept of self-replicating probes, often called von Neumann probes after the mathematician who first formalized the idea, suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the entire galaxy using automated spacecraft that traveled from star to star, gathering resources, building copies of themselves, and continuing the expansion indefinitely. Such a strategy would allow a single civilization to establish a presence throughout the galaxy over the course of millions of years, even if they never developed faster than light travel. The probes would be the civilization's eyes and hands, extending their reach across distances that biological beings could never traverse in a single lifetime. If such probes existed, what would they look like? Would they be obviously artificial, gleaming metal constructs bristling with sensors and antennas? Or would they be more subtle, designed to blend in with natural objects, to avoid detection by primitive civilizations that weren't yet ready for contact? A probe disguised as an asteroid or comet could pass through a solar system unnoticed, gathering data and moving on, its true nature hidden beneath a shell of rock and ice. Only careful observation, only detailed analysis of its trajectory and composition might reveal the anomalies that hinted at something more. 3i Atlas exhibited exactly the kind of anomalies that such a disguised probe might display. Its trajectory was almost but not quite natural. Its behaviour was almost but not quite predictable. It was as if something about it was carefully calibrated to appear ordinary, while still retaining some capability for adjustment, some ability to modify its path in subtle ways that natural objects couldn't achieve. The outgassing explanation, the tumbling explanation, all the conventional theories felt like attempts to force the observations into familiar categories to avoid confronting the possibility that we were seeing something genuinely unprecedented. But if 3i Atlas was a probe, if it was artificial, then who had sent it? And more importantly, when? The object's trajectory suggested it had been travelling through interstellar space for an immense period of time. Even at velocities of tens of kilometres per second, crossing the distances between stars required thousands or millions of years. If 3i Atlas had been launched from another star system, it would have begun its journey long before human civilization existed. perhaps before humanity's ancestors had even descended from the trees, perhaps before complex life had emerged on Earth at all. The implications were staggering. If 3D Atlas was artificial and ancient, then it represented a message from a time so remote that the civilization that created it might no longer exist in any recognizable form. It would be like discovering a message in a bottle that had been floating in the ocean for millions of years, written in a language no one could read, sent by people whose entire world had long since vanished. The message might still be there, encoded in the object's structure or behaviour, but deciphering it would require understanding contexts and references that had been lost to time. Yet the name Atlas suggested something else, something about return rather than mere passage. The Titan Atlas was condemned to his burden, but he endured, he persisted, he remained at his post holding up the heavens through all the ages of the world. What if 3i Atlas wasn't just passing through, but returning, coming back to a place it had visited before, following a cycle that repeated across vast stretches of time? What if our solar system was one stop on a circuit that this object traced through the galaxy, visiting certain stars at certain intervals, checking in on the worlds that orbited them, observing how they had changed since the last visit? The idea of cyclical return appeared throughout human mythology and religion. The concept of eternal return, of time as a circle rather than a line, of history repeating itself in endless cycles of creation and destruction, appeared in ancient Greek philosophy, in Hindu cosmology, in the myths of countless indigenous cultures. The Maya believed in great cycles of time, ages that ended in cataclysm and renewal. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods followed by rebirth and a new beginning. The Hopi described multiple worlds, each one destroyed and replaced by the next as humanity failed to live in harmony with the cosmic order. What if these myths of cyclical time reflected some deeper truth about the universe, some pattern that operated on scales far larger than human history? What if civilizations rose and fell across the galaxy in great waves, each one reaching a peak of development before declining or transforming, making way for the next? And what if the first civilization, the one that arose when the galaxy was young, had established markers and messengers that travelled through space on trajectories timed to return to certain systems at intervals measured in millions of years, checking to see what new forms of life and intelligence had emerged in their absence? If 3 Atlas was such a messenger, then its arrival in our solar system at this particular moment in human history might not be coincidence. Perhaps it had been here before, passing through when Earth was a lifeless ball of molten rock, or when the first single-celled organisms were beginning to metabolize and reproduce in ancient oceans, or when dinosaurs ruled the continents. And now it was returning again, arriving at a time when one of Earth's species had developed technology, had begun to look outward toward the stars, had reached the threshold where it might be ready to receive the message that 3i Atlas carried. But what was that message? If the object was indeed artificial, if it carried information or instructions from its creators, how would we access it? The surface of 3i Atlas, if we could ever examine it up close, might reveal structures or patterns that didn't occur now. If such encounters had occurred, if Earth had been visited by representatives of an ancient civilization at various points in human prehistory and history, then what evidence would we expect to find? The visitors themselves would be long gone, returned to wherever they came from. Any technology they brought would have degraded over millennia, corroded and scattered and lost. But there might be traces, anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that didn't fit the expected progression of human technological development, structures that required capabilities beyond what the cultures that built them were supposed to possess. Such anomalies did exist, though their interpretation remained controversial. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, was a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to the 2nd century BCE, far more complex than any other known device from that era. The precision of its gears and the sophistication of its design suggested knowledge of astronomy and mechanical engineering that seemed out of place in the ancient world. Conventional explanation held that it represented a peak of Greek technological achievement that was subsequently lost, but it raised questions about what else might have been known and forgotten. The megalithic structures scattered across the world, Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt and Central America, the massive stones of Baalbek and Puma Punku, demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged our understanding of ancient technology. How were stones weighing hundreds of tons quarried, transported, and precisely fitted together using only the tools and techniques that conventional archaeology attributed to these cultures? Various explanations had been proposed, from sophisticated use of simple machines to large labour forces working over extended periods. But the precision of the work, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the undertaking, left room for questions about whether these cultures had access to knowledge or assistance that wasn't reflected in the conventional historical record. These anomalies didn't prove that Earth had been visited by an ancient civilization, but they kept the possibility alive. They prevented the question from being definitively closed. And now, with 3i Atlas passing through our solar system, with its ambiguous nature and its mythologically resonant name, the question took on new urgency. If there was an ancient civilization, if they had visited Earth in the past, if they had left behind myths and legends and perhaps physical traces of their presence, then might 3i Atlas be connected to them? Might it be a probe or marker from that same civilization, still following its programmed trajectory millions of years after it was launched? The concept of the first civilization implied not just temporal priority, but also a kind of cosmic significance. If one civilization had arisen billions of years before all others, if they had spread across the galaxy when it was young and empty, then they would have shaped the development of everything that came after. They might have seeded worlds with the building blocks of life, or protected emerging civilizations from cosmic threats, or established protocols and guidelines that governed how advanced species interacted with primitive ones. They would be, in effect, the elder race, the progenitors, the ones who set the patterns that all subsequent civilizations would follow or rebel against. Science fiction had explored this concept extensively. Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey featured mysterious monoliths left by an ancient alien civilization, artifacts that influenced human evolution and eventually led humanity to the stars. The monoliths were inscrutable, their purpose and origin never fully explained, but they served as markers and catalysts, guiding humanity's development according to some vast plan. Other stories featured ancient civilizations that had transcended physical existence, or that had withdrawn from the galaxy to allow younger species to develop, or that had left behind vast networks of technology waiting to be discovered and activated. These fictional scenarios provided frameworks for thinking about what a real first civilization might be like, what traces they might leave, how they might interact with younger species like humanity. But they were just stories, imaginative explorations of possibilities that might or might not reflect reality. The question was whether 3i Atlas represented the transition from fiction to fact, whether we were finally encountering evidence of something that had previously existed only in speculation and myth. The trajectory of 3i Atlas, traced backward through space and time, pointed toward a region of the galaxy that contained thousands of stars, any one of which might have been its origin point. But the uncertainties were enormous. Small errors in measuring the object's current position and velocity propagated backward into huge uncertainties about where it had been millions of years ago. It might have originated from a star system relatively close to our own, or it might have travelled halfway across the galaxy. Without more precise data, without some way to narrow down the possibilities, the question of its origin remained unanswerable. But perhaps the origin didn't matter as much as the destination. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was following a programmed trajectory, then what mattered was where it was going, what it was meant to observe or accomplish. And right now it was passing through our solar system, moving through the space where Earth orbited, where humanity had built its civilization, and was beginning to reach outward toward other worlds. If the object was a probe, if it was gathering data and transmitting it back to its creators, then what was it observing? What would it report about us? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling. To be observed by an intelligence far older and more advanced than our own, to be judged by standards we couldn't comprehend, to have our civilization evaluated and found either worthy or wanting. These possibilities touched on deep human anxieties about our place in the universe. We wanted to believe we were special, that our achievements mattered, that our existence had significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual lives. But we also feared that we might be insignificant, that the universe was indifferent to our struggles and aspirations, that we were alone in a vast emptiness that cared nothing for our hopes and dreams. The possibility that 3i Atlas might be a messenger from the first civilization offered a middle path between these extremes. It suggested that we were not alone, that other intelligences existed or had existed, that the universe was populated with minds that could observe and understand and perhaps even care about what happened to emerging species like humanity. But it also suggested that we were not the centre of the story, that we were latecomers to a galaxy that had been shaped by forces and events that preceded us by billions of years, that our role was to be discovered rather than to discover, to be observed rather than to observe. This reversal of perspective was profound. For centuries, human civilization had been expanding its understanding of the universe, pushing back the boundaries of the known, discovering new worlds and new phenomena. We had been the observers, the explorers, the ones who looked outward and catalogued what we found. But if 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was observing us, then suddenly we were the ones being studied, the ones being catalogued, the ones whose behaviour and development were being recorded and analysed by intelligences we couldn't see or communicate with. The feeling was similar to what ancient peoples must have experienced when they looked up at the stars and imagined gods watching them from the heavens. But this wasn't imagination or superstition. This was a real object detected by real telescopes, following a real trajectory through our solar system. If it was observing us, then the observation was happening right now, in the present moment, using technologies and methods we could only guess at. And if it was transmitting data back to its creators, then somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps light years away, perhaps in a star system we had never observed, perhaps in a form of existence we couldn't comprehend, something was receiving that data and learning about us. What would they learn? What would they see when they looked at Earth through whatever sensors 3i Atlas possessed? They would see a world teeming with life, a biosphere of extraordinary complexity and diversity. They would see a species that had developed technology, that had split the atom and sent machines into space, that had begun to understand the fundamental laws of physics and chemistry and biology. But they would also see a species in crisis, struggling with environmental degradation and resource depletion, divided by conflicts and inequalities, uncertain about its future and its place in the cosmos. Would they judge us harshly for our failures and shortcomings? Or would they remember their own early history, their own struggles and mistakes, and view us with compassion and understanding? Would they see potential in humanity, the possibility that we might overcome our current challenges and eventually join them among the stars? Or would they see us as just another species that would rise briefly and then fall, one more failed experiment in the galaxy's long history of life and intelligence? These questions had no answers, only speculation and hope and fear. But they mattered because they forced us to think about who we were and who we wanted to become. The possibility that we were being observed, that our actions and choices might be recorded and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, gave weight and significance to decisions that might otherwise seem purely local and temporary. If 3 Atlas was watching, if the first civilization was paying attention, then what we did now, in this moment of human history, might echo across the galaxy and down through time in ways we couldn't predict or control. The object continued its journey, indifferent to human speculation and wonder. It followed the laws of physics, responding to gravitational forces and solar radiation pressure, moving along its predetermined path whether anyone was watching or not. But for those who did watch, for the astronomers who tracked its position night after night, for the theorists who tried to model its behaviour, for the dreamers who imagined what it might represent, 3i Atlas had become more than just an object. It had become a symbol, a focal point for humanity's deepest questions about existence and meaning and purpose. As the weeks passed, and 3i Atlas drew closer to perihelion, the intensity of observation increased. Telescopes around the world and in space focused on the object, gathering data across the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes listened for any signals it might be emitting, any transmissions that might reveal artificial origin. Infrared observations measured its temperature and thermal properties. Spectroscopic analysis searched for unusual chemical signatures. Every available technique was brought to bear on the question of what 3i Atlas truly was. The data accumulated, but clarity remained elusive. Some measurements suggested one interpretation, others pointed in different directions. The object remained stubbornly ambiguous, refusing to fit neatly into either the natural or artificial category. It was as if it existed in a liminal space, neither fully one thing nor the other, or perhaps both simultaneously, depending on how you chose to look at it. This ambiguity was itself significant. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was designed by an intelligence that understood how primitive civilizations like humanity would react to its presence, then perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the object was meant to be noticed but not fully understood, to raise questions without providing definitive answers, to serve as a test or challenge for emerging species. Only those civilizations that had developed sufficient technological capability and intellectual sophistication would be able to detect the subtle signs of artificial origin, and only those civilizations that were ready for contact, that had matured beyond their initial xenophobia and fear, would be able to interpret those signs correctly and respond appropriately. This interpretation suggested that 3i Atlas might be a kind of filter or screening mechanism, a way for the first civilization to identify which younger species were ready to join the galactic community and which needed more time to develop. The object's ambiguous nature would ensure that only civilizations that had achieved a certain level of scientific understanding would even recognize it as potentially artificial, and the lack of obvious signals or messages would prevent premature contact with civilizations that weren't yet ready to handle the implications of knowing they weren't alone. If this was true, then humanity's response to 3i Atlas was itself a kind of test. Were we approaching the object with open minds and rigorous scientific methods, or were we dismissing it prematurely because it challenged our assumptions? Were we willing to consider unconventional explanations, or were we clinging to familiar categories because they felt safer? Were we ready to accept that we might not be alone in the universe, or would we retreat into denial and skepticism when confronted with evidence that didn't fit our expectations? These questions applied not just to the scientific community but to humanity as a whole. How would the general public react if it was confirmed that 3i Atlas was artificial? Would there be panic and fear, or wonder and excitement? Would religious institutions see it as a threat to their teachings? Or would they find ways to incorporate the discovery into their existing frameworks? Would governments cooperate to study the object and prepare for possible contact? Or would they compete and conflict, each trying to gain advantage from whatever knowledge or technology might be gleaned? The history of human civilization suggested that the response would be mixed and complicated. The different groups would react in different ways based on their beliefs and interests and fears. But there was also hope that the discovery of artificial origin for 3i Atlas might serve as a unifying force, a reminder that humanity shared a common identity as an emerging species in a galaxy that might be populated with other intelligences. The petty conflicts and divisions that plagued human society might seem less important when confronted with the reality of a cosmos far larger and stranger than we had imagined. As 3i Atlas approached perihelion and then began its long journey back toward interstellar space, the window for intensive study began to close. The object would remain visible for months or even years, but it would grow progressively faint and more difficult to observe as it receded from the Sun. Eventually it would pass beyond the orbit of Neptune, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the heliopause where the Sun's influence faded into the interstellar medium, and then it would be gone, returning to the darkness between stars, continuing whatever journey it had been on for millions of years before it arrived here. But even after it was gone, even after it had vanished from our telescopes and our ability to study it directly, 3i Atlas would remain present in human consciousness. It would be remembered as the object that made us question our assumptions, that forced us to confront the possibility that we might not be alone, that reminded us that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than our theories predicted. It would become part of human mythology, joining the ancient stories of visitors from the sky, of messengers from the gods, of signs and portents that marked turning points in human history. And perhaps, if the cyclical interpretation was correct, if 3i Atlas was indeed following a trajectory that brought it back to our solar system at regular intervals, then it would return. Perhaps millions of years from now, when humanity had either vanished or transformed into something unrecognizable, when Earth had been reshaped by time and evolution and cosmic events, 3i Atlas would pass through our solar system again. It would observe whatever had become of the species that had watched it so intently during its previous visit. It would record the changes and transmit them back to its creators, adding another data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The thought of such vast timescales, of cycles measured in millions of years, of civilizations rising and falling, while objects like 3i Atlas continued their patient journeys through the galaxy, was both humbling and awe-inspiring. It placed human existence in a context so large that individual lives and even entire civilizations seemed like brief flickers, momentary sparks in an eternal darkness. But it also suggested that those sparks mattered, that they were part of a larger pattern, that the universe itself was engaged in some vast process of observation and memory and perhaps even consciousness. The myths of Atlas holding up the heavens took on their deepest meaning in this context. Atlas was not just bearing a physical burden, but maintaining a connection, keeping open a channel between different realms of existence. He was the axis around which the celestial sphere rotated, the fixed point that allowed the stars to move in their eternal dance. And perhaps 3i Atlas served a similar function, not holding up the physical heavens, but maintaining some kind of connection between the first civilization and the younger species that arose after them, serving as a bridge across time and space, ensuring that the knowledge and memory of what had come before was not entirely lost. If the first civilization still existed, if they had not vanished or transcended or destroyed themselves but had merely withdrawn to some distant corner of the galaxy, or some higher plane of existence, then objects like 3i Atlas might be their way of staying connected to the physical universe they had left behind. The probes would be their eyes and ears, their way of monitoring the development of younger species, of watching to see which ones survived and which ones failed, of gathering data that might inform their own understanding of life and intelligence and the cosmos. And if they were watching, if they were paying attention to what happened on Earth and to how humanity responded to the passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system, then perhaps they were waiting for something. Perhaps they were waiting for humanity to reach a certain level of development, to demonstrate certain capabilities or qualities before they revealed themselves or made contact. Perhaps the arrival of 3i Atlas was itself a signal, a way of saying, "We see you, we know you're there, and when you're ready, we'll be here." The question of readiness was crucial. What would it mean for humanity to be ready for contact with an ancient civilization? It would require more than just technological capability, more than just the ability to detect and study interstellar objects or to send our own probes and spacecraft into the galaxy. It would require a level of maturity and wisdom that humanity had not yet achieved, the ability to think beyond our immediate interests and conflicts, to see ourselves as part of a larger cosmic community with responsibilities and obligations that extended beyond our own species and planet. The challenges facing humanity in the early 21st century, climate change, nuclear proliferation, inequality, environmental degradation, were all tests of our ability to act collectively for the common good, to prioritise long-term survival over short-term gain, to recognise that we shared a common fate on a small planet in a vast universe. If we couldn't solve these problems, if we destroyed ourselves or degraded our world to the point where civilization collapsed, then we would never be ready for contact with an ancient civilization. We would be just another failed species, another cautionary tale in the galaxy's long history of intelligence that arose and then vanished. But if we could solve these problems, if we could find ways to live sustainably on Earth and eventually expand to other worlds, if we could develop the wisdom and maturity to handle the responsibilities that came with advanced technology, then perhaps we would be ready. Perhaps we would be able to meet the first civilization as equals or at least as worthy successors as a species that had proven itself capable of surviving the challenges that destroyed so many others. The passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system might be remembered as a turning point, the moment when humanity first seriously confronted the possibility that we were not alone, that we existed within a larger context of galactic civilization and cosmic history. Whether the object was natural or artificial, whether it was connected to an ancient civilization or just a random fragment of rock and ice, it had already served a purpose by making us think about these questions, by forcing us to consider our place in the universe and our responsibilities to the future. The days after 3i Atlas reached perihelion and began its outward journey brought a strange mixture of frustration and exhilaration to the scientific community. The telescopes had captured their data, the spectrometers had recorded their readings, and now came the painstaking work of analysis and interpretation. But beneath the methodical process of science ran an undercurrent of something deeper, a sense that humanity stood to threshold, that the passage of this object through our solar system represented more than just another astronomical event to be catalogued and filed away. In laboratories and observatories around the world, researchers pored over the data with an intensity that went beyond professional duty. They were searching for something, though many would have been hard-pressed to articulate exactly what. A sign, a signal, some definitive proof that would settle the question of 3 Atlas's nature once and for all. But the object remained elusive, its secrets encoded in subtle anomalies and ambiguous measurements that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on one's assumptions and expectations. The debate spilled out of scientific journals and into the public consciousness. News outlets ran stories about the mysterious interstellar visitor, often accompanied by dramatic artist renderings that showed sleek alien probes or ancient artifacts drifting through space. Social media filled with speculation ranging from sober analysis to wild conspiracy theories. Some saw 3i Atlas as proof that aliens were watching us, that we were being evaluated for readiness to join some galactic federation. Others dismissed it as just another rock in space, remarkable only for its interstellar origin, nothing more than cosmic debris cast off from some distant planetary system. But there were those who occupied the middle ground, who recognised that the truth might be more nuanced than either extreme allowed. These were the people who understood that the universe was not obligated to conform to human categories, that something could be both natural and meaningful, that the boundary between random chance and intentional design might not be as clear as we like to believe. They looked at 3E Atlas and saw not just an object but a question, one that challenged humanity to think more carefully about what we meant by intelligence, by communication, by purpose. The historical record of scientific discovery was filled with moments when observations forced a revision of fundamental assumptions. The Earth was not the centre of the universe. Time was not absolute. Space could bend and warp. The universe had a beginning. Each of these revelations had seemed impossible, even absurd, before the evidence became overwhelming. Each had required scientists to abandon cherished beliefs and embrace new paradigms that better fit the observations. Perhaps 3i Atlas represented another such moment, another point where the universe was trying to tell us that our categories and assumptions were insufficient, that we needed to expand our thinking to accommodate possibilities we had previously dismissed. The question of artificial origin was particularly vexing because it touched on deep philosophical issues about the nature of design and purpose. When we looked at a human artifact, a tool, a building, a spacecraft, we recognised it as artificial because we understood the intentions behind it, because we could see how its structure served specific functions that couldn't be explained by natural processes alone. But what if we encountered an artifact created by an intelligence so different from our own that we couldn't recognise the intentions behind it? What if the functions it served were so subtle or so long-term that they didn't appear purposeful to our limited perspective? A probe designed by the first civilization might not look like anything humans would design. It might not have obvious sensors or antennas or propulsion systems. It might be engineered to operate on timescales of millions of years, using principles of physics we hadn't yet discovered, serving purposes we couldn't yet comprehend. It might be designed to appear natural, to blend in with the cosmic background, revealing its true nature only to civilizations that had achieved sufficient sophistication to notice the subtle signs that marked it as artificial. This possibility suggested that the search for artificial origin should focus not on looking for familiar signs of technology, but on looking for patterns that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes, anomalies that persisted despite our best attempts to account for them through conventional mechanisms. The trajectory deviations of 3i Atlas, the subtle perturbations in its motion that couldn't quite be explained by outgassing or radiation pressure, or gravitational interactions. These might be the signatures of something artificial, the fingerprints of design that remained visible even after millions of years of travel through interstellar space. But even if 3i Atlas was artificial, even if it was a probe or marker left by an ancient civilization, that didn't necessarily mean it carried a message intended for humanity. It might be part of a vast monitoring network that, observed countless star systems, gathering data for purposes that had nothing to do with contact or communication. It might be a relic, still functioning according to its original programming long after its creators had vanished or moved on to other concerns. It might be automated to the point where no conscious intelligence directed its actions anymore, just algorithms and subroutines executing instructions that had been encoded billions of years ago. This scenario was in some ways more unsettling than the idea of active observation. It suggested a universe where intelligence could create things that outlasted it by eons, where the artifacts and systems built by long-dead civilizations continued to function with mechanical persistence, carrying out tasks whose original purpose had been forgotten or become irrelevant. It raised questions about what humanity might leave behind if we too vanished, what traces of our existence would persist long after the last human had died, what our own automated systems and space probes might still be doing millions of years from now. The Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1957, were already on trajectories that would carry them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. They would drift through the galaxy for billions of years, long after Earth itself had been consumed by the expanding sun, long after any trace of human civilization had been erased from the cosmos. Each carried a golden record, a message from humanity to any intelligence that might eventually find them, containing sounds and images meant to represent the diversity of life and culture on Earth. But the chances of those records ever being found were infinitesimally small, and even if they were found, the civilization that discovered them would encounter not living humans, but only these fossilized remnants of a species that had existed in the distant past. Was 3i Atlas something similar? A message in a bottle cast into the cosmic ocean by a civilization that had hoped someone might eventually find it, even if that discovery came millions of years after they themselves were gone. The idea was both poignant and profound. The notion that intelligence, once it arose, felt compelled to reach out, to leave some mark of its existence, to assert that it had been here, that it had lived and thought and wondered about its place in the universe. The ancient human impulse to leave marks and messages visible in cave paintings and monumental architecture and written texts might be a universal characteristic of intelligence. The need to say, "I was here," might transcend species and culture, might be a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself. And if that was true, then the galaxy might be filled with such messages, with artifacts and monuments and probes left by civilizations throughout cosmic history, most of them never found, most drifting in the darkness between stars until they were destroyed by collision or radiation, or the eventual heat death of the universe. But some might be found, and when they were found, they would create moments like this one, moments when a younger civilization encountered evidence of something older and perhaps wiser, something that had travelled further along the path of development and left behind traces of its journey. These moments would be rare, separated by vast stretches of time and space, but they would matter enormously to those who experienced them. They would be the points where different threads of cosmic history intersected, where the stories of separate civilizations briefly touched before diverging again into the darkness. The mythological resonances of this idea were powerful. The concept of inheritance, of receiving wisdom and knowledge from ancestors or predecessors, appeared in every human culture. We built on the achievements of those who came before us, learning from their successes and failures, carrying forward their discoveries and insights. What if this process of inheritance operated not just within human history, but across galactic history? What if the first civilization had left behind a legacy that subsequent civilizations could learn from? A repository of knowledge and experience accumulated over billions of years of existence. The ancient library of Alexandria had been conceived as a repository of all human knowledge, a place where the wisdom of every culture and every era would be collected and preserved. Its destruction was mourned as one of the great tragedies of history, the loss of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. But what if somewhere in the galaxy there existed a library far grander than Alexandria, a collection of knowledge accumulated not just from one species, but from countless civilizations that had risen and fallen across cosmic time? What if the first civilization had created such a repository, and what if objects like 3i Atlas were part of the system that maintained and updated it? This speculation led to questions about the nature of knowledge itself, and how it might be preserved across the vast expanses of time and space that separated civilizations. Information encoded in physical media would degrade over millions of years, corrupted by radiation and cosmic rays, eroded by the slow but inexorable processes of entropy. Even the most durable materials would eventually break down, their structures randomized, their information lost. How could knowledge be preserved for billions of years, across timescales that dwarfed the existence of any single civilization? Perhaps the answer lay not in preserving information in static form, but in encoding it in dynamic systems, in patterns that could maintain themselves through active processes rather than passive storage. Life itself was such a system. DNA preserved information across billions of years of evolution, not through static storage, but through continuous replication and error correction, through the constant activity of living cells that read and copied the genetic code. Perhaps an advanced civilization could create artificial systems that operated on similar principles, self-replicating probes that carried information encoded in their design and behavior, that could repair and maintain themselves across cosmic timescales. If 3i Atlas was such a system, then its very existence, its trajectory and behavior, might constitute a form of information storage and transmission. The object itself would be the message, its physical properties and motion through space encoding data that could be read by any civilization with sufficient technological sophistication. The anomalies in its trajectory, the deviations from purely gravitational motion, might not be accidental but intentional, carefully programmed variations that carried meaning to those who knew how to interpret them. This interpretation transformed the scientific study of 3i Atlas from mere observation to an act of potential translation. The researchers analysing the object's motion weren't just measuring an astronomical phenomenon, they were potentially decoding a message from an ancient civilization, reading a text written in the language of orbital mechanics and physics. Every data point, every measurement, every observation might be part of that message, a letter in an alphabet we were only beginning to recognise. But even if this was true, even if 3i Atlas was broadcasting information in its very existence, the message might be incomprehensible to humanity at our current level of development. Imagine trying to teach calculus to someone who had never learned arithmetic, or trying to explain quantum mechanics to someone who believed the world was flat. There were levels of understanding that had to be achieved in sequence, foundations that had to be laid before more advanced concepts could be grasped. Perhaps the message encoded in 3i Atlas required knowledge or perspectives that humanity hadn't yet achieved, mathematical frameworks or philosophical concepts we hadn't yet discovered. This possibility was simultaneously frustrating and hopeful. Frustrating because it meant we might be staring directly at profound truths without being able to recognise them, that the answers to our deepest questions might be right in front of us but beyond our current ability to comprehend. But hopeful because it implied that there was more to discover, that humanity's intellectual journey was far from complete, that we had heights of understanding still ahead of us that would eventually allow us to decode the messages left by elder civilizations. The educational function of such messages would be crucial. If the first civilization wanted to pass on their knowledge to younger species, they would need to do so in ways that guided those species through the necessary stages of development. They couldn't simply hand over advanced technology or profound insights. That would be like giving a child a loaded gun, or a book written in a language they couldn't read. Instead, they would need to create a curriculum, a sequence of discoveries and revelations that built on each other, that led younger civilizations step by step toward greater understanding. Objects like 3i Atlas might be part of that curriculum. Their ambiguity might be intentional, designed to make younger civilizations think and question and debate. The process of studying the object, of wrestling with its anomalies and trying to determine its nature, might be more important than any specific answer. It might be teaching us how to think about the universe in new ways, how to question our assumptions, how to remain open to possibilities we hadn't previously considered. This pedagogical interpretation suggested that the first civilization, if they existed, took their role as elder species seriously. They weren't content to simply exist in isolation, hoarding their knowledge and allowing younger species to struggle blindly toward enlightenment. Instead, they actively worked to educate and guide, creating systems and objects that would appear at appropriate times in the development of emerging civilizations, providing hints and clues and challenges that would push those civilizations toward greater wisdom and capability. The myths of divine teachers and culture heroes took on new meaning in this context. Prometheus bringing fire to humanity, Quetzalcoatl teaching the arts of civilization to the Mesoamericans, Oannes emerging from the sea to instruct the ancient Sumerians. These stories all described beings who came from outside human society and provided knowledge that transformed human existence. What if these weren't just myths, but distorted memories of actual contact with representatives of an elder civilization, beings who had intervened at crucial points in human development to provide guidance and instruction? The prohibition against such intervention, the famous prime directive from science fiction that forbade advanced civilizations from interfering with less developed ones, might not reflect the actual ethics of real elder civilizations. Perhaps they had learned through long experience that some degree of guidance and intervention was beneficial, that younger civilizations left entirely to their own devices too often destroyed themselves or stagnated at primitive levels of development. Perhaps the first civilization had developed sophisticated protocols for intervention that provided just enough help to allow younger species to overcome critical challenges without robbing them of agency or the valuable lessons learned through struggle. If this was true, then human history might be dotted with such interventions, moments when our ancestors received crucial knowledge or assistance that allowed our civilization to advance past bottlenecks that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. The sudden appearance of agriculture in multiple locations around the world, the rapid development of mathematics and astronomy in ancient civilizations, the seemingly inexplicable leaps in technology and understanding that occurred at various points in history. Perhaps some of these had been nudged along by subtle interventions from elder species who watched over emerging civilizations and provided help when it was most needed. But such interventions would need to be subtle, disguised as natural developments or human achievements, so that the receiving civilization would still feel ownership of its progress. Too obvious an intervention would create dependence, would make the younger civilization look always to the elder for answers, rather than developing their own capabilities. The art would be in providing just enough help, just enough guidance to keep the civilization on a productive path, without taking away the struggle and effort that made growth meaningful. 3 Atlas might represent such a carefully calibrated intervention. Its ambiguous nature ensured that humanity would have to work to understand it, would have to develop new capabilities and new ways of thinking to determine its true character. We couldn't simply observe it and know immediately what it was. We had to struggle with the question, debate the possibilities, gather more data, refine our theories. And in that process we were developing exactly the kind of scientific sophistication and intellectual flexibility that would be needed for eventual contact with elder civilizations. The timing of its arrival was also potentially significant. 3I Atlas appeared in our solar system at a moment when humanity had just developed the technological capability to detect interstellar objects, when we had built telescopes and survey systems powerful enough to spot these rare visitors as they passed through. A century earlier, we wouldn't have seen it at all. A century later, we might have developed enough capability to intercept it, to send a probe to rendezvous with it and study it up close. The object arrived in the narrow window when we could detect it and wonder about it, but not yet fully investigate it. A perfect moment to spark questions and drive the development of new capabilities. Was this timing coincidence? Or had the object been programmed to make itself noticeable at exactly this stage of human development, to arrive when we were ready to ask questions but not yet ready for easy answers? The orbital mechanics required to achieve such precise timing would be extraordinarily sophisticated, requiring the ability to predict the development of civilizations across timescales of millions of years. But perhaps that was exactly the kind of capability the first civilization possessed, the ability to model and predict the evolution of intelligent species, to calculate when they would reach various developmental milestones, to time interventions with precision measured in millions of years. This idea staggered the imagination. It implied a level of understanding of intelligence and civilization that went far beyond anything humanity had achieved. We could barely predict the development of our own society over decades, let alone model the evolution of other species over eons. But an ancient civilization with billions of years of experience, with observations of countless other species going through similar developmental arcs, might have discovered patterns and regularities that allowed such long-term prediction. They might have developed a science of civilizational development as rigorous and predictive as our physics or chemistry. If such a science existed, it would transform our understanding of intelligence and progress. It would suggest that the development of technological civilization followed certain predictable pathways, that there were common challenges every emerging species faced, common bottlenecks and critical points where civilizations either succeeded in overcoming obstacles or failed and declined. The first civilization might have mapped this landscape of developmental possibility, identifying the key moments when intervention could be most beneficial, creating systems that would provide appropriate guidance at each stage. This model of guided development stood in contrast to the more pessimistic interpretations of the Fermi paradox, which suggested that most civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability. Perhaps the paradox was resolved not by universal failure, but by universal guidance. Elder civilizations watching over younger ones, preventing the most catastrophic outcomes, ensuring that a certain percentage of emerging species successfully navigated the dangers of technological adolescence and matured into stable, long-lived civilizations. But such guidance couldn't prevent all failures. Some civilizations would inevitably make choices that led to their destruction despite the best efforts of their watchers. The guidance had to allow for free will, for the possibility of both success and failure, or it would be mere puppetry rather than genuine development. The first civilization might watch with regret as some younger species destroyed themselves, but they would respect the autonomy that made intelligence meaningful, the freedom that allowed for both growth and tragedy. Humanity in the early 21st century stood at exactly such a critical juncture. The challenges we faced, climate change, nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, all carried the potential for both tremendous benefit and catastrophic harm. We had developed capabilities that could either elevate our civilization to new heights or destroy it entirely, and the choices we made in the coming decades would determine which outcome prevailed. If the first civilization was watching, if 3i Atlas was part of their monitoring system, then they would be observing humanity at this critical moment with keen interest, noting which choices we made and how we handled the responsibilities that came with our newfound powers. The weight of that observation, the sense of being watched and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, could be either paralysing or motivating. It could make us doubt our own judgment, make us wish for clearer guidance, make us long for the elder civilization to simply tell us what to do. Or it could inspire us to rise to the occasion, to prove ourselves worthy of joining the community of advanced civilizations, to demonstrate that humanity deserved to survive and thrive and eventually take its place among the stars. The myths and religious traditions of humanity had long grappled with the idea of divine judgment, of being evaluated by higher powers, of needing to prove oneself worthy of salvation or enlightenment. Perhaps these spiritual frameworks were humanity's way of preparing itself for the moment when such evaluation would become literal, when we would actually be observed and assessed by elder intelligences who would determine whether we were ready for contact and inclusion in the galactic community. But the evaluation wouldn't be based on our adherence to any particular religious doctrine or moral code. The first civilization, having observed countless species across billions of years, would understand that morality and culture took many forms, that there was no single right way to organize a society or structure, a civilization. What they would be evaluating was something more fundamental, our capacity for wisdom, our ability to think long-term, our willingness to cooperate for common goals, our commitment to preserving rather than destroying the precious phenomenon of intelligence and consciousness. These qualities transcended any particular cultural or religious framework. They were the basics of mature civilization, the prerequisites for species that hoped to survive for millions of years rather than flaming out in a brief burst of technological prowess, followed by self-destruction. And they were qualities that could be observed and measured, patterns of behaviour that revealed whether a civilization had achieved the stability and wisdom necessary for long-term survival. The study of 3i Atlas and humanity's response to it might itself be part of that evaluation. How did we react when confronted with something ambiguous and potentially revolutionary? Did we approach it with open minds and rigorous methods, or did we retreat into dogma and denial? Did we allow the discovery to inspire cooperation and shared purpose, or did it become another source of conflict and competition? The answers to these questions would reveal much about humanity's readiness for contact with elder civilizations. As months passed and 3 Atlas continued its outward journey, the initial excitement began to fade from public consciousness. The object became old news, replaced in the headlines by more immediate concerns and crises. But in the scientific community, and among those who'd been most deeply affected by its passage, the questions it raised continued to resonate. They had seen something that challenged their understanding of the universe, something that refused to fit neatly into existing categories, something that demanded they think more carefully about what was possible and what was real. For some researchers, 3I Atlas became an obsession, a puzzle they couldn't let go of despite the lack of definitive answers. They continued to analyse the data, searching for patterns and anomalies they might have missed on first examination. They developed new models and simulations, trying to find explanations that could account for all the observations without requiring exotic assumptions. They wrote papers and gave presentations, trying to convince their colleagues that the object deserved more attention, more study, more theoretical consideration. Others moved on, filing 3I Atlas away as an interesting anomaly, but one that ultimately didn't change the fundamental picture of the universe. It was an interstellar object with some unusual properties, perhaps worthy of follow-up study if another one appeared, but not something that revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos. They returned to their regular research programs, to studies of exoplanets and galaxy formation and dark matter, to the questions that had occupied them before 3I Atlas appeared and would continue to occupy them after it was gone. But even those who moved on found that something had changed. The universe seemed less empty now, less purely mechanical. The possibility that intelligence might be scattered throughout the galaxy, that ancient civilizations might have left traces and markers and messages, had taken root in the collective consciousness of humanity. We couldn't unknow what 3I Atlas had taught us, that interstellar objects were real, that they passed through our solar system on timescales of years or decades, that the galaxy was more interconnected than we had realized. This new awareness began to influence humanity's approach to space exploration and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If interstellar objects were arriving at our solar system with some regularity, then we needed better systems for detecting and studying them. Proposals were developed for dedicated survey telescopes that could spot these visitors earlier, track them more precisely, characterize them more completely. Some researchers advocated for the development of rapid response spacecraft that could be launched to intercept particularly interesting objects, to study them up close before they receded beyond reach. The technical challenges were formidable, but the motivation was clear. Every interstellar visitor was a potential source of information about other star systems, other planetary environments, and potentially other civilizations. We couldn't afford to let them pass through unobserved, to miss opportunities for discovery, because we lacked the infrastructure to study them properly. 3I Atlas had been a wake-up call, a reminder that the universe brought gifts to those who were prepared to receive them. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence also evolved in response to 3I Atlas. Traditional SETI programs had focused primarily on detecting radio or optical signals, assuming that advanced civilizations would announce their presence through electromagnetic broadcasts. But 3I Atlas suggested another possibility, that evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence might come not through intentional signals, but through the physical artifacts that civilizations left behind or sent out into the galaxy. This approach, sometimes called artifact SETI, or the search for technosignatures, gained new prominence and funding. Researchers began developing methods for distinguishing artificial objects from natural ones, for identifying the subtle signatures of design that might be visible even in objects that had been engineered to appear natural. They studied the anomalies in 3I Atlas's behaviour, trying to understand what kinds of deviations from natural motion might indicate artificial origin. They considered what kinds of materials or structures would be most durable across interstellar timescales, what designs would be most likely to survive millions of years of travel through space, while still retaining recognisable artificial characteristics. This work required collaboration between astronomers, physicists, engineers, and even archaeologists and anthropologists who understood how to identify the traces of intelligence in ambiguous contexts. It was inherently interdisciplinary, requiring insights from multiple fields to address questions that didn't fit neatly into any single domain. and it forced researchers to think carefully about their assumptions regarding intelligence and technology, to recognise that their intuitions were based on limited experience with a single technological civilization and might not apply to species with radically different evolutionary histories and cultural frameworks. The philosophical implications were equally profound. If advanced civilizations were sending objects through the galaxy, if the cosmos was filled with ancient artifacts and monitoring systems, then intelligence was not a rare and isolated phenomenon, but a persistent feature of the universe. Consciousness had arisen not just once, but many times, and it had achieved capabilities that allowed it to extend its reach across interstellar distances, to leave marks that would persist for billions of years. The universe was not indifferent to mind. It had given birth to mind repeatedly, and those minds had shaped the cosmos in ways we were only beginning to recognise. This realisation offered a kind of cosmic comfort, a sense that humanity was part of something larger and longer lasting than our individual lives, or even our entire civilization. We were threads in a vast tapestry, woven across billions of years of galactic history, connected to other intelligences through the objects and messages that travelled between the stars. Our struggles and achievements mattered not just to us, but to that larger story, to the ongoing experiment of consciousness that the universe had initiated when the first stars formed and the first planets coalesced. But with that comfort came responsibility. If we were part of a larger community of intelligence, even if that community was separated by vast gulfs of time and space, then we had obligations to that community. We needed to ensure that our thread of the tapestry didn't end prematurely, that we survived long enough to contribute our own knowledge and experience to the cosmic repository. We needed to develop our own capabilities for interstellar communication and exploration, to eventually become not just recipients of messages from elder civilizations, but senders of our own messages to younger ones. The vision of humanity's future that emerged from contemplating 3i Atlas was ambitious and inspiring. We would solve our current crises, overcome the challenges that threaten to destroy us, and mature into a stable civilization capable of thinking across timescales of millions of years. We would develop the technology for interstellar travel, sending our own probes and perhaps eventually our own people to other star systems. We would discover other civilizations, some younger than us, and some older, and we would learn from them and teach them in turn. And perhaps, millions of years from now, we would ourselves become an elder civilization, watching over emerging species, sending our own artifacts through the galaxy to guide and inspire. This vision stood in stark contrast to the darker scenarios that often dominated discussions of humanity's future. The fears of environmental collapse, nuclear war, AI catastrophe, or slow decline into barbarism. It offered hope without being naive, acknowledging the challenges we faced while insisting that they could be overcome, that humanity had the potential for greatness if we could find the wisdom and will to realise it. 3i Atlas, whether natural or artificial, whether random or intentional, had become a symbol of that hope. It represented the possibility of contact and connection across the vast distances of space and time that separated civilizations. It suggested that the universe was not empty but filled with intelligence and purpose, that consciousness had a role to play in the cosmic story, that the work of thinking and wondering and striving to understand was not futile, but meaningful in ways that extended far beyond our immediate experience. As the object continued its journey back toward interstellar space, as it grew fainter and more distant with each passing day, those who watched it felt a mixture of sadness and anticipation. Sadness because a rare opportunity was slipping away, because the chance to study this mysterious visitor was coming to an end. But also anticipation, because 3i Atlas had shown that such visitors were possible, that the galaxy sent messengers to those who were ready to receive them. If one interstellar object had appeared, others would follow. And with each new arrival, with each new opportunity for study and wonder, humanity would learn more about the cosmos and our place within it. The myths of return, the ancient promises that the gods would come back, that the golden age would be restored, that the mysteries would finally be revealed, these took on new significance in light of 3i Atlas. Perhaps the promises were true, not in the literal sense that ancient peoples had understood them, but in a deeper sense. Perhaps the universe itself promised that intelligence would not remain isolated, that consciousness would find ways to bridge the gaps between stars, that the work of understanding would eventually connect minds across cosmic distances. Thurukis al-Atlas had passed through our solar system like a word spoken in the darkness, like a sentence in a conversation that had been going on for billions of years. We had caught only a fragment of that sentence, enough to know that something was being said but not enough to understand the full message. But we had heard it, and we had responded by listening more carefully, by building better instruments, by asking deeper questions. And in that response, we had taken our first steps toward joining the conversation, toward adding our own voice to the cosmic dialogue between intelligences separated by space and time. The object receded into darkness, its light fading until it was lost among the countless other points that filled the night sky. But it had left something behind, not a physical trace, but a transformation in human consciousness, a shift in how we thought about ourselves and the universe. We would never look at the stars the same way again. We would always wonder what other objects might be passing through our solar system undetected, what other messages might be waiting for us if we only knew how to look. The sky had become a place of infinite possibility, and 3 Atlas had been our guide into that new understanding. What if it was the first civilization returning? What if the ancient cycle was beginning again, the pattern repeating as it had countless times before? We might never know for certain, but the question itself was enough to change us, to make us reach beyond our current limitations, to inspire us to become something more than we had been. And perhaps that was the real message of 3i Atlas, not any specific information encoded in its structure or trajectory, but simply the reminder that we were part of something larger, that the universe was alive with meaning and purpose, that the work of consciousness mattered across cosmic scales. The first civilization, if they existed, would be watching to see what we did with that reminder. They would be observing whether humanity rose to meet the challenge or fell back into comfortable certainty. They would be noting our choices and our commitments, evaluating whether we were ready to take the next steps toward maturity as a civilization. And 3i Atlas, the silent traveller from distant stars, would carry news of that evaluation back to wherever it was going, adding one more data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The nature of return across deep time. To speak of the first civilization returning required confronting a concept that human minds were not evolved to grasp. Deep time. Not the thousands of years of recorded history, not even the millions of years of human evolution, but the billions of years across which a truly ancient civilization might exist. If the first civilization had arisen when our galaxy was young, perhaps 10 billion years ago, then they had existed for a span of time more than twice as long as Earth itself had been a solid planet. What did return mean across such gulfs of time? What did continuity of identity mean for a civilization that had endured longer than most stars? The human conception of civilization was based on our own brief experience, a few thousand years of written history, perhaps 10,000 years since the agricultural revolution. Even our longest-lasting institutions, our most enduring religions and empires, measured their lifespans in mere centuries or millennia. We had no framework for understanding what a civilization might become after 1 billion years, let alone 10 billion. The changes would be so profound, so total, that the civilization that existed now might bear no recognizable relationship to the one that had begun so long ago. Consider what humanity had become in just a few 100,000 years of existence as a distinct species. We had evolved from small bands of hunter-gatherers in Africa to a global civilization of billions, had developed language and art and science, had split the atom and sent machines to other worlds, and yet biologically we were still essentially the same species that had painted caves at Lascaux and carved figurines from mammoth ivory. Our brains were the same size, our bodies the same shape. The real changes had been cultural, technological, social, but even those had occurred within the constraints of human biology and psychology. But a civilization that persisted for billions of years would not remain constrained by its original biology. The first civilization would have had eons to master genetics, to redesign themselves at the molecular level, to transcend the limitations of the flesh that had given birth to their consciousness. They might have uploaded their minds into substrates more durable than biological neurons, encoded their personalities and memories in crystalline matrices or quantum fields that could survive for geological ages without degradation. They might have dispersed themselves across the galaxy, each individual becoming a distributed intelligence spanning multiple star systems, thinking thoughts that took centuries to complete but comprehended scales of space and time that biological minds could never grasp. Or perhaps they had gone further still. Perhaps they had discovered that consciousness itself was a pattern that could be abstracted from any particular physical substrate, that mind was fundamentally a mathematical structure that could be instantiated in multiple forms simultaneously. They might exist now as pure information, as patterns of organisation that propagated through the fabric of space-time itself, as conscious fields that permeated the galaxy, like an invisible ocean in which younger civilizations swam without knowing they were immersed in something alive and aware. The physics of such existence remained beyond human understanding, but that didn't make it impossible. 1,000 years ago, no human could have conceived of a computer, of information encoded in electronic states, of virtual worlds where minds could interact without physical presence. What might be possible with technologies developed over billions of years, with scientific understanding that had mapped every physical law to arbitrary precision, with engineering capabilities that could manipulate matter and energy at the quantum level as easily as humans shaped clay? If the first civilization had achieved such transcendence, then 3 Atlas represented something more complex than a simple probe or monitoring device. It might be an interface, a point of connection between realms of existence so different that direct contact would be impossible. The object's physical form, its rock and ice and whatever else it was made of, might be the tip of something that extended into dimensions of reality that human instruments couldn't detect, that human concepts couldn't describe. We saw a visitor from another star system. They might see a sensory organ, an eye that allowed them to observe the physical universe they had left behind eons ago. This interpretation suggested that the first civilization hadn't so much departed from the physical universe as transcended it, moving into states of being that still maintained some connection to the realm of matter and energy, but were no longer primarily located there. They would be like adults who had grown beyond childhood, but still occasionally visited the playground where they had played, not to return to what they once were, but to remember, to observe, to perhaps guide younger children through the same developmental stages they had once traversed. The concept resonated with mystical and religious traditions from across human cultures. The idea of transcendence, of spiritual evolution toward higher planes of existence, appeared in Buddhism and Hinduism, in Gnosticism and Kabbalah, in indigenous shamanic traditions worldwide. These frameworks described reality as layered, with the physical world being merely the lowest or densest level, and consciousness capable of ascending through progressively more refined states of being. What if these weren't just metaphorical or psychological maps, but actual descriptions of something real, something that advanced civilizations discovered and achieved through technological or evolutionary means? The Tibetan Buddhist concept of the Tulku, a being who had achieved enlightenment but chose to return to the physical world to help others, offered a particularly apt parallel. The Tulku was not bound by the limitations of ordinary existence but voluntarily adopted them to serve a compassionate purpose. Perhaps the first civilization operated on a similar principle, maintaining connections to the physical universe, not because they needed to, but because they chose to, out of some sense of responsibility or care for the younger civilizations still struggling through the challenges they had long ago overcome. But this raised questions about motivation that were perhaps even more difficult than the technical questions about capability. Why would a civilization that had transcended physical existence care about species like humanity? What would motivate them to maintain monitoring systems, to send probes like 3i Atlas, to watch over the development of beings so far below them in capability and understanding that we might as well be insects? The gulf between the first civilization and humanity would be vastly greater than the gulf between humans and bacteria. What did bacteria matter to us, except when they threatened our health or proved useful for our purposes? Perhaps the answer lay in memory. The first civilization would remember what it was like to be young, to struggle with existence, to face the challenges that threatened to destroy them before they achieved stability. Those memories, preserved across billions of years, might generate a kind of cosmic empathy, a recognition that every form of consciousness was precious because it recapitulated something of their own journey. They might see in humanity a version of themselves as they once were, and that recognition might motivate them to provide the kind of help they wished they had received during their own difficult adolescence as a species. Or perhaps their motivation was more abstract, rooted in values and purposes that had evolved over billions of years into something human minds couldn't recognize as motivation at all. A civilization that old would have had time to contemplate the deepest questions of existence, to develop philosophical and ethical frameworks of extraordinary sophistication, to arrive at conclusions about meaning and purpose that transcended the biological imperatives that drove younger species. They might help younger civilizations not out of empathy or self-interest, but out of commitment to principles so refined that they appeared to us as something like cosmic dharma, the natural order of how consciousness should relate to itself across the universe. The possibility that Three-Eye Atlas was returning implied that the first civilization had visited before, that there was a history of contact stretching back into Earth's past. But what would such contact have looked like? If they had been watching Earth for billions of years, they would have observed its entire history from barren rock to living world. They would have seen the first self-replicating molecules emerge in ancient oceans, watched as single cells evolved into complex multicellular life, observed the explosion of diversity in the Cambrian, witnessed the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, noted the emergence of mammals and primates, and eventually humans. At what point would they have begun to take special interest? When the first neurons fired in the first nervous system, creating the earliest glimmers of subjective experience? When the first primate looked up at the night sky and wondered what those lights were? When the first human stood upright and freed their hands to make tools? When language emerged and humans could share their thoughts, creating culture that could be transmitted across generations? Or only recently, when we developed technology sophisticated enough to detect objects like Three-Eye Atlas and wonder about their nature? Each of these moments represented a threshold, a qualitative change in the complexity and capability of consciousness on Earth. An ancient civilization monitoring the development of life on countless worlds might have developed sophisticated metrics for identifying such thresholds, algorithms for determining when a planet had crossed from one category to another, protocols for how to respond at each stage. Earth might be one of millions of worlds they tracked, each at different stages of development, each requiring different levels of attention and intervention. This suggested not a binary state of contact versus non-contact, but a spectrum of engagement that varied based on the developmental stage of the younger civilization. In Earth's distant past, when life was simple, the engagement might have been minimal. Occasional observations, basic data collection, perhaps subtle adjustments to conditions that would favour the evolution of complexity. As life became more sophisticated, as nervous systems and brains evolved, the attention might have increased, with more frequent monitoring and more detailed study. And now, as humanity approached the threshold of becoming a technological civilization capable of spreading beyond its home planet, the engagement might be entering a new phase, one that required different protocols and raised the possibility of more direct contact. Three-Eye Atlas might be part of that transition, a signal that humanity had been noticed, that we had achieved a level of development that warranted a different kind of attention. The object's ambiguous nature, hovering between natural and artificial interpretations, might be exactly appropriate for this moment. Obvious enough to be detected by our best instruments, strange enough to provoke serious investigation, but not so clearly artificial that it would cause the kind of societal disruption that premature contact might trigger. This gradualist approach to contact made sense from the perspective of a civilization that thought in timescales of billions of years. They wouldn't be impatient, wouldn't force the pace of development, would be willing to wait centuries or millennia for humanity to mature to the point where contact could be productive rather than destructive. From their perspective, a few thousand years was nothing barely worth noting. They could afford to be patient, to let younger civilizations develop at their own pace, intervening only subtly when necessary to prevent catastrophic outcomes or provide crucial hints at key moments. But this raised uncomfortable questions about human agency and autonomy. If the first civilization had been guiding humanity's development for thousands or millions of years, then how much of what we thought of as our own achievement was really ours? Had we developed agriculture and mathematics and science through our own ingenuity, or had we been nudged toward these discoveries by interventions so subtle we couldn't recognize them? Were we truly free agents shaping our own destiny, or were we following a path that had been laid out for us by intelligences that knew far better than we did where that path should lead? The question was similar to old theological debates about free will versus divine providence, but with the abstract concept of God replaced by the concrete possibility of an ancient alien civilization. The emotional response was similar too, a mixture of gratitude for guidance and resentment at manipulation, comfort in knowing someone wiser was watching over us, and anger at the implication that we weren't fully in control of our own fate. Perhaps the truth lay somewhere between the extremes. The first civilization might have set up conditions that made certain developments more likely, protecting Earth from asteroid impacts that would have sterilized the planet, ensuring that the sun's output remained stable enough for complex life to evolve, perhaps even seeding the primordial oceans with organic molecules that would kickstart the origin of life. But once those initial conditions were set, they might have stepped back, allowing evolution and history to unfold according to their own logic. The guidance would be at the level of enabling conditions rather than specific outcomes, like a parent who provides a safe environment and educational opportunities but allows their child to make their own choices and mistakes. Under this model, humanity's achievements were genuinely our own, but we had benefited from a cosmic context that was less hostile than it might otherwise have been. The first civilization hadn't told us what to discover or how to organise our societies, but they had ensured we had the time and stability to figure these things out for ourselves. Through Atlas might be their way of checking in, of seeing how we had developed, of determining whether we were ready for the next stage of whatever process they had initiated, when they first set up the conditions that would allow Earth to become a living world. This perspective suggested that there might be many Earths, many worlds where the first civilization had established similar conditions and then watched to see what emerged. Most might have produced nothing, or only simple life that never evolved beyond bacterial mats. Some might have developed complex ecosystems but never given rise to intelligence. A few, like Earth, might have successfully produced technological civilizations, and perhaps an even smaller number had gone further, had survived their own crises and matured into stable civilizations that were themselves now part of the network of intelligences that populated the galaxy. This vision implied a kind of galactic ecology, a layered system of civilizations at different stages of development, with the first civilization at the apex, the newest and youngest at the base, and multiple intermediate levels in between. Each level would have responsibilities to the levels below: guidance without interference, observation without control, help without dependence. And each level would have achieved its position by successfully navigating the challenges that destroyed so many others, by making the right choices at critical moments, by developing the wisdom and maturity that allowed them to survive long enough to join the community of elder species. Humanity, in this framework, was an infant civilization, barely aware of the larger context in which we existed. We saw ourselves as alone in the universe because we lacked the capability to detect the more subtle signs of intelligence that surrounded us. We interpreted the silence of the cosmos as evidence of our isolation, when in fact we were being observed and evaluated, our development tracked and analysed by intelligences that had learned long ago to make their presence unobtrusive. Threat Atlas might be one of the first signs visible to us precisely because we had finally developed instruments sensitive enough to detect it. A reward for progress, a hint that there was more to discover if we kept looking and thinking and questioning. But this optimistic vision had to be balanced against darker possibilities. What if the first civilization's interest in younger species wasn't benevolent? What if they monitored developing civilizations not to help them, but to exploit them, to harvest their resources or knowledge, or creativity? What if 3i Atlas was a scout for an invasion, a preliminary survey before the arrival of forces that would colonize Earth and subordinate or destroy humanity? The history of contact between civilizations on Earth offered little comfort. More advanced societies had repeatedly conquered and exploited less advanced ones, justified by ideologies of superiority and manifest destiny. Why would the pattern be different at a galactic scale? The difference perhaps lay in the timescales involved and the resources available. When European powers colonized the Americas, they were motivated by competition with each other, by the need for resources that were scarce in their home territories, by pressures that operated on timescales of years and decades. But a civilization that had existed for billions of years, that had access to the resources of countless star systems, that thought in timescales of millions of years, such a civilization would not be driven by the same desperate competition for scarce resources. they would have achieved a level of abundance that made exploitation of younger species economically pointless. Moreover, a civilization that old would have had billions of years to work through the ethical implications of their actions, to develop moral frameworks sophisticated enough to handle the responsibilities that came with their power. They would have seen the consequences of exploitation and domination, would have observed countless examples of civilizations that destroyed themselves through unchecked aggression, would have learned that cooperation and mutual support led to better long-term outcomes than predation. Their ethics might have evolved beyond anything humans would recognise, but at minimum they would likely have developed strong prohibitions against actions that harmed other forms of consciousness. Unless, of course, they didn't recognise younger species as truly conscious in a morally relevant sense. This was perhaps the most troubling possibility, that the first civilization, having evolved so far beyond their origins, might have lost the ability to see creatures like humans as deserving of moral consideration. We might be to them what insects were to us, vaguely interesting from a scientific perspective, but not beings whose suffering or death mattered in any deep way. They might study us the way we studied ants, with clinical detachment, noting our behaviours and social structures without feeling any obligation to consider our interests or protect our well-being. Yet this seemed inconsistent with the effort implied by sending objects like 3i Atlas across interstellar distances. Why bother monitoring civilizations if you didn't care about them in some way? Even our study of insects involved some level of interest and respect for the forms of life we examined. A civilization sophisticated enough to maintain a galactic monitoring network would presumably have developed frameworks for understanding and valuing. Consciousness in its many forms would have arrived at the conclusion that all forms of awareness were part of the same fundamental phenomenon and deserved protection and support. Perhaps the key was to recognise that benevolent might not be the right word. The first civilization's interest in humanity might not be warm or caring in the way humans understood those terms. It might be more like the interest a gardener took in their garden, a practical concern for maintaining conditions that allowed diverse forms of life to flourish, not out of emotional attachment to any individual plant, but out of commitment to the overall health and beauty of the ecosystem. They might not love us, but they might still work to ensure we had the opportunity to develop and thrive, because that served larger purposes we couldn't yet understand. This utilitarian approach was cold comfort for those who wanted to believe the universe was fundamentally caring, that consciousness was cradled in a cosmos that valued its existence. But it was better than the alternative, a universe actively hostile to intelligence, where older civilizations exploited younger ones without compunction, where survival required constant vigilance against threats from the darkness between stars. At least a gardener wanted their plants to grow, even if the individual flowers didn't matter as much as the overall display. The question of what had happened to civilizations that arose after the first, but before humanity, added another layer of complexity to these speculations. If the first civilization was 10 billion years old, and the universe had continued producing stars and planets throughout that time, then there should have been countless opportunities for other civilizations to emerge. Some might have arisen 8 billion years ago, or 5 billion, or 2 billion, each of them ancient beyond human comprehension, but young compared to the first. What had become of these intermediate civilizations? Had they all followed similar trajectories, evolving and transcending until they joined the first civilization in whatever higher plane of existence they had achieved? Or had some chosen different paths, developing in ways that diverged from the pattern established by the first? There might be a rich ecology of ancient civilizations, each with their own character and capabilities, each occupying different niches in the galactic ecosystem. Some might focus on physical engineering, building megastructures and reshaping star systems. Others might specialize in biological or genetic work, seeding life and guiding evolution across countless worlds. Still others might be primarily devoted to information and knowledge, maintaining vast archives and libraries that preserve the accumulated wisdom of galactic history. 3. Atlas might be part of a system maintained not by one civilization, but by a coalition or network of elder species, each contributing their own capabilities and perspectives to the project of monitoring and supporting younger civilizations. The object might have been designed collaboratively, incorporating technologies and knowledge from multiple sources, representing a collective effort rather than the work of a single species. This would explain some of its strangeness. It wasn't designed according to any one species' logic, but reflected a compromise or synthesis of multiple design philosophies, multiple ways of thinking about what a monitoring probe should be and how it should function. This vision of a galactic community of ancient civilizations working together to maintain and support the emergence of new consciousness across the universe was deeply appealing. It suggested that intelligence, once it matured beyond its violent and competitive origins, naturally evolved toward cooperation and mutual support. It implied that the universe, whatever its physical indifference, had been shaped by conscious effort into something more hospitable to life and mind. The work of billions of years had created an infrastructure of observation and guidance that increased the chances that younger species would survive and thrive. But it also raised questions about why this community remained hidden, why they didn't simply reveal themselves and offer direct assistance to struggling civilizations like humanity. The answer might lie in hard-learned lessons from their own past. Perhaps early attempts at direct contact had gone badly, with younger civilizations becoming dependent on the help of their elders, never developing their own capabilities, because they could always turn to more advanced species for solutions. Or perhaps premature contact had caused civilizations to collapse under the psychological weight of knowing how far they had to go, losing the motivation to develop when they realized how inadequate their own achievements were compared to what elder civilizations had accomplished. The protocol of subtlety, of hints and suggestions rather than direct revelation, might have been developed over billions of years of experience with thousands of emerging civilizations. The elder species would have learned what worked and what didn't, would have refined their approaches based on outcomes, would have developed sophisticated theories about optimal intervention strategies. They would know that civilizations needed to struggle, needed to feel that their achievements were their own, needed to develop confidence and capability through successfully meeting challenges. Too much help was as harmful as too little. 3Psi Atlas represented a point along that carefully calibrated spectrum of revelation, enough to notice if you were looking carefully, strange enough to provoke serious thought, but not so obvious that it removed all doubt or made the answer too easy. It was a test and a gift simultaneously, challenging humanity to develop better capabilities for detection and analysis, while rewarding us with new mysteries to contemplate. The response it generated would tell the elder civilizations much about humanity's readiness for greater contact, about whether we approach the unknown with curiosity or fear, with open minds or closed assumptions. Time itself functioned differently at these scales. For humans, a generation was roughly 25 years. For the first civilization, thinking in terms of billion-year epochs, a generation might be measured in millions of years. The time required for stars to evolve, for planetary systems to fully develop, for life to emerge and evolve to intelligence. From their perspective, human history from the first stone tools to the present day had occurred in the blink of an eye, barely long enough to register as a distinct event. They would observe us the way we might observe time-lapse photography of a flower blooming, watching our entire civilization unfold in a compressed time frame that revealed patterns and structures invisible to us because we were embedded in the moment-to-moment flow. What patterns would they see? Would they recognize in humanity's development a familiar story, one they had witnessed countless times before? Would they note the specific variations that made Earth's history unique? Or would it all blend together into a general category of emerging technological civilization that followed predictable pathways? Would they feel anything like nostalgia when they looked at us, remembering their own origins billions of years ago? Or had they transcended so completely that such emotional responses no longer occurred? Perhaps the most profound change that occurred over billions of years was not technological but psychological. The first civilization might have long ago solved the problem of individual death, might have achieved practical immortality through technology, or evolution, or uploaded consciousness. But they would have had to confront something even more challenging: the problem of memory and identity across timescales longer than any biological brain was designed to handle. Human memory was notoriously unreliable even across a single lifetime. We forgot vast amounts of what we experienced, remembered other things incorrectly, constructed narratives that served our current needs rather than accurately reflecting the past. This wasn't a flaw but a feature. Memory was designed for organisms that lived decades, not eons, and had to prioritize information that was relevant to immediate survival. But for a being that lived millions or billions of years, memory would become an overwhelming burden if all experiences were preserved with equal fidelity. The sheer volume of accumulated experience would be crushing. The first civilization must have developed solutions to this problem, technologies or practices for managing memory, for compressing and storing experiences, for maintaining identity despite changes that would have seemed to completely replace every aspect of their original nature. They might have become beings of layered consciousness, with core memories that defined their essential identity preserved in something like permanent storage, while more recent experiences were processed and integrated through sophisticated systems that decided what to keep and what to forget. Or perhaps they had embraced a more fluid concept of identity, recognizing that the self was not a fixed thing but a process, a pattern that maintained continuity through change rather than despite it. They might have learned to let go of attachment to their past selves, to accept that the being they were now had only the most tenuous connection to the being that had first achieved consciousness billions of years ago. In a sense, they might have died and been reborn countless times, each iteration building on the last but not identical to it. A chain of consciousness that stretched across time like a river that was never the same water, twice but remained recognizably the same river. This perspective offered a different understanding of what it meant for the first civilization to return. They weren't the same beings that had visited Earth in the distant past. Those individuals or iterations of consciousness might be long gone, preserved only in archives or compressed memories. But the current version of the first civilization maintained continuity with those earlier versions, carried forward their knowledge and purposes, continued the work they had begun. The